Chapter 676, Entering the Third Level. Wielding Thunder to Destroy Life. In just a moment, dark clouds gathered. And high in the sky, the darkness was as oppressive as an abyss. The red thunder was like the devil's palm, constantly pushing away the dark curtain. And when every dull thunder resounded in everyone's ears, the world seemed to turn dark red at that moment. That is the incomparable power of heaven. That is the life-destroying thunder. When Lu Jianli went through the tribulation in Wanjin sect, the 9th level of thunder tribulation preceded him. And finally the life-destroying thunder came to the world. But Qin Feng's hegemony of heaven and earth was confirmed by the thunder that destroyed life as soon as it came up. As we all know, the power of natural disasters will continue to grow as time goes by. It is unimaginable how terrifying the natural disaster Qin Feng will face this time will be. Lord Xijing, this is the power of heaven. Yang He's knees had already bent, and big beads of sweat fell from his forehead. He couldn't help but want to crawl on the ground, just to make himself feel better. And Shi Ziming, who had already entered the 4th level, felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart when faced with the power of this life-destroying thunder. He couldn't help but wonder, could anyone really survive such a confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth? At this moment, Qin Feng moved, stepped on the window edge with his toes, and walked through the air. To him, the vast void felt like walking on flat ground. This scene couldn't help but shock Shi Ziming and Yang He. Facing such terrifying thunder, Qin Feng did not choose to defend, but faced the difficulty. Was he seeking death? Boom! The Miesheng Lei sensed Qin Feng's provocation and let out an angry roar. The red thunder was like a giant dragon protruding from the dark clouds, and then struck down hard on Qin Feng. The void shattered like a mirror, and the ground of Jinong City fell apart in the blink of an eye. And that was just the remaining power of the life-destroying thunder. Shi Ziming and his 2 men simply couldn't imagine how Qin Feng could survive in the face of its power. But what happened next was completely beyond their expectations. Qin Feng was less than 1 foot away from the life-destroying thunder, and he could no longer move forward. This 1 foot distance was like a chasm. No matter how the life-destroying thunder roars and the thunder arc surges, it's all to no avail. Qin Feng, who had silver hair and was covered in moonlight, opened his right hand. The terrifying thunder that frightened countless people and made the ancient genius helpless suddenly changed from a violent beast to a docile cat in an instant. It no longer showed its fangs towards Qin Feng, but restrained its sharp edge and surrounded him. This, Shi Ziming and Yang He looked at each other, the shock on their faces beyond words. But the life-destroying thunder is far more than this. The life-destroying thunder that fell one after another was more fierce than the last, and each one was more powerful than the last. But the results were without exception. And in the end, they all quietly surrounded Qin Feng, until a red unicorn made of life-destroying thunder stepped out of the dark abyss and roared towards the world. Click! Click! The void collapsed. A hole seemed to be cut in the sky, and time seemed to have stopped passing at this moment. The life-destroying thunder that fell earlier seemed to be afraid of the thundering unicorn. The arcs of electricity surged, and they all hid behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked up, his amber eyes calm. He suddenly smiled and waved to the sky. How could Thunder Qilin endure such humiliation? He trampled the void and rushed towards Qin Feng. Boom! When the two collided, a point of darkness quickly spread, and the light was swallowed up by the twisted power. The only color left between heaven and earth is darkness. Light words sounded from the boundless darkness. From now on, you no longer need to be bound by the 3 realms. Just follow me. Not long after the words fell, the world returned to clarity. Shi Ziming and the other 2 hurriedly looked up, and then they were all dumbfounded. They saw that the arrogant thunder unicorn, which was like a god, was enjoying Qin Feng's caress intimately, and then turned into a red light and disappeared into Qin Feng's body. Lord Shi, am I right? Qin Feng has conquered the world's hegemony seal. Yang He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Shi Ziming did not answer. Words could not express his feelings at this moment. He looked at the figure hanging in the sky and remembered the time when the 2 met. However, in just 2 years, the opponent has grown to a point that is beyond his reach. He really is a monster. Shi Ziming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The black clouds continued to disperse, and green thunder fell again. It was not as flamboyant as the life-destroying thunder, but as gentle as spring rain. It slowly approached Qin Feng and turned into a bud. Qin Feng felt something in his heart and held it in his hand. Gentle power swept through his body. He seemed to see the boundary between life and death. Thunder represents both destruction and rebirth, Qin Feng murmured to himself. When he fell back into the restaurant room again, Ziming and the two still had not recovered from the scene just now. "Where is my second brother?" Qin Feng suddenly said. "In the next room." "Yang," he said immediately. Qin Feng nodded slightly and came to the next door. Qin lay on the bed with his eyes closed. He muttered, "Brother! Dad!" His eyelids trembled. Qin opened his eyes leisurely and saw the mysterious-looking Qin Feng at the first sight. "Brother! You?" Qin stood up suddenly. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng dropped a knife on the opponent's neck, and Qin fell into coma again. Ziming and the two men who followed closely looked stiff and didn't know what to say. "Take good care of my second brother." After leaving these words, Qin Feng stepped out of the room and rushed towards Jinling Pass. Even with the high-quality combat power of the demon-slaying dragon clan struggling to support them, the Garuda clan, whose strength has been strengthened, is still unstoppable. And it is inevitable to lose sight of one thing and lose another. The soldiers of Shihou army and Wuhou army were no longer able to use arrows and gunpowder to stop Garuda flying in the air. The soldiers could only risk their lives and stand at the Jinling Pass, using their white blades and flesh and blood, and their lives as bait, to prevent the Garuda tribe from entering the southern territory. The majestic Jinling Pass was stained with blood. The fighting on the battlefield is filled with the lamentations of the human race. Continuing like this is not an option. Only about 20% of the soldiers who can fight are left, and there are countless injured soldiers. Lu Tianlu looked solemn. Liang turned around and glanced at Jinling Pass. Bodies fell from the sky. All the soldiers were brave, rushing forward to fill the gaps. The casualties cannot be summed up in numbers. He held the long knife tightly in his hand, and the bright red liquid slipped from his cheek. It was blood mixed with sweat and tears of grief. Within the white light barrier, Old Man Bailey and King Garuda were still fighting, but the gray clothes stained with blood showed that his condition was not good at the moment. However, if King Garuda does not solve the problem, the battle situation will only become more and more difficult, and the human soldiers will surely be annihilated. At this critical moment, the Red Thunder Dragon came from the sky, and in an instant, hundreds of Garudas were submerged, and the latter could not even scream in pain. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. Yu Hushuan, the leader of Wanjin sect, said in shock, "Is this the life-destroying thunder?" The guarding officers looked around and saw a figure with silver hair flying, his whole body shrouded in holy light, like an immortal. "Yes! Military Advisor Qin!" Chapter 677 Turning the Tide. "It's Qin Feng! With his aura!" Jin Tianyi looked surprised. "Third level realm?" Bai Yan's eyes widened. "This stinky boy!" Father Qin clenched his right fist tightly, with a look of anxiety on his white face. He only regretted that he was too gentle last night and allowed this kid to wake up. But he was also very curious. How could this kid step into the third level after just one night? Could it be that he opened his mind? Shenli and Sun Qi looked at each other. They were both surprised at the speed of Qin Feng's cultivation. What surprised them even more was that Qin Feng could control the legendary life-destroying thunder. Qin Feng, who was high in the air, glanced at the battlefield and frowned at the tragic sight of corpses strewn across the field. And the remaining Garuda clan are still showing off their power in the sky with murderous intent. With a gentle breath, Qin Feng opened his palms, revealing the lightning unicorn and the buds, and a white gold light flashed through his amber eyes. Red, purple, and green thunder quickly intertwined, and then turned into a barrier to cover the battlefield of Jinling Pass. "Is it the realm?" Gong Du, who had already fled the battlefield, frowned. "Stupid! This realm covers everyone, and the human race will also be restricted. The Garuda clan, who had been strengthened by Shuai Ji, were not afraid of this method at all." Gue Buddha sneered. "That's wrong," the blurry black shadow suddenly said. "What's wrong?" Ghostface Man number 2 asked in confusion, then looked into the realm, and then his eyes widened. "I saw the green thunder falling on the human soldiers, repairing the injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even those soldiers who were infected by the cursed fire and had only one breath left were gradually restored to vitality and mobility under the wrap of this soft thunder." "Is my injury healed? I've got feeling in my legs again. Is this all the ability of Qin's military advisor? It's unimaginable." After being surprised, all the soldiers cried with joy and cheered endlessly for the Qin military advisor. After all, Qin Feng pulled them back from the gate of H.L. Although they all have the will to die in this battle, who is willing to give up the hope of living? "Huh?" King Garuda groaned. Old Man Bailey said happily, "Thunder represents destruction, but also represents life." Unexpectedly, This boy actually completed his transformation after entering the third level. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Bailey waved his right hand violently, and a white scroll broke through his realm and fell into Qin Feng's hand. The latter opened the white scroll and saw that it was the song, Jinling Pass, that was originally written in Jinyang City. How could Qin Feng not understand what Master Chief meant? The whole body's righteous energy surged and was submerged in the white scroll. The poems on the white scroll immediately glowed with golden light, and the fresh air spread around like a sea wave. All the soldiers were baptized by the clean energy, and the fatigue from the previous battle was swept away, and their bodies were filled with endless power. After the Garuda clan was swept away by the Qin Chi, their flesh and blood returned to their normal state, and even the blood inheritance state was no longer maintained. This is the miraculous power of the original treasure of the Wensheng Taoist. Seeing this scene, how could Lu Tianlu miss such a good opportunity? He yelled, "Shunhou army, kill!" Liang, who saw many brothers recovering from their injuries, also came to his senses amidst the roar and shouted, "Brothers, now it's our turn to kill these birdmen. Let me kill them! Kill!" One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Qin Feng's thoughts moved, and the thunder Qilin rubbed Qin Feng's trouser legs affectionately, and then showed its fangs towards the Garuda clan. The life-destroying thunder like a thunder snake danced in the air, becoming an endless murderous intent, harvesting the lives of the Garuda clan. The life-destroying thunder has the power to dissolve everything in the world, unless a Garuda above the second level can barely resist it. Even if he is below the third level Garuda, he will still be seriously injured by the life-destroying thunder. The situation of the battle was instantly reversed because of Qin Feng's participation. "How could it be like this?" the blurry black shadow said in a deep voice. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng in the sky. The opponent was beyond the chessboard between him and Tianjin Guisher. "That's a variable. Lord, what should we do now?" Guifu asked aloud. "The divinity of Zhulong is not something that King Garuda can absorb. We just have to wait and see what happens." The strength of the Garuda clan, which has lost the divine nature of the Candle Dragon and the enhancement of the blood inheritance, has been greatly reduced. However, in Qin Feng's Thunder Realm, all human soldiers can recover from their injuries as long as they are not fatally injured, coupled with the blessing of pure energy from the original treasure of Jinling Pass. The battle situation is almost one-sided. Morale soared and the shouts were deafening. Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the dangerous battle between Master Shini and King Garuda, and couldn't help but frown. He clearly understood that if King Garuda did not die, the battle would not be able to end, and he didn't want to leave King Garuda as a source of trouble. He just wanted to kill him in this battle, and immediately shouted, "Leave the battlefield here to us. Please, Lord Ghost Head and Lord Yanzhou, let's fight against King Garuda together." When Father Qin heard this, he paused and said, "You brat, you actually commanded me." Having said that, there was a happy smile underneath his mask. Yanzhou smiled and said, "This guy is really good." "Nonsense. Don't you know whose son he is?" Father Qin said proudly. "With his realm in charge, plus the Dragon Clan and Sword Alliance, you and I can really have our hands free. What can I say?" Yanzhou asked aloud. "Why bother asking?" Father Qin responded in a deep voice. The two looked at each other, understanding each other, and headed towards the battlefield of King Garuda. Within the white light barrier, Old Man Bailey was already somewhat stretched. At this moment, two figures came through the air. "Why are you two here? Seeing that you are no longer able to do it." "Old man, I thought of coming over to help," Father Qin replied. Old Man Bailey turned around and took a look. The situation was great. He immediately responded with a smile. "If I were a few dozen years younger, one person would be enough for this kind of thing. Stop bragging in front of the two of us." Old Man Bailey suppressed his smile and said calmly, "The snow that is pressing down on the southern region of the human race should melt now." As soon as the words fell, the three of them attacked King Garuda together. The world is turbulent. The space is broken, and the black and white curse fire is burning. The three of them tried their best, but they still could only exchange injuries with King Garuda. As for King Garuda, who has embezzled the divine nature of the Candle Dragon, such injuries are insignificant to him, because as long as the black and white curse fire rolls over, he can return to his peak state in an instant. Howl! A sharp cry sounded, and the space was shattered inch by inch like a mirror. The black and white curse fire burst out suddenly, injuring Father Qin and the three of them. "How dare you fight with me? A puny ant?" King Garuda said coldly. Such a big movement naturally attracted Qin Feng's attention, and he couldn't help but frown. King Garuda's strength is not weak in the first place. After embezzling Zhulong's divinity, his power has reached a new level. Even the three fathers working together are no match for him. You have to find his weakness. Thinking of this, Qin Feng used his double pupils to look at King Garuda. Mortals who look at gods will naturally suffer backlash. His amber pupils were bloodshot. Blood slipped from the corners of his eyes, and a stinging sensation eroded his nerves. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted. At this moment, the darkness in the depths of his pupils flashed past, and he finally saw King Garuda's body clearly. The black and white energy actually occupied King Garuda's whole body, and finally converged on the latter's spine. In other words, as long as the spine is penetrated, King Garuda will no longer be a terrifying immortal body. His weakness is the spine! Qin Feng shouted loudly. Chapter 678 The Candle Dragon appears. Father Qin and the other three were stunned, and King Garuda's expression suddenly changed. Seeking death! He grasped his claws in the air, and the space collapsed layer by layer. He wanted to kill Qin Feng from a distance, and he also had this strength. Facing the pressure of the transcendent realm, Qin Feng only felt his scalp numb. Even the Thunder Realm could not withstand this pressure. The cracks were crisscrossing like a spider web. Naturally, Father Qin and the other three would not let him succeed, and each used their own tricks to block the power. King Garuda's actions also revealed his guilty conscience. It can be seen that what Qin Feng said was indeed aimed at his lifeline. What do you say? Father Qin asked. Yin Zhou responded in a deep voice. Although I know its weakness, his body and soul are protected by the Tao. Even though you and I can break his flesh and blood, we cannot destroy his Tao. But the Tao is immortal, and he can be restored. You don't need to worry too much. Once his spine is exposed, leave the rest to me. Of course, the most important thing right now is to restrict his movements. As Bailey Old Man said. He waved his right hand, and a stream of clear air rushed in. The sky is so conspicuous. Father Qin and Yin Zhou looked at each other in confusion, wondering what the move meant. But they saw a group of figures wearing black robes and carrying giant coffins appearing out of thin air outside Jiling Pass. Is it the Coffin Tomb family? Do it! Old Man Bailey shouted, and in the blink of an eye, the Coffin Tomb family members appeared in the 8th position. The 8 people looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. Their hands continued to transform. Green light appeared, and then turned into chains, wrapping around King Garuda. The latter was restrained and shouted sternly, "This kind of thing also wants to stop me." The black and white curse fire surged, and he wanted to break free of the chains with pure power. However, the strange lines on the blue light chains appeared, and they actually pushed back the power of King Garuda. Ancient Hunyuan treasure weapon, Tianyun chain? Xunli was surprised when he saw this. This object is passed down from generation to generation by the Tomb family. If you don't take action now, when will you wait? Father Qin shouted and took the lead to take action. Using the shocking technique, the energy appeared on his back and turned into a pattern of ghosts and gods, and finally merged into his right arm. With a punch thrown out, the world suddenly went dark. King Garuda, who could not move freely, directly withstood the blow, and his spine was instantly bloody and bloody. Yin Zhou followed closely, and a fierce beast pattern on his back emitted a burst of golden light, and a roar sounded instantly. Qin Feng took a closer look and saw that it was a ferocious beast evolved from golden energy. It was as big as an ox, looked like a tiger, and had a pair of black wings. It's actually Qiongqi. This monster is an extremely terrifying beast in the southern region. It once devoured 2 cities in one night, and its strength can reach the peak of the 8th level tribulation power. Later, this monster disappeared in the southern territory. It turned out that it was killed by Tianlong Siming. Qiongqi's shadow opened its fangs towards King Garuda, stepped into the air and dodged, and the sharp claws turned into energy fell on the wound caused by Qin's father, tearing the flesh and blood apart again. King Garuda let out a cry screaming in pain, and everyone was able to see that beneath the flesh and blood, the spine was as clear as white jade. Crystal clear. That is the remaining backbone of Zhulong. Old Man, Father Qin, and Yin Zhou shouted in unison. Naturally, Old Man Bailey would not miss this opportunity. He spread out his right hand, and the dark red sky suddenly returned to clarity, and even the broken void here gradually returned to normal. A ray of platinum light fell from the depths of the sky and landed on the right hand of the Old Man Bailey. Within a moment, a giant palm appeared, just like the old man's right hand. With one palm, I can become the universe, Old Man Bailey murmured. In the palm of the giant palm, strange golden light patterns flowed, And then the giant hand reached towards the spine behind King Garuda. Click! Click! That was the sound of King Garuda's principles of protecting himself being crushed to pieces by the old man. The giant hand phantom grasped, holding the spine of the god and demon in his hand. Knowing that the disaster was approaching, King Garuda exclaimed, "No!" But how could old man Bailey listen? The giant hand yanked outwards, and the crystal clear spine was forcefully pulled out. Blood mixed with cursed fire flew all over the sky. My king! All the Garudas were shocked and turned pale. The severe pain caused King Garuda to burst out with powerful power. Although the Tianyuan chain was an ancient Hunyuan treasure, facing this power and pressure, the Coffin Tomb Master who controlled the Tianyuan chain was already exhausted. Cannot be maintained. This day, Tianyuan Lien was finally broken free by King Garuda. He looked at everyone, his scarlet eyes filled with murderous intent. I want you to die. I want you to die. The fight between trapped beasts is bound to be bloody. Although Father Qin and the others successfully took away his divine and demonic spine, they would not take it lightly, but would instead become more vigilant. Today, they will completely smash the guillotine hanging over the heads of the human race in the Southern Territory. But at this moment, sudden laughter sounded. That voice did not come from the human race, nor did it come from Garuda. It is empty and distant, but makes people shudder, like a sinister smile coming from the depths of the place. Father Qin and the other three looked for the sound, and were shocked to find that the laughter actually came from the spines of the gods and demons. Boom! Bailey Old Man's palm instantly disintegrated the phantom of the universe. The black and white curse fire around King Garuda also changed. They wrapped around King Garuda and kept tightening. The huge pressure actually crushed King Garuda's body. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The black and white curse fire is like a poisonous snake that is getting tighter and tighter. The black and white energy is flowing, and the shadow of a giant dragon can be vaguely seen, which is eerie and terrifying. The flesh, blood, and soul of King Garuda were also being devoured by the black and white energy. And the screams continued one after another until they finally stopped abruptly. King Garuda, the cruel tyrant who made the human race terrified and killed countless people, died like this in the end. Boom! Boom! The place where King Garuda died was filled with black and white energy, and the beating sound of the heart came from the center. Every time it sounded, it was as shocking as the sky falling. The spine was submerged in the black and white aura, and countless chains shot out instantly, entangling all the Garuda clan, and then violently pulling them into it. The sound of crunching was endless, and those Garudas could not even make a scream. So they died like this. The human soldiers were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Fear and pressure made everyone feel as if they were in the deep sea. They knew that something was brewing in it, and wanted to enter this world. Qin Feng felt short of breath, and his heart beat faster. That is the Candle Dragon, the ancient god and demon. Endless terror, not to mention ordinary soldiers. Even he couldn't resist this pressure. Old Man Bailey came to his senses, and shouted loudly, "Qin Feng! Send all the soldiers away!" Qin Feng came back to his senses, and without saying a word, summoned the Golden Winged Dapeng. Then he waved his right hand, and the strong wind swept up all the human soldiers in the realm, and rolled them onto the back of the Golden Winged Dapeng. "Flee to the north. The farther the better," Qin Feng said anxiously. The Golden Winged Rock glanced at the place where the black and white energy gathered, and then did not dare to look at it a second time. It flapped its wings, and a strong wind suddenly rose, and then quickly fled from this place of right and wrong without hesitation. Phew! There was a sound of breathing, and the heaven and earth suddenly seemed to be in a furnace, as if it could break gold and molten stone. The raging fire turned into a flame dragon and violently attacked the Golden Winged Rock. Seeing this, Song Zong, the father-in-law of the Dragon Clan, spread out his realm to stop him. As a result, he was knocked away as soon as he came face to face with him, and half of his body became charred. "Clan leader!" everyone in the Dragon Clan exclaimed. "It doesn't matter." Song Zong's face was extremely solemn. He wanted to recover from his injuries, but the scorch marks could not be repaired at all. But the Golden Winged Rock and a group of soldiers escaped because of this moment of obstruction. The remaining people all looked at the place where the black and white energy gathered. The black and white energy was centered on the beating heart and continued to expand with the spine as the beam. Hundreds and thousands of feet. The meridians and flesh are reorganized. The skeleton is formed, and the dragon body swims. Qin Feng's eyes followed the dragon's body upwards, and the black and white aura also disappeared into the dragon's body, and its true appearance continued to appear in front of everyone's eyes. The sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and night came to the world. Chapter 679 Fomer. You have always been my pride. It was still daytime just now. But at this moment, night enveloped the world. Everyone in the 4 regions of Dakion was frightened. King Azura of the eastern region stood up abruptly and frowned. My king! This is, King Bimala said in surprise. There is actually a state of transcendence that can affect the replacement of the sun and the moon. Sha Tianluo said in a deep voice. In the land of Rakshasa in the northern territory. When night fell, Queen Rakshasa suddenly crushed the skull in her hand, with a look of shock in her eyes. Fu Ruoyun, the commander of the western regions, looked up at the sky and saw no bright moon or stars. The world seemed to be covered by a black curtain, which was strange and abnormal. Lord Ximing! The god General Gong Song on the side looked solemn. Could this be a mutation caused by the disaster in the southern territory? I don't know either. Fu Ruoyun shook his head, suddenly thinking of the figure of Bei Guisho. A look of worry flashed in his eyes. Xiaowai curled up in Bai Wudi's arms and shivered. Mom, what is going on? Bai Wudi didn't answer, but there was actually a trace of fear deep in his heart. In Fontian City, in the Imperial Study Room, Eunuch said in shock. Your Majesty, look at this. Emperor Ming glanced at the sky, then turned to look at the inner room. In the scroll, the Xianyuan divine sword was trembling continuously. The Tianjian Imperial Master and the god-suppressing Siyu both looked to the south. After all, he is still alive. At the same time, in the attic of Shenggongfeng, a flame shot straight into the sky. In Jinling Pass, everyone's attention was attracted by the eerie dragon figure. Boom! Boom! The beating of the heart continues to speed up and become more and more powerful. And every time it beats, it can shake the souls of everyone. The sound of breathing sounded, and the world was originally extremely hot. The fire was extinguished, and the cold air suddenly came. The ground was covered with a layer of frost, and the blood on the ground solidified instantly. And the last black and white energy at the dragon's head was also sucked into the dragon's belly. And everyone was finally able to see the whole picture of Zhulong. He has a human face, a huge, tightly closed vertical pupil, and that eerie smile. He sniffed the sky and the earth, and a hoarse and hollow voice sounded. It's the scent of human beings! After the words fell, the huge vertical pupils opened their eyes, and the world suddenly became bright. His giant pupils are like the second sun, making the world so bright that it is even dazzling. This is the candle dragon. It's day when you open your eyes, and night when you close your eyes. You can easily change the climate with just one breath and one breath. He looked at the crowd, grinned, and revealed his sharp fangs. The dragon's tail flickered, and the void rolled towards the crowd like a stormy sea wave. The combat power below the 4th level has been shaken by the pressure, and the whole body is out of control. Above the 3rd level, those with weaker strength only have a little ability to move. A terrifying attack is coming, and if they don't respond, they will definitely die. Start a realm confrontation, Old Man Bailey shouted. After everyone heard the words, they didn't dare to neglect and tried their best. Countless light masks lit up, blocking the candle dragon. But the moment these realms encountered Zhulong's void offensive, most people's realms disappeared in just a few moments. Only the realms of Old Man Bailey, Father Qin, Yin Zhou, and others can barely resist 1 or 2. Click! Cracks spread like spider webs on the surface of the realm. And Father Qin and Yin Zhou were both knocked away. Old Man Bailey tried hard to hold on, but his clothes were shattered. He groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, as if he couldn't resist for long. After all, he had already fought a war with King Garuda before, and this was not his prime period. If this continues, the human race will undoubtedly die. Qin Feng frowned, reached into his arms, and took out the toad skin of the Lord of the Swamp. If he didn't summon him now, how could he wait? The divine thought sank into the toad skin, and the sound of gurgling water rang out. The surrounding space is like water, with ripples. Boom! With a roar, a huge object jumped out of the watery void and landed heavily on the ground. A dull voice sounded. You called me here to deal with it. The rest of the words came to an abrupt end. The Lord of the Swamp looked at the candle dragon in front of him. His body trembled, and there was fear in his eyes. It's such an evil thing. The Lord of the Swamp has been around for thousands of years, so he naturally understands the battle between gods and demons back then. And looking at the many gods and demons, this Zhulong is definitely the best among them, even though he has a huge body and amazing momentum. If it is a one-on-one duel, he is not qualified even if he is afraid of putting a gap in the opponent's teeth. To be honest, he wanted to run away. The reason why he was able to survive several disasters and still survive despite being contaminated by the curse was because he used the word go to the extreme. Back then, you didn't dare to participate in the battle between gods and demons. You hid in the void and escaped. Why? Now you want to be my enemy? Are you brave enough for me? Zhu Longing laughed out loud. The Swamp Lord immediately trembled. Is this toad intimidated? Qin Feng saw that something was wrong with the situation and hurriedly said, So what if I am your enemy? How can the great lord of the swamp be afraid of you? And he promised this junior that he would cut you into pieces. Father Qin looked sideways, with a pale face and a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fengwu was already very good at telling lies with his eyes open, and he didn't know who he learned it from. Oh! Zhulong's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. The lord of the swamp suddenly tilted his head, wishing he could swallow Qin Feng in one gulp. When did he say this? It's just playing the piano randomly. After thousands of years, I came back to this world. These few people alone are really not enough to eat. So I will use you as an appetizer, Zhulong said with a sneer. And the world was shaken by the pressure. It's all a mistake. Before the lord of the swamp finished speaking, Qin Feng interjected. It's not certain who will eat who, with the great lord of the swamp sitting in charge. How dare you dare to be so presumptuous? Father Qin responded. The lord of the swamp is so powerful that he can be afraid of a mere reptile. The rest of the people looked at each other, all tacitly understanding each other. But in just a moment, they all appeared behind the lord of the swamp, as if they were standing with him as a firm backing. Old man Bailey even said bluntly, Lord of the swamp, you control the way of the void, which can just limit the opponent's movements. I will raid the formation for you. These damn humans were gnashing their teeth in anger and wanted to swallow everyone present. However, before he could vent his anger, Zhulong opened his mouth, spit out a breath, and sprayed it towards him. The unparalleled high temperature seems to melt everything. The void was shattered as if it had been cut open by a hot iron. The opponent had already made a killing move, and the lord of the swamp had no choice but to respond. He punched himself in the abdomen, and thick water spurted out, sticking the void together, and resisted the candle dragon's attack. And the viscous liquid rushed towards Zhulong again, solidifying the space around him and successfully restricting the opponent's movements. Qin Feng was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that this ugly toad really had two brushes. How could the human race let go of such a good opportunity? Each used their most powerful means to attack Zhulong. Time and space seemed to stand still at this moment. And silently, terrifying fluctuations erupted at Zhulong's head. A point of annihilation. Like a black hole. Did it succeed? Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he stared straight ahead. However, a sinister and sinister laughter sounded, and the energy of black and white exploded. At this moment, only these two colors were left in the world. The Swamp Lord bore the brunt of the attack and was knocked back. Father Qin and others were also shaken by the residual power and flew hundreds of feet away. Even if everyone joins forces, they are still no match for Zhulong. What surprised Qin Feng even more was that the Swamp Lord's right shoulder was already covered in blood and flesh, and the latter's right arm was actually bitten off by the Zhulong. The power of Zhulong is far beyond everyone's imagination. Qin Feng's face was extremely solemn. He used his double pupil power again and looked at Zhulong, intending to find the opponent's weakness just like he did with King Garuda before. But when the innate energy appeared in his eyes, Zhulong felt something in his heart. He looked up with his vertical pupils and said excitedly, It's actually the innate energy? Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth. The huge dragon body of the candle dragon swung, and the dragon head surged towards Qin Feng. This shocking change happened so fast that no one could react. The space was locked. Qin Feng could not move. And escape became a luxury. The huge vertical pupil is getting closer and closer, and the strong smell of blood in the opponent's mouth assaults his nostrils. Death only takes a moment. How can mortals resist the murderous intentions of gods? But at this critical moment, the speed of a figure even surpassed Zhulong. Boom! The airflow surged, and Qin Feng's silver hair fluttered. Countless water droplets splashed on his face. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and what he saw was an astonishing red color. The silhouette in front of him looked so small in front of Zhulong, but in Qin Feng's eyes, it looked extremely majestic. Dad. Qin Feng looked dull. Father Qin put his hands on Zhulong's mouth, using his mortal body to resist the god's attack. Puff! His chest had been pierced by fangs, and dark red blood was gurgling from his mouth. Zhulong sneered and said, How can ants stop God's footsteps? He is closer to Qin Feng. For him, There is no difference between swallowing 1 and 2. Father Qin let out a hoarse sob. Even if his chest was torn apart by fangs, he would not retreat an inch, because behind him, there is a son that he needs to protect. He would never allow another family member to die in front of him. The flesh and blood all over his body stirred and his muscles protruded. He mobilized his chi to the extreme. A black gold light flowed from his heart and spread all over his body. It was the power given to him by Zhinshinsiyu. The evil ghost's shadow appears and condenses on his right arm. He will use all his strength in this attack. Boom! A punch was thrown out with unparalleled power. Zhulong's huge body was unexpectedly blasted thousands of feet away. This blow subverted everyone's understanding. Father Qin slowly turned around. His mask was in pieces. His face was pale, but with a smile. Your father! Isn't he awesome? Qin Feng saw how serious his father's injury was. He cried and shook his head and said, Dad, don't talk. I can cure you. Father Qin didn't say much. He looked at Qin Feng quietly, his eyes full of relief. He wanted to see a few more times, and he wanted to reach out and touch his son's face again. But the moment the arm stretched out, it turned into dust and slowly dissipated. How can one gain godlike power without paying a price? Without the protection of Tao, his body would not be able to bear it. But in order to save his son, even if he died, what would it matter? Feng, you have always been my pride. The light words dispersed in the wind, just like the smile on Dad's face. Qin Feng wanted to reach out and grab it, but couldn't grab anything. Ah! The heartbreaking cry resounded throughout the world. At this moment, Qin Feng felt like his heart was cut by a knife. Chapter 680 Dragon Soul Crushing Spear. Click! In Fengtian City, in the lobby of the Qin Mansion, the teacup in Erin Yang's hand accidentally fell, and the fragments and tea splashed all over the floor. She seemed to feel something, and her heart felt like a knife. Mom, are you okay? Lu Jianli and Song Filan asked with concern. Erin Yang shook her head and looked towards the south, tears streaming down her face for some unknown reason. When Hao and Yuan climbed to the top of the sky tower, the Tianjian Imperial Master suddenly sighed and looked sad. Beside the Juka River, Zhinshinsiyu put down the fishing rod in his hand and suddenly stood up. I wanted to help him understand the Tao and enter the realm of transcendence, but I didn't expect that he would use his unbearable power in advance. Zhinshinsiyu's face darkened slightly, and the surface of the Juka River instantly stirred up waves. He turned around and walked towards the direction of Shengongfeng, but after only a few steps, he disappeared. At Zhenling Pass, Old Man Bailey came to Qin Feng's side. Father Qin's body had dissipated like sand. He looked at the latter's grief-stricken appearance, and his thousands of words finally turned into a sigh. However, the danger has not been eliminated. It hurts! It hurts! The huge dragon tail of the candle dragon swung wildly, and there were countless ravines on the ground, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The dragon's body hit the Lingshan Mountain, and the towering Lingshan Mountain collapsed instantly. Zhulong's figure appeared in front of everyone again, but his state was obviously completely different from before. Father Qin's punch contained the Taoist principles and hit Zhulong's face. His face was like a shattered lens. The black and white energy surged, and Zhulong wanted to repair the injury, but the crack showed no sign of improvement at all. I want you to die. I want this world to be immersed in endless fear, Zhulong roared. Black air spurted out from his mouth, and in the ravines of the earth, green flames burned blazingly. It was the ghost fire of the underworld, and among the will-o'-the-wisps, the dead Garuda tribe reappeared. Their flesh and blood were rotten, and their bones were exposed. Their gloomy appearance made people feel terrified. According to the principles of Yin and Yang in the Candle Dragon Palm, the existence that he can kill himself is resurrected in this alternative way. This is the ghost of the forest. Kill! Zhulong roared angrily. Endless Garuda corpses rushed towards everyone. Song Mu came to Qin Feng and said, Now is not the time to be sad. Cheer up quickly. However, Qin Feng turned a deaf ear. Take him away! Old Man Bailey shouted immediately. When Song Mu heard this, without thinking, he picked up Qin Feng with one hand and swept towards the outside of Zhenling Pass. With the wind howling in his ears, Qin Feng recalled everything he had experienced with Father Qin, and his chest overflowed with sadness. Song Mu brought him to a safe location, but no matter how she shouted, the latter didn't respond at all. Snapped. A clear slap sounded. Qin Feng raised his head blankly. Song Mu looked at the other party's appearance. Words of reproach came to his lips, but he couldn't say anything. She gently hugged Qin Feng in her arms and said, Your father sacrificed his life to save you and never wants to see you like this. When he left, he had a smile on his face. He must also hope that you can face the rest of your life with a smile. Some color returned to Qin Feng's eyes, and his father's words before his death rang in his ears. "Father, you have always been my pride. Yes, now is not the time to be sad. Zhulong, who killed my father, is not dead yet. How could I give up on myself like this?" Qin Feng murmured. Hearing this, Song Mu loosened his arms. "Now! Everyone's strength is indispensable. We need you." Qin Feng stood up, clenched his fists, and turned his grief and anger into strength. He looked up at the battlefield, facing Garuda's corpse. Everyone was already stretched thin. How could they fight against the terrifying Zhulong? However, he also clearly understands that with his current strength at the 3rd level, he cannot cause any harm to Zhulong. Only the extraordinary can kill the extraordinary. Qin Feng recalled what his father had said. At this moment, the bright moonlight around Qin Feng lit up, dragging his consciousness into the divine sea. The white deer with colorful antlers was still there, and the shadow of Senior Xian Yi also appeared. Before Qin Feng could speak, Ting Yuxuan stood up from the divine sea, and the barrier blocking the 8th level was shattered inch by inch at this moment. The strong suction force swept Qin Feng and Xian Yi into the 8th layer. When they entered their eyes, they still saw the vast sea of white clouds. Suddenly, a hateful giant face with a sinister smile appeared from the sea of clouds. Qin Feng was shocked. It was actually Zhulong. The sea of clouds dispersed in an instant, and the vision suddenly became clear. The candle dragon swam between the sky and the earth, and with a big gulp, extreme cold came to the world. Countless creatures were deprived of life, and the earth was vast. "They are all ants!" Zhulong laughed harshly. At this moment, a figure appeared above him. The figure was glowing with holy white light. His face could not be seen clearly, but Qin Feng could tell that this figure was none other than Senior Xian Yi. "Who are you?" Zhulong looked at the white shadow. A look of shock flashed across his huge vertical pupils. But the white figure didn't say anything. He arrived in front of Zhulong in an instant. Platinum light emerged from his right hand, and then his index finger lightly touched Zhulong's giant pupil. Heart-rending screams suddenly sounded, and the clicking sounds were endless. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he saw Zhulong's Tao principle shatter, and the life in his giant pupils quickly passed away. Then his huge dragon body fell from the sky and stopped moving. It turns out that Zhulong's weakness is the vertical pupil, Qin Feng thought in his mind. He turned his head and looked at Senior Xian Yi, who was also deep in thought. Apparently, just like last time, Senior Xian Yi's memory had recovered somewhat. After a while, Qin Feng spoke up and said, "Senior, can you give me the power to kill Zhulong?" Xian Yi came back to his senses. "With the recovery of my memory, my power is more abundant than before. I can borrow your body to come to the world. But with your current strength, it may be difficult to bear the flesh and blood without the protection of Tao. My power." Qin Feng thought of his father's broken body. He wanted to avenge his father, but he also clearly understood that if his father was alive, he would never want to pay the price with his life. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, and the colorful horned white deer spoke. "I can help you solve this problem." On the battlefield, even though Zhulong was severely injured by Father Qin, everyone was still no match for him. The sun and moon change, and yin and yang reverse. The power of Zhulong's principles makes everyone play with applause. At the same time, in Fotian City, the god-suppressing Siyu appeared above Shen Gongfang, holding a long spear in his hand. The spear was slender and red, like flowing fire. Dragon scales were exposed on the spear body, and the sound of dragon roars could be heard endlessly. This is Yuan Jia's supreme treasure forged from dragon horns, the dragon soul-crushing divine spear. Jinshan Siyu was hanging high in the sky, his eyes looking towards the direction of Jinling Pass in the southern region. His eyes seemed to penetrate through the layers of space and locked on Zhulong. At Jinling Pass, Zhulong felt something in his heart and looked north suddenly. Jinshan Siyu raised his spear high above his head, because his coat could not withstand the strength of his arms. It shattered, revealing his strong body, as if he were in his prime. He threw his right arm violently, and the void collapsed. The dragon soul-crushing spear actually ignored the space, and appeared in front of Zhulong in just an instant. Boom! The red light penetrated Zhulong's face. Xianzhang's body flew out upside down, and the corpses of the Garuda clan were eliminated in an instant. Chapter 681. The Saint comes, and the stars and gods guide him. Is the reputation of Dagon the strongest groundless? Even if he cannot step out of Fontian City, he can still unleash such powerful power. At Shinling Pass, the Ghost Buddha was shocked when he saw this scene. Then what is that? The second ghost-faced man seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. Shinshin Siyu. He thought that the last time Fontian City came into contact with the opponent, he already knew the opponent's limit. But now it seems that when the god-suppressing Siyu dealt with him, he didn't use all his strength at all. Gong Du looked forward and saw that Julong's vitality had not disappeared. He said solemnly, "If the god-suppressing Siyu can still take action, Julong will definitely die." As one of the 12 divine generals of the demon-slaying division, he has never questioned the strength of the god-suppressing division. Hearing this, the fuzzy black shadow shook his head. Shinshin Siyu can no longer take action. How many weapons in this world can withstand his power? This shot failed to hit Julong's vertical pupil. This battle is over, and the 4 regions of Dakian will suffer Julong's wrath. The fact is just as the blurred shadow said. The sudden shock shocked everyone, but Julong was not killed by that unparalleled shot. The dragon soul crushing divine spear pierced Julong's forehead, missing the vertical pupil by a foot. Julong looked at the crowd, blood dripping from his forehead, making his face look hideous. And the dragon soul crushing divine spear was shattered inch by inch because it withstood such terrifying power. If he were in an ordinary state of transcendence and suffered such heavy losses before and after, he would definitely die. But the candle dragon controls the principles of Yin and Yang. Yin represents the energy of death, the return of the dead, and the ghosts and ghosts. Yang represents endless vitality. As long as his vertical pupils do not suffer a devastating blow, he is an immortal existence. The house leaked and it rained all night. A blurry black shadow led a group of ghost-faced men to appear beside Julong. At this time, it was their turn to take action. Julong turned his head and looked up, smiling solemnly. "I remember your scent. It was you who gathered my remaining body and divinity to bring me back to the world." The fuzzy black shadow said respectfully, "This world needs the blessing of gods and demons to face the unknown terror and murderous intent. So we have gone through all the trouble to resurrect you." Julong's face darkened. His pupils shrank, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was afraid of the unknown terror. He said lightly, "It seems that you know some secrets of the fairy world and the ghost world. No wonder your vision is much higher than these ants. I originally wanted to erase all the existence of this world, and then reopen the rift between the fairy world and the ghost world to attract the remaining gods and demons to the world. But you guys are qualified to do something for me. Now, I will give you this opportunity to help me kill these ants." With Julong's character, he is sinister and cunning. If it were in the past, he would definitely swallow up all the ghost face and the others without saying a word. However, at this moment, after he suffered heavy losses from Father Qin and the god-suppressing Siyu, even if his vitality was not exhausted, he was already at the end of his life. He needs help. As you wish. When the humans and dragons saw this scene, their expressions darkened. With the addition of the ghost-faced man to the battle, their pressure increased sharply. After all, these people are not weak hands. Moreover, after experiencing several battles in succession, Julong was at the end of his strength. So why were they not? In addition, the Lord of the Swamp is only here to repay the cause and effect. And he has already lost an arm. He will definitely not go all out in the next battle, and may even take the opportunity to escape. Could it be that this time I have really run out of energy? Old Man Bailey looked extremely solemn. Ding! At this moment, a crisp sound sounded, like a bell being blown by the wind, or like water droplets falling into a clear spring. Everyone looked around, wondering where the sound was coming from. Only Song Mu, who had been staying beside Qin Feng, had light blue eyes full of shock. Qin Feng stood up. He still had silver hair and amber eyes, but 2 colorful antlers grew on his head, and his whole body exuded a holy halo. His temperament was completely different from before. He raised his head and glanced at the battlefield, his expression unperturbed. "Qin Feng, you?" Song Mu said in surprise. Qin Feng chuckled and replied, "Leave the rest to me." After the words fell, Qin Feng pointed his toes on the void, and the void was like ripples on the water. In just a few moments, he crossed the distance of 1,000 feet and came to Julong again. Everyone was stunned by Qin Feng's appearance at this moment, but Old Man Bailey saw some clues. At this moment, Qin Feng's aura had reached a state of transcendence, and even he could not see through the depth of his strength. Julong looked at Qin Feng, facing the resurgence of his innate greed, but a kind of fear from the depths of his soul kept him silent. He suddenly recalled the day when the gods and demons came to the world thousands of years ago. And that figure in the sky caused him to fall into the abyss with just one blow. "It's him! It's him!" Xulong was shocked. But he said, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" The ghost-faced people did not hear the fear in his tone. And all looked at Qin Feng. Guifu, who had dealt with Qin Feng, didn't take it seriously and sneered. "Don't think that if you change your appearance and step into the third-level realm, you can participate in such a battle? Come and die!" Ghost Buddha took the lead and suddenly closed his 6 arms. He wanted to use the powerful magical power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to kill the opponent instantly. But before the breath in his body could be activated, a figure appeared beside him and patted his shoulder gently. Gui Buddha turned his head stiffly, his eyes showing unparalleled fear. "You." Before he finished speaking, his body fell into pieces under the shocked eyes of the ghost-faced man. Qin Feng looked around, and the ghost-faced men immediately distanced themselves. Everything just happened so fast that they didn't even react. In other words, this kind of thing is very likely to happen to them. The bow alone takes off the precious bow, and the bowstring is pulled like a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow ignored the distance between the two and shot straight to Qin Feng's head. With the understanding of the 10,000 god realm of Gong Dujian, the ghost-faced people determined that this arrow would definitely seriously injure the opponent. But what happened next was far beyond everyone's understanding. Qin Feng pinched his fingers and easily blocked the attack of sharp arrows. Then he waved his hand casually, and the sharp arrow shot towards Gong Du. And the speed was actually faster than when it came. Gong Du's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word, and the light in his eyes kept dimming. I saw a blood hole running through his forehead from front to back. The blurry black figure reacted and shouted, "Jin Yun is hungry!" As a literati, he sensed a strong murderous intention. If he did not escape at this moment, he would definitely die. The bloody mouth appeared from the void, and all the ghost-faced people rushed towards the mouth of the void. Qin Feng held his right hand, and the heaven and earth formed in his palm. When those ghost-faced men emerged from the bloody mouth again, they were shocked to find that they were still where they were. What kind of terrifying method is this? The ghost-faced man was already a turtle in urn. But Qin Feng did not choose to deal with him, because Xulong saw that something was wrong. He actually swung his huge dragon body and fled to the horizon. The transcendental state has a strong premonition of life and death. There is a voice in his head that constantly persuades him to run away. However, facing Qin Feng now, how could he escape? Qin Feng made a move with his right hand, and as the moonlight fell, Xulong's huge body seemed to be frozen in the air, unable to move. But in a flash, Qin Feng appeared in front of Xulong. The latter's expression was frightened. In his huge pupils, the Qin Feng in front of him kept overlapping with the figure in his impression. "No! Don't kill me! I'm useful to you. I can tell you about the changes in the fairy world. They will also come to this world. You need me!" Xulong trembled. "Zhu Jiuyin, if I don't kill you, how can I comfort the departed soul?" Qin Feng said softly. Zhu Jiuyin is Xulong's real name. The divinity of the transcendent realm is linked to the name. Qin Feng wants to erase the existence of Xulong from the world. He raised his right hand, and on his right index finger, platinum light gathered. Behind him, countless white light spots appeared, and each light spot turned into a shadow. The phantom slowly placed their hands on Qin Feng's right hand. Among them were the common people who died in vain, the soldiers who died in battle, and the deceased Father Qin. Father Qin looked at Qin Feng, smiled happily, and then nodded slightly. Tears welled up in Qin Feng's eyes. He let out a breath and pointed his index finger on Xulong's vertical pupils. "This is the guide of the stars." Click! Click! Xulong's vertical pupils began to fall apart, and his huge dragon body was also shattered inch by inch. Then, there was only a roar. This terrifying god and demon, who came to the world in ancient times, has finally completely disappeared from the world at this moment. Chapter 682: The Crack Between the Fairy World and the Ghost World. "Xulong! Are you dead?" Li Luo opened his mouth, his face dull. He had already entered the third level 6 months ago, and among his peers, no one could match him. But when he personally visited such a battlefield, he realized his own insignificance and powerlessness, not to mention increasing his fighting power. But trying not to do any harm, let him use all his strength. But how could he have imagined that such a terrifying existence would be wiped out by that hateful guy? Li Luo stared blankly at Qin Feng's back, and his memory suddenly drifted back to the past. When the two met for the first time, it was in a tavern in Qiyuan City. The other person was still a scumbag, and he was not even qualified to look at him. The second time he met Wang Jianzong, although his strength was higher, the shock came more from Lu Jianli. Until today, Li Luo suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to only see the other person's back. Qin Feng looked at his right hand. The white light dissipated, and the shadows of everyone had long since disappeared. His silver hair turned black again. His antlers faded away, and the amber in his eyes flashed away. His eyes went black and his body fell from the sky. Although the white deer with colorful antlers helped him resist the backlash of super god power, his spirit had reached its limit. Song Mu flashed, held Qin Feng firmly in his arms, and then swept back into the crowd. Xulong is dead and his breath has completely disappeared. The ghost face people are still trapped in the world in Qin Feng's palm and cannot escape. The crisis seems to be over. However, Song Mu turned his head and discovered that Old Man Bailey and his group looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. The sky suddenly darkened and the earth trembled. A crack suddenly opened in the sky, like a heavenly gate. Not only that, the earth is crisscrossed with ravines. Ghost fires are emerging, and in the dark abyss, the space is distorted and looks extremely weird. In the Tianmen, a huge pupil appeared, looking at the world from the narrow cracks. In the twisted space of the abyss, countless skeletal arms stretched out, and the shrill wails made people shudder. And this horrifying scene does not only occur in the Southern Territory. What's going on? Yin Zhou frowned. Old Man Bailey obviously expected such a result and explained. The candle dragon holds the yin and yang. Yin can connect to the ghost world, and yang can connect to the fairy world. When the gods and demons came to the world, and when the western regions were dead, they were able to open the cracks in the ghost world because of the divinity of Xulong. However, Xulong died and his divinity returned to heaven and earth, which led to this result. Wouldn't this mean that this world will face a greater crisis? Song Zong said in a deep voice. It's a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. The rules of this world are incomplete, and many Taoist orders want to reach a higher level, but they have no way to find it. But now, the rift between the fairy world and the ghost world has opened, and it has also opened up many paths to promotion. Wait, you might as well feel it carefully and see if there are any changes. After hearing what Old Man Bailey said, everyone followed suit, and then their eyes widened. The thin spiritual energy in the world has become extremely rich at this moment. There are also the ghostly aura of the netherworld, the immortal aura of Hongmeng, and the aura of the ancient gods. These auras that should have disappeared from the ancient times have returned to the world. This also means that those high-quality people who have sufficient background, but have been unable to break through the bottleneck have further capital. While everyone was excited, they did not forget the crisis before them. Yinzhou looked at the huge pupils in the cracks high in the sky and said worriedly, It takes time for the human race to fully improve their strength. But these guys will not wait for us. Old Man Bailey shook his head. This crack was not opened by Xulong himself, but evolved from the return of divinity to heaven and earth after death. Naturally, there are ways to deal with it. Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, they saw a golden light suddenly shining in the northern sky. That was the direction of Fengtian City. Master Tianjin waved his sleeves, and a huge white light formation appeared in the sky above Fengtian City. In the Dragon Palace of the Imperial Palace, 7 golden dragons bared their teeth and claws, swept out of the palace, and roared in the sky. At the same time, in the dragon towers in Tianqing town across the 4 regions of Daqian, dazzling golden light emitted from the dragon suppression monument, and the roar of the dragon shook the heaven and the earth. Countless spiritual energy rolled from the dragon veins into Fengtian City and merged into the white light formation. Suppress! Tianjin Imperial Master shouted. As the words fell, several chains flew in all directions in the formation, sealing the cracks in the fairy world. The terrifying existence inside wanted to come to this world through the crack. But the moment it touched the chain, it let out a shrill wail. When everyone at Jilin Pass saw the scene, they instantly understood the meaning of what Old Man Bailey said earlier. Bai Yin asked aloud, With this ban, they will never be able to get involved in this world. Old Man Bailey shook his head. It's just a temporary measure. Yin Zhou looked at the ghost fires in the ravines of the earth and the twisted abyss, and asked curiously, Why didn't the ban have an effect on the ghost world? Everything is arranged by itself. Qin Feng fell into a coma. His consciousness was in a dark space, and he couldn't see his fingers. Suddenly, a little firelight lit up, which seemed so unexpected in the darkness. Qin Feng walked towards the fire and discovered that it was a bonfire. And beside the bonfire, there was a figure sitting. If you look closely, you will see that it is Father Qin. Dad! Qin Feng was so excited that he ran towards the other party. He wanted to touch the other party, but his right hand directly penetrated the other party's body. In fact, Qin Feng knew very well that his father had died a long time ago, and all this was just his fantasy. Father Qin turned his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. "You brat! Why are you looking so sad? You are like this. What are you going to do? Now that I am no longer here, you are the pillar of Qin Mansion. Do you understand?" It was indeed a fantasy. Exactly the same as the father in his memory. Qin Feng looked at Father Qin quietly. Even if it was fake, he still cherished the time he had now. When Father Qin saw this, he sighed. He wanted to say more words. But the dark world trembled suddenly. Countless whimpers and wails sounded, making people scalp numb and shuddering. Father Qin stood up and spat. "I was born to work hard, and I will never have peace after death." With that said, he was about to leave. But before leaving, Father Qin turned around and said solemnly, "All the money I save for personal use is hidden in the gap in the wall behind the third floor of the bookshelf on the right side of the entrance to the study. After you go back, you must choose a time to take it out. And you must not waste it. Oh, and don't tell your second mother. I secretly hid this. Do you understand?" Qin Feng had a strange look on his face. If it was just a fantasy, it would be a bit too real. Even this ungrateful look was exactly the same. Snapped. The bonfire was extinguished, and the surroundings were dark again. Qin Feng's consciousness also seemed to be sucked into the deep sea, and he could no longer notice anything. Returning to reality, under the ravine of the earth, in the twisted abyss, a huge bone arm suddenly stretched out, just like it did in the western region. Yino and the others were prepared, thinking that another battle was about to break out. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The huge bone arm was forcibly pulled back by some unknown entity. The sound of breaking continued one after another, and finally fell silent again. There was no more movement in the twisted abyss. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what happened. Only Old Man Bailey breathed a sigh of relief, with a happy smile on his face. Chapter 683 New Enemy. Due to the huge overdraft of his soul, Qin Feng was in coma for 3 days and 3 nights. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a bed in a restaurant. Qinan, who was beside the bed, looked anxious and his eyes were red. "Brother, you finally woke up." "Yes," Qin Feng responded. He sat up and asked, "How long have I slept?" "This is already the 4th day." When Qin Feng heard this, he looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, but to him, it seemed like a world away. "Brother, Daddy." Tears welled up in Qin An's eyes. He naturally learned about the news of Qin's death from others. Qin Feng opened his mouth, and the thousands of words he said finally turned into silent sadness. "Later, come with me to Zhiling Pass to have a look." It may be said that it was heaven's last mercy. The battle at Zenlingwen left hundreds of miles of devastation. But the cave where the suicide notes of the soldiers were stored was not damaged. The mountain cliffs on the cave collapsed, burying the entrance of the cave. It took the surviving soldiers 2 days to make the cave visible again. The suicide notes inside were covered in dust, but fortunately they were all intact. When Qin Feng and his 2 men passed by this place, they only saw soldiers carefully taking out these suicide notes, fearing that anyone would be damaged or missed. A veteran with gray hair took out several suicide notes from many suicide notes. His eyes were red. He gently wiped off the dust with his right hand and said to himself, "Why did God confiscate this old immortal like me and take him away instead?" "A few of you," another soldier yelled. "You bitch. You agreed that after this battle is over, you will invite me to go to a brothel to sleep with an Orin. I went down first. What kind of nonsense is that? You still owe me a hacking penny and haven't paid it back. Why are you so embarrassed to die?" Cursing, the man covered his face and cried. And pictures like this can be seen everywhere. Qin Feng and the others arrived at the Zhiling Pass, and there were many soldiers cleaning the battlefield. They wanted to piece together the bodies of their brothers, but they could only hold up the ashes of an unknown person. How could Qiao Fan leave many intact bodies in the battle? The dead soldiers had become one with this land. The Long Zhiling Pass had already been shattered after suffering the aftermath of the battle. And the Lingshan Mountain, where snow fell all year round, no longer existed after the previous battle. Bangta, behind Qin Feng, there were footsteps approaching. Looking back, Lu Tianlu and Liang were walking towards them. "Did you bring wine?" Lu Tianlu asked. Qin Feng nodded. "How much do you want?" "Take as much as you have," Liang replied. Qin Feng didn't say anything more. With a wave of his right hand, dozens of altars of immortal drunkenness in the Xumi ring were neatly placed on the Jinling gate.
If we win this battle, how can we celebrate without some wine?
Lu Tianlu said as he opened the wine jar and poured the entire jar of wine down. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng and the other three followed suit. The wine was falling like rain all over the sky. But suddenly a strong wind blew up, and the wine was swept into the ravines of the earth. Several people seemed to hear the cheerful laughter of countless soldiers in the wind.
Happy!
Liang drank a jar of fine wine in one gulp. He was in his prime. But he didn't know when his temples turned white. If fame is given to a pot of wine, how many robes will be buried in the ground? Generals have gray hair, and old soldiers become orphans. News of Jinling Pass naturally spread back to Fengtian City. In the imperial study, Emperor Ming held the memorial in his hand. The snow in the southern region had finally been swept away, but there was no smile in his eyes. According to statistics from the Ministry of War, a total of 13,400 soldiers went out to fight in this battle, and only 21,024 survived. Sadness is like a river, flooding the entire Fengtian City. Emperor Ming opened the door to the treasury and issued countless pensions. He also set up a soul-calling drum on the gate of Fengtian City. Every morning at dawn, he would wear a white wand on his head and beat the drum on the wall for the duration of a stick of incense. It lasted for 7 days. But no one knows how many dead souls will hear the drums and find their way home.
Something is wrong.
Qin Feng looked at his divine sea and frowned. The destiny stars in the sky have now turned into a dazzling platinum destiny star, which is a sign that he has entered the third level. But the key problem is that there is an extra black and white energy in his divine sea. And if he remembered correctly, this black and white aura should be the divinity of Zhulong.
This thing is inside my body, and it always feels a little oozing. I don't know if there is any way to peel it off.
Qin Feng wanted to find someone to ask, but the mysterious white deer with colorful horns had disappeared. Perhaps Senior Xian Yi lent his power to him, which resulted in too much consumption. The day after he killed Zhulong, he fell into a deep sleep and had no response no matter how he was called. After much thought, Qin Feng could only find the chief master who was still here, on the hillside outside Jinyang City. Old Man Bailey took a sip from his wine flask and poured it in front of the tomb of Senior Liang. It has long been the old man's habit to visit here from time to time. Suddenly there were footsteps approaching, and Old Man Bailey didn't look back because he knew who was coming. Qin Feng walked to the old man's side and told him his purpose. After hearing this, the old man replied leisurely,
"The divinity in the transcendent realm is a rare treasure. Now that Zhulong is dead, the divinity that is merged into your body cannot make any waves. You can understand it carefully. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to understand the principles of yin and yang in it."
Qin Feng was slightly startled when he heard this. Tao is something that transcends the shackles of heaven and earth. If he can really understand it, it will help him enter the realm of transcendence in the future.
I thought it was a curse that killed Zhulong and caused trouble, but I didn't expect it to be a great gift after his death.
Qin Feng was very excited. At this moment, there was just a click, and a crack appeared on Senior Liang's tombstone. The earth suddenly trembled. Ravines were crisscrossed, and the flames of the netherworld ignited blazingly from the ravines. Boom! Bang bang! From the ghostly fire, a figure stepped out. He looked similar to a human, but was much taller, nearly 2 feet tall, with a burly build and black flame surging all over his body. He looked around and laughed wildly.
This is the human world, and indeed the smell of the weak is everywhere. I want to occupy this place, open up territory for my king, and wait for his arrival.
The huge figure caught a glimpse of Qin Feng and the two of them. The green flames in his eyes swayed, and he sneered.
Crossing Huangquan Road. It took too much energy. Just use the two of you to beat the two sacrifice.
As soon as the words fell, the giant shook his big hand, and the black flames around him seemed to be alive, rushing towards Qin Feng and the two of them. This move is quite similar to the puppet technique of the 100 Ghost Taoist. The sudden change made Qin Feng frown. Without saying a word, he mobilized his energy, and in the night sky, a red thunderbolt fell from the sky. When the giant saw the red thunder, his originally unruly face was full of fear.
It turned out to be a life-destroying thunder? No. No!
Boom! With a roar, the giant's scream suddenly stopped, leaving only a huge pit and charred blackness everywhere.
So weak!
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Although I don't know the reason. The other party must have come to this world from the ghost world. Qin Feng originally thought that the opponent was so big and his appearance was so awesome that he was at least a mini-boss. but he didn't expect that he would be wiped out in one encounter.
Teacher, what's going on?
Old Man Bailey also looked thoughtful. Just at this moment, Senior Li Yang's tombstone glowed with green light, and a familiar voice sounded. Chapter 680 for the beginning of a new era.
There is a ghost who has stepped through the gate of H.L., crossed the road of H.L., and entered the world through the crack.
It was the voice of Senior Li Yang. Qin Feng looked at the tombstone and felt surprised.
The Ghost General's name is Hui Yin, and he is a subordinate of the Eastern Ghost Emperor. His strength is astonishing, and he is also a famous figure in the ghost world. Even if his strength is not as strong as the 12 divine generals, he can still handle it with ease against third-level masters. The location where he came to the world should be near Jinyang City.
Old Man Bailey,
hurry up and stop him. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous.
When Qin Feng heard this, he raised his brows slightly. It was clear that the other party said a lot of words, but to him, it seemed as if those words were directly reflected in his mind in a blink of an eye. He turned his head and looked at Old Man Bailey, who explained,
during the natural disaster in the western region, the cracks in the netherworld and the ghost realm were opened. Since then, Li Yang can use this stone tablet to convey information about the netherworld and ghost realm to this world. It's a pity that Yin and Yang are separated, so the words I'm waiting for can't fall into his ears. Let's hear what else he has to say.
Qin Feng nodded slightly and said nothing. Then Li Yang talked about the current situation of the ghost world. After the Ghost Master wakes up, he must unite the power of everyone in the ghost world to fight against the terrifying existence, thereby reorganizing the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world. Among them, the Ghost King from all directions is undoubtedly the strongest. However, thousands of years have passed, and the ghost world has been transformed. In addition, the young Ghost Master has not long since awakened, and his strength is far less than what he was back then. How can he convince the public? Among them, new Ghost Kings have emerged in the troubled times. Today, in the ghost world of the underworld, there is no longer a Ghost King from 4 directions, but a Ghost Emperor from 5 directions. The situation in the ghost world is naturally more chaotic than before. Fighting against that terrifying existence for thousands of years has exhausted all the Ghost Emperors mentally and physically. Coupled with the opening of the rift between the ghost world and the human world, some people have different thoughts in life. Therefore, the 5 Ghost Emperors are divided into 2 factions. One is to work with the Ghost Master to eliminate those terrifying existences in the ghost world. The other is to step through the Gate of Ghosts, swim through the road of H.L., use the cracks to enter the human world, and give up the ghost world. And the Eastern Ghost Emperor is this second type. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. After the death of the Candle Dragon, the divinity returned to heaven and earth, opening the rift between the fairy world and the ghost world, allowing the Hongming fairy energy, ancient divine energy, and nether ghost energy to come into the world. The human race has the capital to enter a higher realm, but risks and opportunities always coexist. This world will also face greater tests and stronger enemies. Just like today's Ghost General Hui Yin can step through the gate of H.L. and swim through the road of H.L., then the other Ghost Generals can certainly do it too. There are also the even more powerful 5 Directions Ghost Emperors, as well as terrifying existences that make both the gods and demons of the immortal world and the Ghost Emperors of the ghost world fear them. Qin Feng only felt that the world today seemed to be walking on thin ice. He shook his head and let out a breath. And the soldiers came to cover up the water and the earth. There will always be a solution to the matter later, and even worrying about it will be of no use. He turned his head and asked,
Master, could the Ghost General Hui Yin mentioned by Senior Li Yang be the 2-foot-tall guy with a fierce look just now?
Old Man Bailey pondered for a moment and replied,
I just felt the aura around me, and there were no other fluctuations. I think it's him. That guy doesn't seem to be as powerful as Senior Li Yang said.
Qin Feng murmured. After all, he chopped the opponent into ashes with a burst of thunder.
Thunder is a very strong and yang thing, and it has a natural restraint effect on Yin and ghosts. And after you reach the 3rd level, you can control the ancient divine thunder and the life-destroying thunder. Naturally, that guy will not get any benefit from you,
Old Man Bailey explained. While the two were talking, Li Yang's surprised voice came from the stone tablet.
Qin Feng? Is it you who is talking?
After hearing this, Qin Feng looked at Old Man Bailey with a look of surprise on his face.
Master, didn't you say that we can't hear our voices in the ghost world? So what's going on?
Old Man Bailey narrowed his eyes slightly, and it took him a while to realize.
No, he can only hear your voice, but he can't hear mine.
After thinking for only a moment, the old man came up with the answer.
Could it be that the divinity of Zhulong merged into your body, making you contaminated with the principles of yin and yang, so that you can convey the message of this world to the ghost world? If this is the case, it would be an unexpected surprise. After all, we can communicate with the ghost world, and we can also master more information. Qin Feng, you might as well give it a try.
Qin Feng nodded, and then said to the stone tablet,
Senior Liang, can you hear my voice? Can.
Sure enough, Qin Feng and Qin Feng looked at each other with joy on their faces. Then Liang said,
My time is limited. Qin Feng, please listen carefully. Some time ago, the underworld of the ghost world overflowed, and there were many more cracks between the ghost world and the human world. Although we, under the control of the ghost master,
blocked most of the people, it was inevitable that some fish would slip through the net. Just like today, like a ghost general. In the days to come, there will definitely be others who will swim through the underworld and step into the human world. But don't worry too much. The ghost master has already exerted his power, and it is difficult for beings above the ghost general to step through the gate of ghosts. The central ghost emperor has also used powerful means to lock the place where all the cracks are connected near Jinyang City. As long as you are alert in advance, you can avert danger, now that the ghost world is in turmoil. Even if I want to ask the ghost master to help you, I am powerless. You yourselves? You must be more careful.
After the words fell, there was no more sound in the stone tablet. Old man Bailey rubbed his chin. Thoughtfully,
this is good news.
Qin Feng asked curiously,
Master, when a being from the ghost world breaks into the human world, how can this be considered good news? The arrival of the fairy world and the ghost world is inevitable. How long do you think the ban above your head can stop them? This place can just be used as a battlefield, allowing humans to deal with powerful enemies from another world in advance, and take this opportunity to hone themselves.
When Qin Feng heard this, he understood instantly. Sail against the current, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. What this world needs now is to move forward courageously, rather than sit back and wait for death.
I will report this matter back to Fengtian City. I believe Emperor Ming will make his own decision.
In a daze, 3 days passed. Outside Jinyang City, Qinan said seriously,
Brother, are you really not going back to Fengtian City with me? According to the teacher's orders, I will guard the city here for half a year. Firstly, I can hone myself. And secondly, I can keep my filial piety for my father. The Qin mansion will be supported by you. Especially Ernyang. Nyang. She needs your protection right now. Brother, I'm stupid and can't say nice things. What if staying by my mother's side reminds her of sad things? Why don't you let me take your place and sit here to keep your father's filial piety? Want you to go back and support the Qin mansion?
Qin Feng looked at Qinan and shook his head.
That's inappropriate.
Why? Because I am also afraid of making Ernyang sad again. But neither of my 2 sons will go back, which is not appropriate both emotionally and rationally. Thinking of this, Qin Feng said seriously,
Because eldest brother, I am better than you. Wait until you reach the 3rd level and are confident that you can beat me. Then you can consider replacing me.
When the second brother heard this, his face froze. This reason left him unable to refute, and he could only leave in despair. As night fell, outside Jinyang City, the mountains and forests trembled suddenly. The eerie laughter came from the green will-o'-the-wisp, making people shudder. Qin Feng, who was standing on the roof of the mansion, looked away, then waved his right hand, and a red thunder struck down. The night became quiet again. Chapter 685. The half-year period has arrived. Half a year has passed by in a hurry, and the rift between the fairy world and the ghost world has opened, causing the cultivation of various great traditions in the human world to advance by leaps and bounds. Those masters who have been stuck at the peak of the 3rd level for a long time have stepped into the 2nd level after half a year of accumulation. What's more, some 2nd level peak masters have understood the principles of Tao within the past 6 months and entered the rumored realm of transcendence. Among them, Nantian Longyinzhou is the best. Of course, the increase in Qi in this world cannot only take care of the human race. The strength of the demons and ghosts in heaven and earth has also been greatly strengthened. In order to compete for the resources between heaven and earth, the disaster levels of ghosts are higher, and their occurrences are becoming more and more frequent. In addition, beings in the ghost world and fairy world sometimes break the ban and come to the world. Southern region, Jinyang City. Because of what Li Yang said back then, this city has become the city with the largest concentration of experts in the southern region. After all, this place is uniquely blessed by nature,
and the concentration of ghost energy is far higher than other places, which is of great benefit to the practice of the 100 Ghost tradition. Moreover, the ghost soldiers and generals in the ghost world will come here through the cracks from time to time, and they naturally need people to deal with them. Emperor Ming directly issued a decree on this, and used large sums of money to stimulate the masters of the southern region to go to Jinyang City to fight against the enemy. Over time, Jinyang City has become the largest city in the southern region. Inside the bustling Wanggueju, it was overcrowded. The powerful demon slayers and Sanren were there bragging to each other about their recent achievements, and they were very happy. Some time ago, I happened to encounter a boundary rift in the north of Jinyang City, and 3 ghost soldiers came out of it. 1 of 6th grade and 2 of 7th grade. With my 5th level strength, I am more than enough to deal with them. However, these guys are all very hard-hitting. Each one has to be hacked several times before they can be killed. I am exhausted from the beating. The so-called boundary gap is the passage between the ghost world and the human world, because every time it appears, the void will twist and open a gap. So the world named it after it. Who says otherwise? Each of these guys is a tough nut to crack. But if you can kill one of them, the rewards given by Emperor Ming and the Demon Slayer division are really tempting. If you are a 100 Ghost Taoist, you can also absorb the pure ghost energy from them and quickly improve your cultivation level, which is really a lot of benefits. At this time, someone sighed. But no matter how many benefits you get, you have to do it according to your ability. Otherwise, if you gain life, you will spend it in vain. Just like those ghost generals. Their strength is comparable to that of the 12 divine generals. And I heard people say that they have a kind of magical power, and their vitality is far beyond that of ordinary people. Ordinary 3rd grade people are really helpless against them. The man from the Ijan Demon Division said solemnly. I heard Master Sijing say that their magical power is called star picking and divination. What's the explanation? Everyone asked curiously. The man from the demon slaying department drank a glass of wine and said seriously. There is a road to the underworld in the ghost world. Those ghost soldiers and ghosts who want to come to this world must swim through that road to the underworld. Under the Huangquan Road, there are countless dead souls running around. When the number reaches a certain level, they will condense into ghost stars. Beings above the ghost general can use their great power to pluck the ghost star and merge it into themselves. Even if they die, they can use the ghost star to reforge their souls and ghost bodies. Hiss. The sound of breathing came and went. Someone exclaimed in shock. If this is really the case, and the ghosts and evil stars in the ghost general's body are immortal, aren't they immortal? The man from the Demon Slayer department nodded solemnly. Seeing the extremely solemn expressions on the faces of the people around him, the man put down his wineglass and said, You don't have to look like this. According to what Sijing said, the means of picking up stars and fortune points cannot be unlimited. But it is true that it is difficult to deal with. Master Zhou Kai, one of the 36 stars in the Southern Territory, once encountered a ghost general with 3 ghost stars in his body. He tried his best to destroy 2 of them, but was seriously injured by the opponent. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What happened next? Then, the man smiled. A red thunderbolt fell from the sky and chopped the ghost general into ashes. A group of people looked at each other with their eyes wide open. Someone seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, I know that red thunder. It is the ancient life-destroying thunder. And there is only one person in the world who can control this thunder. Is that what you said? Of course, it's Master Qin Feng. As soon as this name came out, other people in the restaurant looked over with excitement on their faces and joined in the conversation. Speaking of Master Qin, that's amazing. I was lucky enough to see him once. That figure in the sky and his graceful demeanor in killing ghost soldiers and generals with a snap of his finger really made people's hearts beat. That's right. One time when I returned from a mission in Jinyang City, I encountered a dragon beast with rank 7 tribulation power. Just when I thought I was certain to die, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky and killed the dragon beast directly. I looked up and saw Master Qin face to face. He nodded slightly and walked away with great ease. Master Qin is really a strange man in the world. If I hadn't been born as a man, I would have given my life to him. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings became quiet. All the men distanced themselves from him one after another, and then talked about the legend of Master Qin again. At this moment, the ground in Jinyang City shook slightly. Someone exclaimed in shock. This is the boundary formation being affected, and a boundary gap has appeared. Everyone rushed to the window and looked outside the restaurant. They saw a giant figure appearing out of thin air in the north direction of Jinyang City. The head was actually higher than the city wall,
The thick black fire wrapped around him. Judging from his posture, he must be at the level of a ghost general. Everyone in Jinong City was shocked. The giant said in a deep voice, I am Batu, the ghost general under the ghost emperor of the West. You will not escape death today. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right arm and slapped Jinong City with his huge palm like a city gate. Everyone was frightened when they saw the scene. Alas! A long sigh sounded from a corner of the restaurant. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Nabatu. But they did not notice a figure floating up. The figure flew to the window, stepped on the edge of the window, and then flew towards Batu at the city wall like a fairy. Seeing the handsome figure in black, everyone finally realized what they were doing. And then, they said in surprise, It's Master Qin! When Batu saw Qin Feng, who was no bigger than his palm, his eyes showed disdain. You dare to challenge me? Just a mere ant? Come and die! Qin Feng didn't say anything. She surged around his body. His eyes turned amber. And then he spread his right palm, and a mini red thunder unicorn appeared. The world suddenly darkened, and the powerful pressure actually made the arrogant Batu tremble all over. He looked at the thunder unicorn in Qin Feng's hand, and said in a trembling voice, It is the life-destroying thunder! No wonder there is no news about the ghost generals who came to this world before. They were all killed by you! After saying this, Batu turned around and ran away in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Although the ghost generals can swim through the underworld, and can use the magic power of catching stars to point their lives, but facing the life-destroying thunder, even if they have endless ghost evil stars, they will still be wiped out in an instant. Qin Feng said calmly, Be quieter. The mini unicorn rubbed Qin Feng's palm, roared in the sky, and smashed down Batu with a huge red thunder. No! But for a moment, the world fell silent. Qin Feng looked at the huge potholes on the plain outside the city and sighed helplessly. This Qilin didn't even know what restraint meant. The dust should have settled, but the void was slightly distorted, and an indifferent voice sounded in Qin Feng's ears. I see! The sound went away just as quickly as it came. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering who the owner of that voice was. He didn't worry too much, but took out a letter from his arms, with a happy smile on his face. Half a year has passed, and the two ladies at home have been pregnant for nearly 10 months. It's time to go back. Qin Feng looked to the north and murmured to himself. Chapter 686 Anya's Thoughts, and the Guidance of the Harem Master. Fontian City. In the Queen's Palace, Princess Anya was wearing a plain white dress, holding a cup of hot tea and blowing gently. The Queen said softly, In the past 6 months, your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and your Majesty is very satisfied. However, I am curious. In the past, you didn't pay much attention to cultivation. Why are you so enthusiastic now? An unnatural look flashed in Anya's eyes, and then she replied with a smile. Mother, you think too much. My practice is not much different from before. It's just that after the extraordinary arrival of the East Territory, the world here changed drastically. He followed the teacher's teachings, so the speed was much faster than before. The prince on the side chewed a piece of tea cake and said helplessly, Yes, it is indeed the same as before. You have no involvement in the Jubiozai now, and left it all to me. The last time I went to the palace to look for you, I learned from the maid that you were attracting Hongming's immortal energy in the Dingtian Tower, and stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights. Is this ridiculous? Especially from the Southern Territory. If there is any news about Qin Feng, you can start practicing. Before she finished speaking, Anya interrupted. Brother Emperor, your tea is cold. Why is the tea cold? This tea is clearly strong. The prince turned his head and saw Anya frowning slightly and her beautiful eyes widening. He immediately changed his words and said, It is indeed a little cold. Seeing the queen's gaze, Anya replied calmly, Mother, don't listen to the emperor's nonsense. My diligence in cultivation is just because of the fission of heaven and earth. I just want to improve my cultivation and do more things for my father and the people. As for the news about Qin Feng, I didn't deliberately inquire about it. I just heard it from people occasionally. After all, he and I are considered close friends. Don't have any other ideas? The queen stared into Anya's eyes. The latter looked away unnaturally. Naturally, there is no such thing. It seems that I have thought too much. In fact, His Majesty mentioned to me before that you have reached the age of leaving the cabinet and asked me if I have any good candidates for your consort. You can refer to it. When Anya heard this, her face suddenly turned pale. What did the Queen Mother say? I will naturally give more consideration to your wishes,
and see which people you usually get close to. Your Majesty suggested a few candidates, but I was not satisfied with them, so I rejected them for you."
Anya let out a breath, then took the queen's arm and smiled.
"The queen is still kind to me. I don't want to get married for the time being. I just want to stay with the queen."
The queen nodded slightly and said,
"Then I mentioned Qin Feng to your Majesty. This person has made great contributions to Dakian and has an irreversible relationship with you." Your Majesty was very satisfied after hearing this. "But since you have no intention of doing so, forget it. I will tell His Majesty for you later."
When Anya heard this, she felt her heart pounding, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. She held her mother's catkins in her hands, lowered her head and whispered,
"If this is your father's will, I can only accept it even if I don't want to. There is no need to force it. As long as I am here, you can rest assured."
Anya was anxious. She pursed her lips, thinking about the words in her heart. She looked up and saw the queen smiling but not smiling. She understood immediately.
Xiaofei said shyly, "Mother."
The prince on the side couldn't understand anything when he saw this look. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, his sister had let that pervert take away her heart. But now there are legends about that guy everywhere in Dakian, coupled with the other person's appearance. If he were a woman, maybe she would be secretly attracted to him? Thinking of this, the prince quickly shook his head, thinking only of going back to his beloved concubine to correct his orientation and values. The queen's red lips parted slightly.
"I won't tease you anymore. Last night, I heard from your Majesty that Qin Feng will return to Fengtian City in the near future, and his two wives are pregnant at the moment. This is an opportunity for you. Do you understand what I mean?"
Anya was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. The queen was about to explain, but she suddenly thought that the prince was still here, and raised her head and said,
"Have you finished handling all the matters for today?"
The prince, who had his ears pricked up, heard the hidden meaning of the words and reluctantly stood up to leave. He originally wanted to hear what his mother had to say. After all, the latter was the master of the harem and an expert in intrigues. If he could learn something from it, he might be able to know himself and his enemy, and he would be able to deal with the concubines in his harem more skillfully. All I can say is, it's a pity. After the prince left, the queen said,
"Qin Feng does value love and righteousness. But like most men, he is inevitably lustful, as far as I know. In addition to the two ladies around him, he also has unclear relationships with many strange women, such as the sword attendant Lan Ningxuang, the sword emperor's daughter by Wu Shuang, and the leader of the Tushan Fox clan. There is Su Tianyu. Not to mention, the daughter of the original King Azura once threatened in public that she would have an heir with him to continue the bloodline."
Every time Anya heard a name, the worry in her eyes would become more intense, and her right hand holding her mother's palm was slightly harder. But she didn't even notice it. The queen smiled and said,
"You don't have to worry. His two wives are not ordinary people. Even if he has such a thief's heart, he doesn't have the thief's courage. So until now, he has not married anyone else."
Anya's eyes showed joy, but she quickly reacted.
"According to what the mother said, don't I have no chance? You haven't heard the problem yet? If you want to capture Qin Feng, you must capture his two wives first. Please listen to me slowly."
Anya concentrated her attention, sometimes surprised, sometimes enlightened, sometimes showing admiration. On this day, she just understood that there was a reason why the queen mother was able to stand out from the many concubines and become the master of the harem.
Ah, sneeze. Could it be that someone is talking about me behind my back?
Qin Feng stood in front of the gate of Qin Mansion and rubbed his nose. When he thought of the two pregnant women at home, he knocked on the door excitedly. When the concierge opened the door and saw the visitor, he was overjoyed and shouted loudly into the house,
"The young master is back."
The whole house suddenly became lively. Lu Jianli and Lu Jianli were 10 months pregnant and went out to greet her with their big bellies. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but his eyes turned red. He was excited and worried at the same time.
"What are you doing out here? At this time, you should rest more. Hurry up, listen to me, and go back to the house."
The two ladies looked at Qin Feng tenderly. Seeing that the other party was safe and sound, the stones hanging in their hearts finally fell. Then, with Qin Feng's help, they returned to the lobby. Qin Feng looked at Nyang. He hadn't seen her for half a year. She actually had some white hair on her head. She was looking at him with a smile, and her eyes were red. The death of his father must have been a big blow to Nyang. Qin Feng sighed in his heart and had 1,000 words on his lips. But he only said one sentence.
"Nyang, I'm back. Just come back.
Chapter 687. These two little guys seem unusual. During the meal, the family gathered together, and Qin Feng told everyone about everything he had experienced in the past 6 months. Among them, he inevitably brags about his great achievements, making his second brother envious. Qin Feng would look at the main position from time to time, but it was empty.
If Dad were alive, he would definitely spit on me when I said this.
Qin Feng couldn't help but think this way. He didn't show his sadness on his face, because that would only make Aaron Yang more sad. Turning his head to look at the two ladies, Qin Feng asked with concern,
"How are you feeling recently?"
Lu Jinli and Lu Jinli are already 10 months pregnant, and their due date will be anytime soon, so they naturally need to be more careful. As the saying goes, the pregnancy lasts for 10 months. And this is what happens once the baby is born.
I could feel his movement not long ago.
Lu Jinli replied softly, with tenderness in his eyes. Song Filan nodded slightly, but her words were similar to this. She caressed her belly, looking forward to the birth of the little one. After all, he was her and Qin Feng's heir. Thinking that he would soon be a father, Qin Feng was naturally very excited.
I don't know whether the two little guys are boys or girls.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but use his eyes to look at the abdomens of the two ladies. He saw the golden air condensed there, which turned out to be ancient divine breath. The embryos of the two little guys have taken shape, but unfortunately they are obscured by the golden air ball, so it is impossible to see whether they have handles or not. What surprised Qin Feng was that these two little guys were constantly absorbing the energy in Lu Jinli and Song Filan's bodies to enrich themselves,
as if they were practicing cultivation.
No wonder when I returned, I felt that the energy of the two ladies was much weaker than before. It turned out that they were absorbed by these two little guys.
Qin Feng couldn't help but look surprised. It was like this when he was in his mother's womb. If he was really born, how amazing would his talent be? As a father, he is under great pressure. Despair. At this moment, the little guys in the two ladies' bellies kicked their legs together, as if they were protesting to Qin Feng and telling him not to peek. Lu Jinli and Song Filan said in unison,
"He kicked me."
At the same time, the night sky, which was originally filled with stars and bright moonlight, suddenly heard the sound of thunder. Qin Feng turned back and looked outside the lobby, only to see thunder snakes surging in the sky. But they were about to fall. The thunder Qilin in the Divine Sea felt the crisis, and actually took the initiative to sweep out of the Divine Sea, jumped into the midair of the Qin mansion, and grinned at the thunder sea in the sky. The red life-destroying lightning arc flashed, and the thunder in the night sky was instantly frightened and restrained its momentum. The dark clouds disappeared in just a moment. Thunder Qilin fell back to Qin Feng, and rubbed the latter's trouser legs affectionately, as if taking credit. Qin Feng rubbed its head, and looked up at the sky again, with a solemn expression. If he sensed correctly, the thunder just now should be a kind of heavenly catastrophe. But why did this disaster come? Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned around to look at the two ladies. The two little guys in his abdomen had retracted their calves and regained their composure. A ridiculous idea came to Qin Feng's mind. Could it be that the disaster is aimed at these two little guys? As we all know, the appearance of the heavenly tribulation is a test and warning given by the world in order to prevent too many overly powerful beings from appearing and affecting the balance of the world. If tonight's thunder is really caused by sensing the existence of two little guys, then how terrifying are the talents of these two little guys? At this moment, the second brother in the lobby said,
"Brother, it's okay. The climate in Fotian City has been quite weird in the past few months. Situations like just now happen often, so don't worry."
Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he heard this, and strengthened his idea. He asked the two ladies,
"Every time there is thunder, do the little ones in your stomach make noises?"
Lan Ningxuang said in surprise.
"How did my uncle know? I still thought it was novel at the time. I just thought it was the baby in the lady's belly. Maybe it was afraid of thunder, so it would move around every time there was thunder."
Song Filan frowned slightly and said calmly,
"As a member of the Dragon Clan, he is afraid of thunder. After he is born, I have to train him well. If it doesn't work, take him to Tianqi and let Grandpa attract thunder every day to sharpen his courage."
In fact, Song Filan's move also contained a small thought. She had little chance of catching up with Sister Jinli, so naturally she could only place her hopes on the next generation. Qin Feng waved his hands repeatedly.
"You don't have to go to such an extent."
At this point, Qin Feng was convinced that the disaster was coming for the two little guys. Moreover, both the lady and Ning Shuang got one thing wrong. It was not because the little guys were afraid of thunder that they made the noise. On the contrary, it was because the two little guys made the movement that they attracted the thunder.
It's not the day of birth that makes such a big fuss even before they are born.
Qin Feng pinched his brows, and just wanted to prepare in advance for the day when the two little guys were born.
By the way, Fei Lan, why don't you see your aunt and father? Didn't they come back after the disaster in the Southern Territory?
Qin Feng asked curiously. According to the nature of the Dragon Clan, he should be eager to hold Phylon in his hands at this moment. Song Phylon replied.
Something seemed to have happened in Tianqi some time ago. Grandpa called them all back. I also contacted my aunt last night. She will be back in 2 days. I see.
Qin Feng nodded without asking any more questions. On the other side is the land of Dragon Clan Tianqi. Song Xian and others gathered in front of Long Yuan, looking at the exposed corner of the huge copper coffin with extremely solemn expressions. Because there was a gap in the copper coffin, and a terrifying aura came out of it, making people shudder.
Dad? Ancestor? Is he about to wake up?
Song Zong asked with a frown. According to the history books of the Dragon Clan, thousands of years ago, gods and demons came to the world. The dragon ancestor single-handedly devoured countless gods and demons and protected the habitat of the Dragon Clan. He soared into the sky, trying to pass through the gap between the fairy world and the human world, and strangle the gods and demons from their roots. As a result, he suffered severe injuries. His mind became crazy, and he even devoured several of his own race. When Dragon Ancestor regained some consciousness, he was deeply saddened to learn what he had done. So he asked the elders of the Dragon Clan to work together to trap him in a copper coffin and bury him in the Dragon Abyss. Before Long Zhu fell into a deep sleep, he once said something.
When danger comes to Tianqi, I will wake up again.
With such changes occurring in today's copper coffin, everyone in Long Ancestor is naturally worried. Firstly, they were worried about the so-called danger. And secondly, they were worried about the Dragon Ancestor himself. After all, no one knows whether the Dragon Ancestor has regained his sanity after thousands of years. What if the moment he breaks out of the coffin, he starts killing his fellow humans? The unknown is the scariest thing. Song Xian sighed helplessly.
Phylon's child is about to be born, and I wanted to stay by her side. But something like this happened. Song Mu, just let Song Zong and I look after this place. You should go back as soon as possible. Don't let Fei Lan feel lonely. Okay.
Song Mu nodded in agreement. She looked up at the copper coffin, her light blue eyes full of worry. Chapter 688 The Changes in the Green Shoots. In the dead of night, after settling the two ladies, Qin Feng returned to his house and began to practice. In today's world, Hongming's immortal energy has returned to the world, and he no longer has to go to Huyan Xian to borrow Su Tianyu's Xiaotian stone. He closed his eyes, activated the Platinum Life Star, and the Hongming Immortal Qi and Netherworld Ghost Qi rolled in, constantly sinking into his Divine Sea, strengthening the black and white energy in his Divine Sea. The black and white energy is Zhulong's remaining divinity in the world, according to the method taught by Master Bian. As long as he refines it with Hongming Fairy energy and Netherworld Ghost energy, he will have the opportunity to understand the principles of Yin and Yang and strengthen himself. Time passed by in a hurry, and after a long time, Qin Feng took out a breath and sighed. Compared to Jinyang City, the Hongming Immortal Qi and Netherworld Ghost Qi in Fengtian City are still a little less. Since Fengtian City has the God-suppressing Siyu and the Tianjian Imperial Master, there are no cracks between the fairy world and the ghost world within 1,000 miles. The concentration of the fairy energy and ghost energy is naturally much lower than elsewhere. However, the spiritual energy here is much richer than that in the outside world. It is no wonder that the second brother once mentioned in a letter sent to him that the cultivation speed of the soldiers in the imperial capital has improved by leaps and bounds, and their strength is far higher than before. After all, for people outside the 4th level, spiritual energy is the most practical resource for cultivation. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly discovered that something strange seemed to have happened in his Divine Sea. He aroused his consciousness to enter the Divine Sea, and saw that the green thunder sprout he obtained after passing through the confirmation of hegemony of heaven and earth appeared. Its body swayed slightly, and then left the Divine Sea with a whoosh and appeared in the real world. In the originally quiet night, a strong wind suddenly blew up, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth in Fengtian City swept towards this place, and was absorbed by the green buds. In the howling wind, it seems that you can still hear the babble, as if a newborn baby is jumping for joy there.
Qin Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Why had he never seen such a scene when he was in Jinyang City? When using the realm, Qilin and this object often appear together. Qilin represents the power of the life-destroying Thunder Palm. But this object has gentle power and can heal all things. In other words, it represents the power of life. Could it be that the existence of cracks in the ghost world in Jinyang City made the death aura too strong and displeased it? So it didn't appear for a long time? Qin Feng had such a guess in his mind. The violent suction lasted for a long time and naturally caused changes in the city. The spiritual energy in Fengtian City is unique. It is normal for ordinary soldiers to work hard day and night in order to improve their cultivation. However, many soldiers at home, who were practicing well, suddenly could not feel any spiritual energy at all. What is going on? Every soldier looked confused and at a loss. It wasn't until half an hour later that the sprouts stopped moving as if they were full. However, its changes did not stop. The soft green light around it flourished, and the vegetation in the courtyard was baptized by the green light and grew vigorously. Grass and trees sprouted from the ground, reaching half a person's height. The two big trees beside the wall even grew directly over the wall, reaching a height of nearly 3 feet before stopping. What surprised Qin Feng even more was that after the green light dimmed, the green bud became the size of a palm and looked like a white ball. There are green buds on the top of the white ball, and hands and feet as thick as a thumb grow on the left and right sides. 2 shiny black eyes appear from the white ball, looking innocent and cute. It floated in the air, looking around blankly, and finally locked its sights on Qin Feng, its small eyes full of joy. With a babbling sound, the white ball flew towards Qin Feng and rubbed his cheek affectionately. Smooth and delicate, as warm as jade. This was Qin Feng's first feeling. He took the little thing off his cheek and put it in his palm to look at it carefully. The little thing was also looking at Qin Feng, its big eyes glaring at its small ones. In the end, the little thing was defeated and lay in the palm of his hand in frustration, motionless. Qin Feng recalled the sporadic scenes when the thundering unicorn fell down, when the hegemony of crossing the world was confirmed. In the vast red thunder pool, the sky is pitch black as far as the eye can see. The Thunder Qilin was trapped in the thunder pool by countless golden chains. It kept struggling and roaring, but the chains became tighter and tighter. A hissing melting sound sounded, and Qilin went crazy with pain. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of it, holding a green bud in his palm, and the green light repaired Qilin's injuries. Suddenly a man's voice sounded. One day, someone will take you away from this place, break away from the constraints of the 3 realms, and let you regain your freedom. Now you can only wait patiently and keep waiting until he appears. After hearing this, Thunder Qilin no longer went crazy, but curled up and lay quietly in the thunder pool. It was precisely because Qin Feng saw such a scene that when Thunder Qilin's offensive was shattered by him, he would take advantage of the situation and say what he said about leading Qilin away, and then successfully deceive Qilin. And this little white ball can be said to be an unexpected surprise. More than half a year later, Qin Feng became more and more surprised by the supernatural powers of Qilin and Xiao Baiqiu, and he also became strongly curious about their true identities. He originally wanted to ask the knowledgeable senior Xian Yi. After all, Qilin and the little white ball definitely did not belong to this world. However, after senior Xian Yi lent his power to him, he still hasn't woken up until now. Qin Feng looked down at the small white ball lying comfortably in his palm, and gently poked its belly with his finger. The latter moved its limbs wildly, as if it was ticklish. Who are you? Qin Feng asked aloud. The only answer he got was babbling. In the early morning of the next day, Qin Feng walked around and arrived at the door of Qin Mansion's study. He turned around and looked around. After confirming that no one was following him, he quietly entered the study and gently closed the door. For some reason last night, his father's murmuring voice sounded in his mind. And then he suddenly thought of the strange dream he had when he was in a coma in the Southern Territory. In the dream, my father said that he hid his personal money in the study room, in the wall behind the 3rd floor of the bookshelf. For half a year, Qin Feng never took that dream to heart, and even gradually forgot about it. But on the first night after returning to the Qin Mansion, he somehow remembered it again, and it could even be said that he was deeply impressed. After finding the location, he opened the bookshelf and knocked on the wall. Boom! It was empty. Qin Feng's eyes widened. He took out the bricks along the cracks, and then saw a wooden brocade box. There is really something? Qin Feng opened the brocade box and took a look. The sadness that had been silent for half a year filled his chest again.
He really regrets it. Really. He should have been nicer to his father when he was still alive. Otherwise, why would the head of a dignified family only have a mere 30 taels of private money carefully hidden?
Dad, I can't help you. Kid.
Qin Feng choked with sobs. Chapter 689 Anya's Offensive. After leaving the study, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Finding Dad's private money shows that everything that happened was not just a dream caused by longing and illness. Otherwise, why would the location where the private money is hidden be exactly the same as what Dad said?
But if it's not a dream, what is it?
Qin Feng couldn't help but think of Senior Li Yang. Due to a strange mistake, his soul disappeared from the sky and the earth. But it reappeared in the ghost world and lived in another way. So will Dad's situation be the same as that of Senior Li Yang? And that dream was actually the last signal brought to him by his father's spirit when he was dying in this world. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more it made sense. And the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If this is true, doesn't it mean that although Dad is dead, he is not completely dead? Well, this statement always feels a bit weird. Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. And then he sighed.
It's a pity that the communication with Senior Li Yang is limited to when he takes the initiative to contact him. Otherwise, I might be able to find time to go back. Jinnong City. Ask him about Dad. But then again, what does the Netherworld mean to the three realms?
Qin Feng muttered to himself, with his right hand on his chin.
According to the information obtained in the past, before the changes occurred in the Netherworld and Ghost Realm thousands of years ago, the souls of the dead in this world would be introduced into the Netherworld and Ghost Realm. However, since the Ghost World was closed and the laws of the Ghost World ceased to exist, it has lost its function of attracting souls. This has also led to the remnant souls of high-quality demons and ghosts to reveal their magical powers after death, causing great harm to them. After the gods and demons in the fairy world die, will their souls be taken into the ghost world? After the laws of the ghost world disappeared, where did those souls that could not be taken away go? Senior Li Yang's spirit can enter the ghost world. Does it also mean that since then, the laws of the ghost world have recovered slightly, and it can once again attract the spirits of this world?
Qin Feng scratched his head. The more he thought about it, the more questions he had. After all, this world still knows too little about the fairy world and the ghost world. Perhaps only a teacher or a master of the level of Jinshinsiyu can have some knowledge about these issues. The only thing he can confirm now is that both the fairy world and the ghost world have encountered powerful enemies beyond imagination, which have destroyed the laws of heaven and earth in the fairy world and ghost world, forcing them to focus on the human world. At this moment, there was movement at the gate of Qin Mansion.
Are guests coming?
At the gate of Qin Mansion, Anya took a deep breath, lifted up her skirt, and then stepped into the gate under the surprised and uncertain gazes of the concierge and Xing Sheng.
Guard Xing, do you think this girl looks so similar to Mr. Yin who visited earlier? Could it be the elder sister or younger sister of Mr. Yuan? It's strange. Why doesn't Mr. Yin come with her?
Xing Sheng is a martial artist after all, and his natural observation skills are amazing. He compared them carefully, and then came to an astonishing conclusion.
No, that girl just now is Mr. Yin himself.
The concierge was extremely surprised.
Guard Xing means that Mr. Yin used to be a woman disguised as a man?
Xing Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said solemnly,
That's not necessarily the case. Maybe it's just that Mr. Yin suddenly likes to wear women's clothes. Why did the prison guard say this? I just took a look at her breasts. They are unremarkable, and don't seem to be fake.
The concierge heard this, recalled it carefully, and then nodded in approval.
That's it.
The current queen is a world-famous beauty. As her daughter, how can Anya be any worse? Her jade-like face is adorned with a little red lips. Her eyes are like bright moons, and her eyebrows are like willow leaves. Her status as a princess adds a unique temperament to her. When the maids in the house saw her, they all showed shocked expressions. Lan Ningxuan was stunned on the spot.
Why did you come to the house like this?
Lan Ningxuan, who had known the other party's true identity for a long time, had a dull look on her face. Wasn't the other party dressing up as a man to conceal her identity? What was the purpose of today's move? A sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart. Anya replied softly.
In order to avoid unnecessary trouble when running Jubiozai, I pretended to be a man. Now that everything in Jubiozai is taken care of by the Emperor, there is no need for that.
After a pause, she spoke again.
I heard that Brother Qin had returned from the Southern Territory and stopped by to meet him. I knew that Brother Qin's 2 wives are now pregnant, so I specially brought some Enteinshin from the palace. It can be considered as a way to express your feelings.
My uncle just came back yesterday, and she heard the news? Moreover, she no longer takes over the affairs of Jubiozai. So there is no reason to leave the palace on weekdays. These remarks always seem to be well prepared. And a rare brainstorm broke out in Lan Ningxuang's mind. However, she did not express these thoughts on the surface. Instead, she smiled and replied,
So that's it. Then Princess Anya, please come with me.
Good. The second mother in the lobby was also frightened when she saw Anya's appearance. Young Master Yin once lived in the Qin mansion for a period of time, and he had a good relationship with Feng. So she naturally had an impression. But how could Aaron Yang have imagined that the young Master of Yin was not only a woman disguised as a man, but her true identity was actually the princess of the dynasty? However, once the princess was not overbearing. She was polite, which was really good. Coupled with this appearance, it really makes people feel good. Because of this, Aaron Yang didn't pay too much attention to what happened in the past. Anya looked at Lu Jianli and Song Filan aside, glanced at their swollen bellies, and a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. With a wave of her right hand, many objects were taken out of the Sumeru ring and fell on the table in the lobby.
Knowing that the two of you are pregnant, I brought some items from the palace's treasury to protect the fetus and the spirit of the gods. I hope that the two sisters will not refuse and accept them. It can be regarded as my heartfelt gratitude.
Lu Jianli didn't think much and said, thank you. Song Filan only felt that her sister's title was a bit awkward. But she did not lose Anya's kindness. Lan Ningxuang on the side is extremely vigilant. The authorities are fascinated by the onlookers. How can a noble princess consider herself a younger sister? It definitely doesn't mean well. And this is exactly the harem strategy that the queen taught Anya. Just like the emperor's concubine. If the new concubine wants to gain a foothold in the harem, it is natural for the new concubine to pay respects and establish a good relationship with the master of the harem. The same goes for Anya, who wants to marry into the Qin family. She has to get the approval of Lu Jianli and Song Filan. When women are pregnant, they often lack the ability to judge things. At this time, it is the best time to take advantage of the situation. This is the opportunity that the Queen and Anya talked about. Chapter 690, Ordinary. The atmosphere in the lobby is quite harmonious. As a princess, Anya also practices literary saint tradition. So she naturally speaks well and can hold up the scene. While showing off her knowledge, she looked at Lu Jianli and Song Filan, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. They were indeed rare women in the world. Not to mention his amazing cultivation talent. His appearance is even more stunning. Of course, this doesn't hit her too hard. She can slowly catch up with her cultivation. After all, the Tianjin Imperial Master told her that her talent in the literary sage tradition is also rare in the world. But she has not focused on it in the past. Now, her father has given full authority over the business of Jubiozai to her brother. In the past 6 months, she has continuously crossed 2 levels and has reached the 4th level. Looking at the world, she is also considered to be amazingly talented. As for her appearance, she inherited the fine traditions of her mother, and she is considered to be of great beauty. Compared to Lu Jianli, she can be said to be on par with her. But only her figure is the pain that she can't let go of. The Queen Mother obviously has an all-encompassing mind. But why is it so mediocre when it comes to her? Taking another look at the proud breasts of Lu Jianli and Song Filan, the smile on Anya's face seemed a little forced at this moment. Suddenly, she felt a trace of sight, and then looked at the sword-attended Lan Ningxuang standing beside her.
She seems to be wary of me?
Anya had such doubts in her heart. Her eyes moved down and landed on Lan Ningxuang's chest, and the haze in her heart suddenly disappeared. It's as ordinary as her. At this moment, Anya felt that she and Lan Ningxuang were on the same side, and she completely ignored the wariness in his eyes. She just felt that the two were like good sisters who had known each other for many years, and were extremely cordial.
Miss Ningxuang, why don't we sit down together? I happen to have a lot of things to talk to you about. I think the two of us may have many things in common, Anya said with a smile. Lan Ningxuang was stunned for a moment. For some reason, she felt as if she was offended. Looking down at the other party's seemingly shining eyes, Lan Ningxuang's expression froze. She took a breath and replied with a smile. Let's talk about it later. The tea here is almost finished. I'll go to the kitchen to make another pot. With that said, he turned and left. Even so, she did not take away the teapot on the table. When Qin Feng approached the lobby, he saw Anya, dressed as a daughter, chatting happily with her second mother. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at the two ladies beside him, blinked, as if asking what was going on. Aaron Yang asked Qin Feng to sit down, and then told the whole story truthfully. Phone. From now on, you can't be more respectful to Her Highness the Princess like you were before. And His Majesty asked you to guide His Highness in cultivation. But you never paid attention to it because of your own affairs. Now that I'm back in Fontaine City, when I have free time, I'll go to the palace and walk around more. Qin Feng looked at Anya with a strange look on his face. And the other party also looked at him, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly and a look of pride in his eyes. However, she did not fall short of the dignified attitude that a princess should have. And he just calls me Anya. The word, His Highness, seems a bit vivid. Anya chuckled. This is impossible. Yang waved her hands repeatedly. Qin Feng and I are close friends. And we also admire Sister Jianli and Sister Phylin very much. I am used to getting along with you in the past. But if you call me Your Highness, I feel uncomfortable. And what do you think? That's right. That's up to you. Yang replied with a smile. After hearing this, Qin Feng always felt that something was wrong with Anya today, but he couldn't tell what was wrong specifically. Moreover, in the past, Anya always kept a certain distance from Lu Jianli and Song Phylin, but today she kept asking after her, asking about the status of the fetus in her belly, which always had a hint of attentiveness. What exactly is she going to do? Qin Feng is puzzled. Several people in the hall chatted for a while, and Anya remembered the battle at Jilin Pass half a year ago. She looked at Qin Feng and asked softly, I heard many returning soldiers mention that you entered the 3rd level during the battle at Jilin Pass and turned the tide. Even the death of Zhu Long is inseparable from you. However, I asked many people, and they either didn't know the details, or they couldn't recall at all what happened that day. Hearing this, Lu Jianli and Song Phylin also looked at Qin Feng. The danger and tragedy of that battle can be gleaned from the number of surviving soldiers. As for the Zhu Long that can affect the day and night changes in this area, there is no need to say how powerful it is. To be honest, if Qin hadn't returned and informed them that Qin Feng was fine, they would have gone to the southern region to find out. When Qin Feng heard this, he originally wanted to tell the glorious story of killing Zhu Long with one finger in front of the two ladies, so as to establish a majestic image in their minds. It's just the original warning of Master Bao Jun, which he has always kept in mind. The cracks in the fairy world have opened, and gods and demons will inevitably come to the world. If you let them know the existence of the saint's remnant soul in your body, you may suffer endless disasters. I have told everyone present about this matter, and they swore to keep it secret. And I will block the secrets here so that everyone's memories will be slightly distorted. If someone asks you about this in the future, please answer this way. Although it helps, it doesn't matter much. In order to protect my life, my father forcibly raised his strength to a state of transcendence, severely injuring Zhu Long. And Jinchen Siyu's shot directly penetrated Zhu Long's head, which was also the cause of his death. I just did what I could to get all the soldiers away safely. Qin Feng said this, and then looked at Yang with some unbearability. There was a hint of sadness in the latter's eyes. After the disaster in the southern territory, the father's identity was naturally made public. How could Emperor Ming allow such a human hero to remain unknown after his death? But for Yang, she prefers that the master is an ordinary person who doesn't know how to do business. They can drink tea together in the lobby, bask in the sun together in the corridor, and then wait until Jianli and Phylin give birth to a child, and then share the joy of family happiness. However, all this disappeared with the disaster in the southern territory. Seeing this, Anya realized that she had said the wrong thing and said quickly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned this. Yang shook her head. It's okay. It's all over. Qin Feng sighed silently. How could the pain in his heart be so easily overcome? He changed the topic at the right time and asked Anya about Dakian's current situation. Anya said with a solemn expression, After the death of Zhu Long, the cracks between the fairy world and the ghost world appeared in the 4 regions of Dakian. According to the information passed to the father by Yuluosi, there were 9 places in total. The teacher used powerful means to seal the cracks in the fairy world. As for the disasters in the ghost world, they currently only appear near Jinyang City, and there is no danger in other places. But the teacher once told me that the ban can only be maintained for a while, and the existence in the fairy world will definitely find a way to break the ban. Different from the ghost world. If a being from the fairy world comes to the world, his strength must have reached a state of transcendence. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. Chapter 691. The joys and sorrows of people are not the same. He knows better than anyone how terrifying the power of transcendence is. King Garuda's fierce flames, and the Zhu Long's world-destroying power. If countless high-quality combat forces hadn't gathered together, no one knows what would have happened in the Jinling Pass battle. I think back when Dad faced the Lord of the Swamp. Although he accidentally entered the opponent's realm and therefore became a piece of meat on the chopping block. Even if he didn't step into his realm, Dad truthfully stated that he could not be his enemy. At best, he can escape. Only the extraordinary can kill the extraordinary. This is not just an empty talk. The opening of the rift between the fairy world and the ghost world has greatly improved the overall strength of the human race. But it is still a fool's dream to easily deal with the existence of the transcendent realm. Seeing the worry on Qin Feng's face, Anya comforted. You don't have to be like this. As long as the ban is still there, it will not be easy for gods and demons in the immortal world to come to the world. What's more, after the sudden change in the world, several more people in the human race have reached the realm of transcendence. For example, Nanchenlong Siming Yinzhou and Etian Luo, the current Saminquan town Bahuang in the Northern Territory. The human race is also growing stronger, and it is impossible to let the gods and demons in the fairy world do whatever they want in this world. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and looked at Lu Jianli and Song Filan standing aside, his right fist clenched, his eyes extremely firm. At this time, Anya spoke again. But speaking of strong human beings, after the Battle of Zinlingwen ended half a year ago, many hermit strongmen emerged in Dakian. Most of their strength is in the third-level realm. And there are even some second-level people. The father originally wanted the Demon Slayer Division and the Prison Luo Division to contact them and bring them under his command. But those people had no such intention. This was far beyond Qin Feng's expectation. The emergence of the ancient divine breath, Homing fairy energy, and ghostly ghost energy was a sure thing to create a large number of strong human beings. But this also requires a gradual process. Just like the Dragon Flame boat in the South Sky, he was originally a big boss, a strong man guarding one side. With the help of resources, he understood the principles and entered the realm of transcendence. But the appearance of so many high-quality combat forces out of thin air is unrealistic. You know, looking at the past Dakian, if you have a 4th-level combat power, it is basically impossible to be unknown. However, now, there are so many 3rd-level experts all of a sudden, which makes people feel a little weird, even if they are powerful people in the hidden world. Qin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. He originally wanted to continue discussing these inexplicable hermit masters with Anya. But when a figure appeared at the entrance of the lobby, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and almost choked on his tea. The visitor was not an uninvited guest, but the familiar Lan Ningxuang. She was still wearing a light blue dress and carrying a sword case. But somewhere on her body was completely different from before. Those are breasts. What should have been an endless plain has now become a mountain peak that is difficult for mortals to climb. Although the bright moon was obscured by his clothes, it appeared in front of Qin Feng again. Erin Yang opened her mouth with an expression of disbelief. Song Filan's light blue eyes widened. She lowered her head and glanced at her own, then checked Lan Ningxuang several times. She could only say that the difference was obvious. The one who was hit the hardest was Anya. She originally thought that she and Lan Ningxuang could become good sisters who talked about everything, and could even secretly discuss how to expand their horizons in private. In the end, with just 2 sticks of incense, Lan Ningxuang left her far behind, beyond her reach. Looking at its scale, even the Queen Mother, who has the world in mind, is inferior. Anya felt as if she had been stabbed in the back at this moment, which was indescribably uncomfortable. Of all the people present, only Lu Jianli looked normal, as Lan Ningxuang is her personal swordsman. She has naturally seen the opponent's scale before. Ningxuang, don't you usually wear a corset to facilitate your practice? Why do you do it today? Qin Feng hesitated. When Lan Ningxuang heard this, a blush flashed across her face. Naturally, she did this to compete with Anya, but in front of so many people, especially the young lady and uncle. How can you say this? After a pause, Lan Ningxuang found an excuse and said shyly, Nowadays, my cultivation has improved again, and the energy flowing in my body is far faster than before. If it is wrapped with cloth tape as before, it will not be able to breathe enough, making the practice slow. I see. Qin Feng coughed dryly and said, That's fine. Keeping the bra wrapped around it will cause damage to your body, as I told you before. Thank you for your concern, Uncle. Lan Ningxuang smiled sweetly. After hearing this, several people in the lobby finally understood that Ningxuang was naturally gifted, but he just hit it on weekdays. Anya pursed her lips, glanced down at hers, then picked up the teacup and blew gently to cover up the frustration in her eyes.
Originally it was just a small interlude. But Song Filan frowned slightly, because she heard something wrong in the previous conversation. She looked at Qin Feng and asked lightly,
Miss Sir, how do you know the true size of Ning Shuang?
Ah. Qin Feng was so frightened that his hands shook. And some of the tea in the cup spilled out. After Anya and the others heard this, they also looked at him. And the scrutiny in their eyes was clear. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and kept thinking about his words in his mind. He had seen such words with his own eyes. How could he dare to say them? Lan Ningxuang also recalled the scene where she took the initiative to enter the bridal chamber and took off her clothes on the day when the young lady got married. And her cheeks immediately glowed. If she had taken the initiative at that time, she might have been her uncle's wife long ago. Under the scorching gaze, Qin Feng pretended to be calm and said word by word.
I am a literate Taoist who uses medical skills. And I naturally know the structure of the human body very well. When I was practicing medicine in Jinan City, I could tell the hidden diseases of patients without looking, smelling or asking. In this case, seeing the reason for Ningxuang's chest tightness and shortness of breath. Is there anything surprising?
Qin Feng's expression was as usual, and his eyes were full of sincerity. But his palms had long been soaked with sweat due to nervousness.
That's true.
Anya pondered for a moment, and then admitted that Qin Feng's medical skills are so superb, and she has the right to speak after experiencing it personally. Lu Jianli also nodded slightly. Although she knew about Lan Ningxuang's entry into the bridal chamber, Ningxuang did not explain the details to her. After all, Ningxuang didn't have much favorable impression of Qin Feng at that time. So how could she take the initiative to recount the embarrassing incident of being naked? Seeing that everyone believed this statement, Qin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he had escaped. Unconsciously, time flies by. Lu Jianli and Song Filan still needed to raise their baby. So Anya naturally didn't want to disturb them too much. So she stood up and said goodbye. Anyway, her purpose of today's trip was achieved. Before leaving, she seemed to have thought of something, turned her head and asked,
Miss Ningxuang, can you see me off?
Although Lan Ningxuang was a little curious, she still nodded in agreement. The two of them were about to separate at the gate of Qin Mansion. Anya took this opportunity to grit her teeth and asked in a low voice,
Miss Ningxuang, do you have any secret to having such a broad mind?
When Lan Ningxuang heard this, she was slightly stunned, then shook her head and said,
There is no secret. It will be like this when you notice it. Because of this, it caused a lot of inconvenience in my practice and made me quite distressed.
Annoyed, Anya froze on the spot. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. She only felt that Ningxuang was showing off to her. Chapter 692, Surprise in the Dead Man's Square. At the east gate of Fengtian City, Zhang Qifeng was guarding the gate and humming a little song. His days had been extremely nourishing recently, due to the changes in the world. Spiritual energy that was once rare and precious has become abundant. Fengtian City is the place where the dragon veins of the four realms of Daqian converge. And the concentration of spiritual energy is even more extraordinary. With this light, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. And he recently entered the 5th level. After his strength was improved, his status was naturally also improved. Now Zhang Qifeng has become a demon slayer of the Jade 2 stars. Not only do I get more salary every month, but the number of night shifts and business trips is far less than before. And as an old fritter waiting to die, what else in the world is more beautiful than this? Looking at the bustling crowd, Zhang Qifeng was already in a state of wandering, thinking only about going to Guichun Garden tonight to find a beautiful girl to have fun with.
It's better to choose Chun. Her ass is so straight and upturned. She is really a beauty in the world.
Zhang Qifeng thought this way. At this moment, a group of merchants' carriages and horses came towards him, attracting his attention. As a rule, this kind of caravan will stop outside the gate and conduct routine inspections of the goods on the carriages and horses to prevent some strange things from entering Fengtian City. Although Zhang Qifeng liked fishing, he would not be careless about matters within his responsibilities. So he stopped the other party.
The carriage pulls over and lifts the curtain. I want to take a look.
Normally, no one would dare to disobey the words of the demon slayer guarding the gate. But the greasy-haired and pink-faced leader of the group ignored them and continued walking towards the city gate. Zhang Qifeng frowned and put his hand on the other person's shoulder.
I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear it?
As soon as he finished speaking, there was only a bang sound. The man's head actually exploded like a watermelon. The screams all around were deafening. Zhang Qifeng took a look at the stains all over his body and stood frozen on the spot. In the courtyard of the Qin Mansion, Qin Feng was practicing
when Haiden 2 suddenly came here, with a demon slayer wearing a jade suit. Looking for reputation. Qin Feng naturally knew this person. He was Zhang Qifeng, whom he had met several times. However, the other party at this moment obviously looked wrong. He was in a panic, and did not say anything. He also had an unpleasant and pungent smell on his body. That's the smell of blood. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked curiously. Zhang Qifeng looked anxious. Brother Qin, something happened. Master Deng invites you to go to the dead man's workshop. Come with me quickly. Okay. Qin Feng frowned slightly, and left the Qin mansion with Zhang Qifeng without asking any questions. The so-called Dead Man's Square is the Yizhuang in Fengtian City, a place dedicated to placing the dead. The two mounted their fast horses and arrived in a hurry. A group of demon slayers had already set up a blockade outside the Dead Man's Square, preventing anyone from entering at will. Lord Dingmo stood outside the workshop. After seeing Qin Feng, the two nodded and then stepped into the dead man's workshop together. All I could see were headless corpses lying on the ground. The appearance of death was horrific, and the strong smell of blood was nauseating. What's going on? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Zhang Qifeng immediately told the truth about what happened. It turned out that after the leading businessman died suddenly, Zhang Qifeng reacted and brought all the accompanying personnel and their corpses to the demon-slaying department. After all, in full public view, the man's head was shattered in front of him, so he was naturally suspected of murder. After meeting Deng Mo Si Zheng heard what happened and sent someone to invite Zeus to do an examination on the body. In this world, there are monsters and ghosts, countless evil spells and poisonous insects and ants. There are many ways for a man to suddenly die suddenly. But something strange happened soon after. In the dead man's shop, the workers who examined the corpse died as suddenly as the man with just a stick of incense, and his head was shattered. When such a situation occurred, Deng Mo naturally could no longer allow the deceased to conduct an autopsy, and instead sealed off the dead man's chamber. But it would always be unsettling if the reasons for these people's sudden death were not clear. After thinking about it, Deng Mo thought of Qin Feng. I see. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and then used his double pupil power towards the corpses. The situation inside the corpse is fully visible. There are no strange insects, and there is no phenomenon of poisoning. It is exactly the same as ordinary people. But how can the head be shattered for no reason? Qin Feng frowned and thought about getting closer to the corpse and taking a closer look. Zhang Qifeng said hurriedly, Brother Qin, for the sake of safety, it's best not to touch those corpses. It's too evil. Qin Feng waved his hand. It doesn't matter. With his current third-level strength, coupled with the protection of Thunder's righteous energy, ordinary dangers cannot hurt him at all. However, when he was only 10 feet away from the headless corpse, the Thunder Unicorn and the little white ball in his divine sea manifested simultaneously. The former stood in front of Qin Feng and grinned at the corpse, while the latter jumped on Qin Feng's shoulders and pulled his hair to prevent him from moving forward. Deng Mo were still wondering what Qilin and little white ball were, but Qin Feng's expression became extremely solemn. These corpses are even afraid of these two little guys? Naturally, he would not continue to step forward rashly. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng began to mobilize the innate energy deep in his pupils, hoping to use this to see what these corpses were capable of. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The headless corpses that were originally dead had black lines sprouting from their bodies, like words or poisonous snakes. Then they all stood up. F***CK! Zhang Qifeng was startled. He pulled out the sword from his waist with a bang, then jumped behind Deng Mo and Qin Feng and shouted loudly, Be careful! It's not that he is greedy for life and afraid of death. It's just that with his little strength, if he wants to stand in front of Qin Feng and Deng Mo, it will only get in the way. He still has this self-awareness. Qin Feng and the other two didn't pay attention, but looked at the corpses with their brows furrowed. Obviously these corpses didn't even have mouths. But there were strange sounds, like whispers from the abyss. It's a weird melody. Inaudible characters. At least that's the case for Deng Mo and Zhang Qifeng. But Qin Feng heard clearly that these voices were clearly repeating. Innate energy! The moment the strange music paused, all the corpses rushed towards Qin Feng. Deng Mo was present. How could he let them succeed? With a wave of his hand, the puppet method was used, and the giant shadow hand instantly grasped the corpses fiercely. With Deng Mo's strength at the peak of the second level, it should be easy to deal with these guys, who are neither human nor ghosts. But the moment Shadow Black Hand came into contact with these guys, they were instantly melted by them. The Yin Chi and Nether Ghost Chi have been eliminated?
Ding Mo looked shocked. At this moment, strange black lines, like poisonous snakes, separated from the corpse and pounced towards Qin Feng. At the critical moment, the little white ball on Qin Feng's shoulder let out a cry and slapped his belly with hands as thick as thumbs. Green light emerged from the buds on the head and then turned into emerald green thunder, striking at these black poisonous snakes. A shrill neighing sound suddenly sounded. Chapter 693 The True Identity of the Blurred Shadow. The weird black lines melted away the moment they touched the emerald green thunder. Qin Feng and others did not relax their vigilance because of this. Because at the moment of melting, black smoke came out, and the laughter that penetrated the black smoke continued one after another, making people shudder. Scarlet eyes appeared in the black smoke, and a cold voice sounded.
I will find you.
As the words fell, the black smoke dispersed with the wind. At the same time, in the Imperial study room, a strong wind suddenly blew, and the scrolls were scattered all over the floor. Eunuchly didn't know the reason, so he exclaimed,
Guard you! Protect you!
Everyone from Uluosi appeared immediately and protected Emperor Ming among them. However, this gust of wind came and went quickly.
No problem.
Emperor Ming waved his hand, and all the prison Luosi looked at each other, then bowed and retreated. Emperor Ming turned his head and looked at the scroll in the inner room. A cold light flashed across the edge of the Xian Yuan divine sword. This divine sword is a legacy from generations of the great Qian dynasty. It possesses the shocking power of killing gods and demons. It will also respond to gods and demons, just like when the Zhulong came into the world. And the greater the movement it causes, the closer the gods and demons are to the sword. But the disappearance of the movement at this moment meant that the danger no longer existed. Emperor Ming pinched his eyebrows, thinking of the cracks between the fairy world and the ghost world that appeared in the four realms of Dakian. And he felt mentally and physically exhausted.
Your Majesty, take care of the dragon body,
Eunuchly on the side said with concern. On the other side, inside the 9 layers of prison, the Imperial Master Tian Jian withdrew his gaze and looked again at the blurry black figure in front of him. The latter smiled and said,
I thought you would never come here to see me.
This black shadow is naturally the leader of Zonkin's group, after Zhulong was killed in the Battle of Jinling Pass. This group of people was escorted to the 9th level prison and imprisoned. Master Tian Jian asked aloud,
With your strength, you could escape from the ban. Why did you voluntarily surrender?
No one understands Fuzzy Black Shadow's strength better than Tian Jingguisher, so he knows very well that even Qin Feng in his original state will have difficulty imprisoning him in the world in his palm. The blurry black shadow replied calmly.
You and I have been fighting for a long time, and each has his own victory or defeat. It is my ultimate goal to attract gods and demons to the world. Zhulong's death was beyond my expectation. Now that the layout has failed, I am too lazy to continue fussing about it. I will just stay here quietly for the rest of my life, which can be considered leisurely. These words can be used to deceive others, but how can they deceive me?
Tian Jian Imperial Master's voice was cold, and he waved his sleeves, as a burst of clear light shone, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The true appearance of the blurry black shadows slowly emerged. Senior Brother Shenli, who came here with Imperial Master Tian Jian, opened his eyes slightly. Unexpected, yet reasonable. The wrinkles on his face and the look between his brows are exactly the same as those of the Imperial Master Tian Jian. If you want to talk about the difference, the teacher is wearing white clothes, while the other person is wrapped in a black robe. Shenli sighed in his heart.
There have been rumors in the world for a long time that the teacher used the supreme immortal method to transform the 3 pure beings in one breath, dividing his own existence into 3. One of them is located in the Dingtian Tower of Howin Academy. The other is traveling around the world to protect the world. And the third one has never been found whereabouts. But who could have guessed that the person behind the scenes, who has been fighting with the teacher for countless years, is actually the last clone of the teacher?
When the black-robed old man heard the words of the Imperial Master, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile,
That makes sense. You and I are born from the same source. This kind of prevarication is really unnecessary.
After a pause, he spoke again.
When the 3 of us come to the world, we will look for a chess piece in the world and try to cultivate it into a variable that changes destiny. Luo Yu was extremely talented, and I had high hopes for him. But unfortunately, his life was ruined by his father. And you and another old guy actually chose the same person. When King Garuda's heart was destroyed in Jinong City, I noticed him. He is blessed with luck. But that's all. But his subsequent experiences were like a thorn. Innocuous, but painful. promoted the establishment of the Kendo League, and changed the situation where martial artists cherished their broomsticks. Taiping Academy was founded, and scholars of Winchendao became popular in the world. He also invented gunpowder and improved the art of military control. The overall strength of the human race has been continuously strengthened because of him. During the battle at Jinling Pass, when that boy appeared in that appearance, I made another prediction. The future of this world is still shrouded in endless darkness. But that kid is a variable, like a ray of light. He lights the way to the future. If only a little. I saw many lights the size of dust converging on him, and his light became brighter and brighter, shining farther and farther. I'm curious as to where the light can illuminate, or whether it will eventually be swallowed up by the boundless darkness. So I choose to be a bystander. I don't know. Are you satisfied with this reason?
Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer, but turned around and left with Shenli. The 9 layers of prison was once again shrouded in darkness. The old man in black robe said leisurely,
"The 3 of us will eventually choose the same person, won't we? Just like his choice."
In the dead man's square. For the sake of safety, Lord Dingamo used puppet techniques to gather many corpses, and then burned them all with fire, recalling the moment when the Yin Qi and Netherworld Ghost Qi were dissolved. Dingamo looked solemn. You must know that the source of the power of the 100 Ghost Taoist is Yin Qi and Netherworld Ghost Qi. If these two cannot play a role, then no matter how strong the 100 Ghost Taoist is, he can only be slaughtered by others.
Do you know what that is?
Dingamo asked quietly. Qin Feng shook his head. Now that he recalled the scene just now, he still felt a little frightened, and he had some vague guesses. Isn't the strange black energy's persistence towards Xiantian Ichi the same as the original Zhulong? This black energy is likely to come from some unknown god or demon.
Where are the people accompanying the wealthy businessman?
Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Zhang Qifeng. The latter hurriedly replied,
At this moment, he should still be in the demon-slaying department, being questioned by his colleagues. Take me there. There are some things I want to know. Okay. Brother Qin, please come with me.
After arriving at the Demon Slayer division, it didn't take long for Zhang Qifeng to bring all the people accompanying him to Qin Feng. At this moment, these grooms were still trembling and their faces were pale. Think about it. If ordinary people see someone's head shattering in front of them for no reason, how can they not be frightened? They were walking with a leading wealthy businessman, so they were naturally afraid that the same thing would happen to them.
Sir, I have told you everything I know. You must save us. Yes, gentlemen, I am an old man and a young man, and I must not die here.
This, Zhang Qifeng looked at Qin Feng with an ugly expression. Upon seeing this, the latter said,
Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you.
After hearing this, the group of people looked at each other, and their nervous expressions eased slightly. Qin Feng's words were naturally not without purpose. He had already tested them with Xiantian Ichi and found that there was nothing strange about these people. But the problem lies precisely here. They obviously passed by the same place and ate the same food. So why was only the leader involved in an accident? And why did those gangsters suffer? Qin Feng was puzzled, and then asked,
Did anything strange happen to him on his way back?
As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into deep thought. One person seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said,
Could it be that Ancestral Hall?
Chapter 694 Ancestral Hall in Suiyang City.
Ancestral Hall?
Qin Feng looked up and saw a lean man speaking. He didn't ask any more questions and motioned for the other party to continue.
Master Jia has a habit of worshipping gods and ghosts wherever he goes. Whenever you encounter a mountain temple or a Chenghuang temple, you will definitely go in and burn a stick of incense. Sometimes, even if the statue enshrined in the temple is not human or ghost, Mr. Jia will never miss it. According to him, if you worship gods and Buddhas too much, they will automatically bless you, regardless of what they are. This is called being sincere and spiritual.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but he could understand what Mr. Jia was thinking. The world is so chaotic, and when you go out to do business, you are bound to encounter dangers. Instead of worrying all day long, it is better to find a spiritual sustenance to make yourself feel better. This can also be regarded as a kind of psychological suggestion. Just like him in the previous life, he would hang up Conan posters before every exam to try to get a good start. But the results were often disastrous. It turns out that superstition is of little use. The lean man said again, The destination of our trip is Suiyang City in the southern region, which is rich in fine fragrant wood and is the best choice for making incense. Mr. Jia worshipped gods and ghosts as usual, but nothing happened along the way.
But after arriving at Sui Yong City and worshipping at the ancestral hall there, some strange behavior occurred.
Sui Yong City. Qin Feng's heart sank when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, one of the 9 cracks in the fairy world mentioned by Anya before was near Sui Yong City. Could there be any relationship between the two?
What weird behavior?
Qin Feng asked curiously. The lean man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and recalled.
That night in Sui Yong City, I went out to relieve myself in the middle of the night. And suddenly I heard a thumping sound coming from Master Jia's guest room. I was curious, so I got closer and heard Mr. Jia's voice constantly coming out, as if he was talking casually. When I listened carefully, it was clear that what he was talking about was money.
Money. Money! By the firelight in the guest room, I finally understood the source of the bang dong dong sound. It was clearly someone who was constantly banging on the door of the guest room. At that time, I was so excited that I didn't dare to stay any longer. So I ran back to my room. I originally wanted to talk to others about this matter. But the next day Mr. Jia seemed to be fine. Exactly the same as usual. I didn't say much, just thinking that maybe I had fallen asleep in the middle of the night. Now that what happened to Mr. Jia, it must have something to do with the weird behavior that night.
Qin Feng frowned and thought for a while, then asked again.
Do you know what is enshrined in the ancestral hall where Mr. Jia worships in Sui Yong City? How do I know this? I don't believe this.
The lean man waved his hands repeatedly. At this time, another groom said,
I do know a little bit. Tell me something. When the master went to the ancestral hall, I drove the carriage. The incense there was very good and people came and went. I searched for a long time before I found a place to park the carriage. I didn't go inside the ancestral hall, but took a peek inside when I walked through the gate. The large ancestral hall looks quite new, with red tiles and white walls. However, there are no statues in the ancestral hall. It seems that it is not a city god's temple or a god or Buddha.
Qin Feng nodded slightly. There must be a huge statue standing there in the city god's temple or the temple of gods and Buddhas for people to worship. Since there is no statue in sight, and the temple is very new, there is a high probability that it is a wild temple belonging to some strange existence. The groom spoke again.
While waiting for the master, I also heard the conversations of passers-by. They all say that the immortals and Buddhas in the ancestral hall are much more effective than those in the Chungwang temple. They basically get what they ask for. And it is precisely because of this that the incense in the ancestral hall is so prosperous.
Qin Feng looked at Deng Emo, who also had a solemn look on his face. After the questioning was almost done, Master Deng dismissed everyone, and then said to Qin Feng,
It seems that if you want to find out the ins and outs of the matter, you have to go to Sui Yong City to find out.
Sui Yong City is located in the southern region. It takes almost 2,400 miles to travel south from Fengtian City. Qin Feng recalled the
geography of Dakian
in his mind.
Qin Feng, although you have just returned to Fengtian City not long ago, I still hope that you can go with me on this trip. After all, that weird black energy is useless to you. With you here, I feel more at ease.
Deng Emo said sincerely. As sieging the Demon Slayer division of Fengtian City, he cannot leave at will. Otherwise he will have to go there in person. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed.
Don't worry, Mr. Deng. You don't need to tell me. I want to go there too. It's just that I have to go back and tell my family about this, so that they don't worry.
Qin Feng naturally has his own considerations. If the things behind Sui Yong City are really related to gods and demons, he naturally cannot sit idly by and ignore it. And with the existence of Thunder Qilin and Little White Ball, even if there is real danger, he can be on guard in advance.
That's good. Then tomorrow morning, I will ask Zhang Qifeng to take some people with you.
Zhang Qifeng was stunned when he heard this. He thought of the wealthy businessman and the gangsters with their heads shattered. He was so frightened that he trembled and said immediately,
Master Deng, I won't be bathing tomorrow. How about you replace me with someone else?
Hearing this, Deng Emo replied calmly,
Your rest is postponed.
Ah?
Has a problem?
Zhang Qifeng gritted his teeth.
To be honest with Mr. Deng, in fact, I have a rest tomorrow and my subordinate plan to meet a girl to resolve important matters in his life. I am already 23 years old, and my mother at home is also urging me hard. I hope Master Deng will give me this opportunity.
As he spoke, Zhang Qifeng took out a handkerchief from his arms and swore that this handkerchief was a token of love given to him by the girl. Deng Emo was not a hard-hearted person. After hearing this reason, he planned to relent and choose someone else. But Qin Feng caught a glimpse of the writing on the handkerchief
and twitched the corner of his mouth and said,
"It turns out that the girl that Brother Jean wants to see is in Piaoxiang Garden. Could it be the top one?"
Zhang Qifeng blurted out.
"Missing Chun is not the number one. Just a small celebrity."
Ding Mo's face instantly darkened.
"If I don't see you tomorrow morning, don't show up in the Demon Slayer department again. Do you understand? My subordinates understand."
Zhang Qingfeng's face is like a bitter gourd. As a veteran in the workplace, his favorite thing is fishing, and what he hates most is business trips. Ding Mo turned his head and said to Qin Feng,
"I will also write to the Demon Slayer Division and Sword Alliance of Suiyang City regarding this matter, asking them to help you."
A place with cracks in the fairy world and cracks in the ghost world. Although there will be many dangers, it will also provide many opportunities. After all, in the land of cracks, the concentration of ancient divine energy and ghostly energy must be much stronger than in other places. This is the case in Suiyang City. Therefore, although Suiyang City is not a celestial city, it still has a gymnasium of the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance also has many connections with the Dagon Demon Slayer Division, and can provide certain assistance to the latter when necessary.
"Then thank you, Master Ding,"
Qin Feng said with his fists clasped. Chapter 695, Naming. Returning to the Qin mansion and walking to the corridor outside the lobby, I heard Aaron Yang laughing and chatting with someone. Taking a closer look, Qin Feng was surprised.
"Why is this guy Anya here again?"
It's okay to come. She is still dressed as a dignified and elegant daughter, and she is also very concerned about Lu Jinli and Song Filan. Saying sister for a while. Qin Feng always felt that this guy's personality was a bit broken, and he couldn't help but miss the way he looked when he was unruly, and disliked his ugly handwriting. Anya glanced at the door, then withdrew her gaze without any trace, and then took out many tonics for childbirth and mind nourishment from the Sumer ring.
"I asked the imperial doctors in the palace, and they said that these things are very useful for pregnant women. You two sisters must not shirk them."
Lan Ningxuan looked alert, and her sense of crisis became stronger. She always felt that Anya had an ulterior motive. However, Miss and Filan needed these supplements at the moment, so she couldn't say much. Young waved her hands and said,
"How can this be so embarrassing? We haven't finished eating the food you gave us last time."
Anya smiled and replied,
"And it's okay. There are many such things in the palace anyway."
Song Filan frowned slightly when she heard this. These words seemed to show off her wealth in front of her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. You know, she was responsible for all these miracle cures in the past. But because she was pregnant, she hadn't returned to Tianqi for a long time, and all her wealth had been completely wiped out. Lu Jinli didn't think much and said, "Thank you." She only cared about the baby in her belly now, and hoped that the latter could be born safely. Qin Feng found a seat and sat down, and then told about his departure to Suiyang City tomorrow. Yang asked worriedly,
"Why are you going out again not long after you came back? Is there any danger?"
Lu Jinli and others in the lobby also looked over.
"Don't worry. There won't be much danger. Don't think about it. If there is a serious ghost trouble in Suiyang City, how can Fengtian City not know about it? What's more, with the help of people from the Demon Slayer Division and the Sword Alliance, there is no chance of any trouble happening." "Uncle, do you need me to go with you?"
Lan Ningxuan asked.
"No need. Just take care of Jinli and Filan at home. I'll be back as soon as I go. It shouldn't take a few days."
Qin Feng replied.
"Okay."
Lan Ningxuan's eyes flashed with frustration. Anya on the side blinked when she heard the words, not knowing what she was thinking. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the courtyard, absorbing the Hongming fairy aura and ghostly aura between heaven and earth. In his divine sea, the black and white energy that represents the yin and yang principles of Zhulong is also growing. The thunder unicorn and the little white ball ran around, chasing each other, and then stopped to look at the black and white energy together. One of them is extremely yearning for the black energy that represents the power of death, and the other is very interested in the white energy that represents the power of life. This is just like their nature. The life-destroying thunder with supreme destructive power, and the emerald green thunder with magical resurrection ability. After practicing for a long time, Qin Feng stopped absorbing the Hongmeng immortal qi and netherworld ghost qi. He looked at the thunder unicorn and the little white ball not far away, and then waved. The two little guys ran towards him in a hurry. One was sitting cross-legged by his legs, and the other was lying on his shoulders. Qin Feng looked at the two little guys and said, "I've known you for so long. How about giving you two names for the convenience of getting along in the future?" The thundering unicorn roared, and the little white ball buzzed.
When Qin Feng saw this, he began to think seriously. He was quite confident in his naming ability. Looking at the appearance of the two little guys, Qin Feng said, "Why don't you call me Da Hong, and you call me Xiao Bai? It's easy to understand, and has a three-dimensional image." The two little guys were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads together, obviously dissatisfied with the two names. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously, and named several more names one after another. But they were all rejected by the two little guys. "You two are quite picky. You don't even want such a handsome name as Garuramon?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Thunder Qilin immediately showed a look of disgust, and even snorted twice in disdain. And the thunder exploded, deafening. It is expressing its dissatisfaction. The little white ball also used its little hands to pull Qin Feng's hair to express its mood at the moment. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. "It's just a name. If you can remember it, that's fine." Just when the two little guys wanted to continue to express their dissatisfaction, the halo left by Senior Xian Yi suddenly lit up on the platform, and within a moment, a white shadow appeared. When the senior woke up, Qin Feng was naturally very excited. Before he could greet him, Xian Yi said with a smile, "You can't be careless about your name. It carries many things. It is both a constraint and recognition of the laws of heaven and earth. Just like the names and taboos of the transcendent realm, the world cannot recognize them and cannot describe them, because their names and taboos themselves represent Tao principles and power. The two little guys will naturally be angry if you treat such an important thing so casually." Thunder Qilin and Xiao Baiqiu kept nodding, obviously agreeing with Senior Xian Yi's words. Qin Feng was slightly startled. This was the first time he heard this statement. So he said, "Why don't you let the seniors give them names? That's all I can think of." Xian Yi looked at Thunder Qilin and Little White Ball, and then shook his head. "They will not accept the name I gave them. They will only accept the name you gave them. This is their recognition of you." When Qin Feng heard this, he looked at the two little guys. Their eyes seemed to be shining with joy and expectation. It seemed that it was not easy to fool Qin Feng casually. He scratched his head and thought seriously. And then an idea suddenly occurred to him. "Why don't you call me Chi Chi, and you call me Bai Su? There's no problem with these two names." "Right." Thunder Qilin and Little White Ball looked at each other. And then a shocking scene appeared. Only the sound of something breaking could be heard. Two beams of light appeared from their foreheads, shot straight into the sky, and then sank into their heads again. Qin Feng was surprised when he saw this scene. He had a vague feeling that he had a closer connection with the two little guys, and seemed to be able to sense their joy, anger, sorrow and joy. Xian Yi on the side explained. "They recognize the name you gave them. And from now on, you are their master." Qin Feng nodded slightly, and reached out to caress the heads of Chi Chi and Bai Su. The two little guys were very affectionate. "Senior, do you know who these two little guys are?" Senior Xian Yi said leisurely. "In ancient times, when the heaven and earth first opened, everything was in chaos, and the three realms did not exist. Later, Tao was born, evolved into Yin and Yang, came to the world in the shape of thunder, and wielded the power of life and death. From then on, two gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. The three realms appear, and the laws circulate. If my guess is correct, these two little guys may be related to the thunder that came into the world at the beginning of that day and the earth." Chapter 696: The Departure of the Golden Winged Roc. Qin Feng glanced at the two little guys playing around him, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Senior, are they so powerful? I'm just guessing. They are not in their final form now, but more like they were in childhood. No one knows what their identity is. But you don't have to be too entangled. After all, no matter what their identity is, they have now recognized you as their master. So just treat them well. Junior understands." Qin Feng nodded. Xian Yi raised his head and looked at the dazzling platinum life star, which was as dazzling as the sun. He smiled and asked, "I was in a hurry and couldn't congratulate you. How does it feel to be a third-grade person?" Qin Feng scratched his head and replied, "It's pretty good. It's all thanks to Senior Xian Yi who taught and guided me all the way. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this junior to step into the third-level realm in such a short period of time. You are naturally gifted. Even without my guidance, your cultivation progress will not be too slow. By the way, Senior, where is that white deer now? Without his help, I wouldn't be able to gather the destiny stars overnight. It is even more impossible to retreat safely after borrowing the power of my predecessor. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to thank him." When Xian Yi heard this, he recalled the colorful horned white deer and shook his head slightly.
After I fell into coma, I lost track of him. But I have a feeling that he will appear again.
For some reason, Qin Feng seemed to hear a hint of sadness in the senior's tone. He changed the subject at the right time and said,
"It has been some time since I entered the third level. In addition to understanding the principles of yin and yang according to the method taught by the master, the second level, how should I practice cultivation? But I have never been able to figure it out. I also asked my seniors to teach me. The realm of the second level is all about reaching the pinnacle. For those of the Wensheng Dao, there are only two ways. One is to use the realm to perfection. The second is to maximize the spiritual energy corresponding to the original righteousness. But if it were you, I would think of a more perfect way to practice."
When Senior Xianyi said this, he took a special look at the black and white aura, as well as the two little guys Chi Chi and Bai Su.
In the original battle with the Garuda clan and Zhulong, you used the realm to control the power of life and death with the help of thunder as the foundation. And they are originally transformed by thunder, integrated into your divine sea, and complement your original spirit. If you can enhance their power and then feed it back to yourself, it will be a matter of course for you to enter the second grade realm.
If Qin Feng had some enlightenment, he still couldn't figure it out.
"Senior, how should we do it specifically?"
Xianyi pointed to the black and white principles of Zhulong and explained,
"That is the remnant of Zhulong's divine nature, which represents the principles of yin and yang, and can also control the power of life and death. If you can make two little guys integrate them into yourself, you can make them more powerful. However, this yin and yang Dao is broken and broken. The first thing you have to do is to strengthen and perfect it."
Qin Feng said helplessly.
This junior has been listening to the master's words, absorbing the Hongmeng immortal qi and netherworld ghost qi to feed it. However, half a year has passed, and it is only a little bigger than it was at the beginning.
Xianyi pondered for a moment and then spoke again.
"I do know something that can make the principles of yin and yang perfect as soon as possible, and also give you the opportunity to understand more principles. However, it may be very difficult to obtain it."
"Is there such a good thing?" Qin Feng's eyes were bright. And without thinking, he said firmly,
"Senior, please teach me. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely work hard to overcome it. Even if I go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. The ambition is good?"
Xian nodded and said,
"That thing is the divinity evolved from other Tao principles in the transcendent realm."
Qin Feng's face froze. At this moment, there were 1,000 speechless words in his mind that he wanted to complain about. But in the end, they all turned into two words: hack. At dawn the next day, Qin Feng got up, dressed and left the house. As soon as he went out, he saw a golden-winged rock with golden feathers, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. With a deep look,
"Morning,"
Qin Feng greeted. He hadn't seen the golden-haired bird for some time, since the ancient divine breath came back to the world. The latter heard the commotion, looked for fame, and then said,
"I may have to break my original agreement and leave you for a while."
"Oh." Qin Feng nodded, without asking any more questions, and just added,
"Pay attention to safety. Wait a minute."
The golden-winged rock hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feng and asked in confusion,
"Aren't you curious about where I am going? What am I going to do?" "Then where are you going, and what are you going to do?"
Qin Feng asked perfunctorily. He was still eager to meet Zhang Qifeng and others.
"The battlefield of the Dapeng clan is the vast sky. I heard the call of the wind. It's time to go to the sky and prove the glory of our clan."
What kind of bird language is this talking about? Qin Feng's mouth twitched.
"Let's make it easier to understand. After half a year of practice, I absorbed enough ancient divine energy and felt the bottleneck of breakthrough. So I have to leave you for a while. Go to that place where the strong winds are fierce, and deal with the second grade confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth."
The golden-winged rock changed his explanation. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. If the golden-haired bird really stepped into the second level, it would be a great thing. So he asked,
"Is there anything I can do to help you?"
The golden-winged rock shook his head.
"This trip is very dangerous, and I don't know if I can come back alive. So I wanted to say goodbye to you. You should keep the tail feathers I gave you well. If I successfully enter the second level, I will find my breath and come to you again. But if the tail feathers dissipate, it means that I have failed to overcome the tribulation. When the time comes, just forget about me."
Why do I feel like I'm setting a flag? And how does this sound like my ex's breakup declaration? Qin Feng's face froze. However, Qin Feng still knew how terrifying the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth was. He still vividly remembers the horrific scene when the two ladies went through the tribulation. The Golden Winged Dapeng met him during the natural disaster in the western region, and had experienced life and death together. Naturally, it was impossible for him to do nothing. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng thought of something, and summoned Baisu from the Divine Sea. As soon as the little white ball appeared, it landed on Qin Feng's shoulder, and rubbed his cheek affectionately. Baisu, I need your help with something. Can your healing thunder be condensed into some form and stored? When Baisu heard this, he tilted his head, and then made a babbling sound. As the buds on top of its head emitted bright green light, a green thunderbolt struck down from the sky, turning into a 2-finger-wide young leaf in front of Qin Feng. On the young leaves, traces of lightning arcs surged. Qin Feng held it in his hand, and felt numb and cool. When the Golden Winged Rock saw this, he said angrily, "You kid, you have already found a new monster to assist you. No wonder you are indifferent to my whereabouts." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized, I almost forgot. You haven't met Chi Chi and Baisu yet. Forget it. I will introduce them to you in detail after you come back. Keep this thunder leaf with you. No matter what happens, don't take it off. In the future, when the hegemony of the world is confirmed, it may be able to help you survive the disaster. Golden Winged Dapeng heard the concern in Qin Feng's words, snorted coldly, and didn't bother to care about where the little white ball came from. It put away the thunder leaves, flapped its wings, and flew high into the sky. I am leaving. Well, take care of yourself. Qin Feng kept looking at the sky until the figure of the Golden Winged Rock disappeared into the horizon and disappeared. I hope that when you come back again. Soaring in the sky, Qin Feng's heartfelt wishes. Chapter 697, I Remember You. After parting ways with the Golden Winged Rock, Qin Feng arrived outside the Demon Slayer department. John Qin Feng and other Demon Slayers were already getting ready. But there was a figure in the crowd who looked extremely abrupt. I saw that she was wearing a bamboo hat, with black hair like a waterfall, a fair face, shiny red lips, and a plain white dress, which made her look quite heroic. This person is clearly Yin disguised as a man. Qin Feng was stunned and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? There are cracks in Suiyang City, which will be of great benefit to my practice. So I thought of going with you along the way," Yin explained. The white hat just covered the slightly red tips of her ears, thinking of her as a princess of a country. Xiao Haoran, an upright scholar, lying confidently made her really uncomfortable. But for the long-hidden emotions in her heart, all these efforts were worth it. Qin Feng had a strange look on his face when he heard this. Yin has always been unpredictable to him recently. He came to John Qingfeng's side and got on his horse. John Qi Feng immediately pulled the horse's reins closer and asked in a low voice, "Brother Qin, do you know this handsome young master named In? We had some dealings. What happened? This Mr. In is not a simple person. Mr. Deng brought him here personally. Fortunately, he told me that I must protect his safety during this trip to Suiyang City." The princess of a country is naturally not simple. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Brother Qin, can you tell me who he is?" Qin Feng glanced at Yin. She came here disguised as a man. She definitely didn't want others to know her true identity. So he replied, "I don't know the specifics. But one thing is for sure. She should have some relationship with the emperor's relatives." When John Qin Feng heard this, his eyes lit up. He never expected that the young man in white had such a powerful background. If I can serve the young man in white comfortably, wouldn't I be able to rise to prominence, be promoted and make a fortune when I return from this mission? From now on, he no longer has to travel for business. Thinking of this, John Qin Feng was ready to take action. Just thinking about how to gain favor in front of the other party, Qin Feng looked around and asked, "Are there no more horses?" Yin's bright eyes blinked, and then he let out a breath and said, "It doesn't matter if there are no extra horses. It doesn't matter if two people sit on the same horse." This was all planned by Yin in advance. She had not mounted the horse yet because she was waiting for Qin Feng to come here and then made an excuse to ride with him. According to what the Queen Mother said, a man and a woman will definitely fall in love over time if they get along with each other. While she is trying to impress Lu Jianli and Song Feilin, she is also trying to make Qin Feng slowly fall in love with her. Pretending to walk towards Qin Feng's horse casually, God knows how fast Yin's heart was beating at this moment. The two of them were riding on the same horse, so physical contact was inevitable. She had never been so close to a man since she was a child. There is tension, but more of it is anticipation. But at this moment, John Qi Feng got off his horse in an instant, and then led the horse in front of Yin. "Master Deng said that you want me to take good care of you. So how can you be forced to compete with others? You can ride this horse. Brother Qin and I can sit on the same horse. After finishing his words, without waiting for Yin to reply, he jumped up and landed on Qin Feng's horse. Zhang Qifeng was still feeling complacent in his heart. He felt that with his quick eyesight and quick hands, he must have gained a favorable impression in front of the noble young master. Yin frowned slightly, raised her head and asked lightly, "What's your name?" Reporting to Mr. N. "My name is Zhang Qifeng, and I am the Qingyu 2-star Demon Slayer of the Demon Slayer Division of Fengtian City." Zhang Qifeng raised his head and replied loudly, "I remember you," Yin said coldly, then got on his horse. This made Zhang Qifeng extremely happy. He only felt that a bright future was waiting for him. Why do I feel like that guy is not in a good mood? Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. The horse's reins were raised and its hooves neighed. Everyone rode on their horses and set off towards Suiyang City. The journey of 2,400 miles is neither long nor short. Driving on Huarong Road, Qin Feng and his party finally arrived at their destination when the sunset filled the sky. Suiyang City is surrounded by trees, and a faint fragrance hits your nostrils. There is an endless stream of people coming and going at the city gate. Although it is not as good as the Celestial City, it is not far behind. There are two reasons for the large number of people. First, Suiyang City is rich in fragrant wood, which is the best choice for making aromatherapy. Many businessmen like to come here to purchase goods and exchange supplies. Secondly, there is a crack in the immortal world here. Divine warriors can practice here and get twice the result with half the effort. Qin Feng tightened the reins of his horse and looked up, only to see a hole cut in the hazy night sky, with golden light entwining on it, like a chain, binding the vast scene of the fairy world. That was the ban imposed by the heavenly supervisor. Qin Feng activated his spiritual consciousness to perceive carefully, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. The ancient divine breath and Hongming fairy energy here were indeed far richer than those in other places. "Mr. N, you must be thirsty after a long journey. Drink some water." Zhang Qifeng worked really hard for his own future. He took off the water bag hanging on the saddle and handed it over respectfully. However, because of the horse riding incident, Yin didn't have much affection for Zhang Qifeng. Just when he was about to refuse, he heard Qin Feng not far away asked curiously, "Where is my water bag?" "Well, I happen to be a little thirsty." Anya immediately took the water bag and opened the bottle. She did not touch it with her mouth. Indirect kissing was still too exciting for her now. Xian Kong took a few sips and handed back the water bag. She didn't know whether it was because she was too thirsty or for other reasons, but she just felt that the water was a little sweet. "Brother Qin, what should we do next?" Zhang Qifeng asked. Qin Feng thought carefully and then replied, "Let's go into the city first. Take a look around, and then meet with the people from the Demon Slayer Division and Sword Alliance here. Don't you need to go directly to the Ancestral Hall to find out?" Qin Feng shook his head. "For safety reasons, don't enter the Ancestral Hall first. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be foolproof." "Okay, then I'll listen to Brother Qin." Zhang Qifeng nodded, and then made an explanation to all his colleagues, and everyone agreed. After all, no one wanted to make fun of their own lives. Seeing a group of people stepping into Suiyang City, Qin Feng deliberately slowed down and came to Yun. "I originally wanted to advise you not to come to this muddy water when I was in Fengtian City. The danger here is far beyond your imagination. But I also know that I can't persuade you at all. In the coming days, try to stay by my side and don't stay too far away. Do you understand me?" When Yin heard this, she felt warm in her heart. She opened her cheeks slightly, hiding the tenderness in her eyes. She originally wanted to reply as usual, saying that she was also a fourth-grade person and could take care of herself. But when the words came to his lips, they turned into a simple whisper. "Yeah." So obedient? Qin Feng was extremely surprised. And when Qin Feng and his party stepped into Suiyang City, in a certain ancestral hall in the city where incense was flourishing, a strange smile appeared on the statue that was only the size of an ordinary person's head. Innate Qi. Chapter 698. A shrine that responds to requests. After entering the city, all you can see is a prosperous scene. The streets were busy with traffic, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. Zhang Qifeng led the horse, looked around, then approached Qin Feng, and whispered, "Brother Qin, this Suiyang City seems to be in trouble. I think it seems more comfortable here than Fengtian City." Qin Feng also felt strange. He narrowed his eyes slightly, used his double pupil power, and scanned the crowd,
but found nothing unusual. The cries of vendors on both sides of the street are endless. The people seem to be living and working in peace and contentment. The entire Suiyang city looks like a paradise. Yin is a woman after all, and her thoughts are more delicate. She said aloud,
"There is not even a beggar in the city."
When Qin Feng and others heard this, they looked around and found that the facts were just as Yin said. Not to mention a beggar. There was not even a person with a sallow complexion. You know, even in Fengtian City, the most prosperous city in Daqian, there are still beggars begging on the streets. They don't believe that Suiyang City can compare with Fengtian City in this aspect.
"Let's go to the demon slaying department here first and ask about the situation,"
Qin Feng said.
"That's fine."
John Qin Feng nodded, then took out a map from his arms and led everyone to the demon slaying division. What greeted them was Xijing, the demon slayer here, named Lu Qing. When the latter learned about what happened to Mr. Jia in Fengtian City, he frowned, then shook his head and said with a smile,
"You sirs must have misunderstood. Although I don't know why the man named Jia died suddenly, but it is definitely related to us. The ancestral hall in Suiyang City has nothing to do with it." "Why do you say that?"
Qin Feng asked curiously.
"You don't know, sir, that the ancestral hall was erected about half a year ago. At that time, not many people went to offer incense. After all, most people would rather go to the city god's temple to pray for all the best than an unknown mountain god's wild ancestral temple. The weather is good. It's just that the city god's temple didn't work. So some people went to the ancestral hall to worship with the attitude of giving it a try. But the result was unexpected. Those who seek wealth will get wealth. Those who seek children will get children. And those who seek marriage will get marriage." The news about the efficaciousness of the ancestral hall spread from one to another, and more people went to pray. And the incense became more and more prosperous. As time went by, no one paid attention to the Chengwang temple.
After a pause, Lu Qing said again,
"To be honest with you, sir, if you ask anyone casually in Suiyang City, at least 9 out of 10 people will have gone to the ancestral hall to worship, including me. If that ancestral hall was really weird and could move people's heads, how many people would have died in Suiyang City in the past 6 months? You say, yes or no?"
John Qin Feng and others looked at each other in shock when they heard this. But they felt that there was some truth in what they said. When I heard the grooms talking about the ancestral hall in Fengtian City, I still felt weird. But now I have seen the current situation in Suiyang City, and after thinking about it carefully, I have many doubts. If there really were any ghosts and gods in that ancestral hall, the city would have been filled with corpses. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then asked,
"Master Lu, you said you have also been to that ancestral hall. Is it really so efficacious? I don't dare take the word."
"Sir."
"Seriously? So just call me Lu Xijing. Speaking of that ancestral hall, it's really amazing. I used to have some unspeakable secrets. That is, when I had sex with my wife, I always felt powerless. Many doctors in the city could not find good results, and the relationship with his wife was deteriorating. As a result, after going to the ancestral hall to pray, in just 3 days, he regained his dignity as a man. What's more, going to the land of fireworks and willows and driving 3 or 4 in one night is not a problem at all. Since then, whenever I feel physically and mentally exhausted, I will go to the ancestral hall and offer 3 sticks of incense. The effect is much faster than seeing a doctor."
Hearing this, Yen looked disgusted. John Qingfeng's eyes gleamed when he heard this.
"Is it really that magical?"
As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. Qin Feng looked even weirder and said,
"Why, brother Qin Feng, do you have something to hide?"
John Qin Feng waved his hands hurriedly and said,
"Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I'm just purely curious."
Lu Qing continued,
"It is precisely because of the blessing of the gods in the ancestral hall that Suiyang City is such a prosperous scene today. If you adults still feel that there is something wrong with that ancestral hall, you might as well let me lead you to go and find out."
John Qin Feng was about to agree, but was interrupted by Qin Feng.
"We have been traveling all day and are already exhausted now.
So we are not in a hurry to go to the ancestral hall. After resting tonight, how about we ask Lu Xijing to show us the way tomorrow?"
Lu Qing hurriedly replied,
"I almost forgot that all of you are tired from the journey. If you don't mind, do you need me to arrange things in the restaurant? I can also find some girls to help you."
When he said this, Lu Qing had a smile on his face that every man could understand. At this time, Yen said coldly,
"We will handle the matter in the restaurant ourselves. Just mind your own business."
Lu Qing laughed dryly. Then just listen to this, Lord. After Qin Feng and others left the demon-slaying division, Yin asked in confusion, "Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? There is obviously a problem in the ancestral hall. If we solve it as soon as possible, wouldn't it also save a lot of effort?" Regarding this point, John Qin Feng and others are also puzzled. Just listen to Qin Feng explain. There is something wrong with Lu Xijing's attitude. What he says cannot be believed. John Qin Feng asked curiously, "Isn't it natural for the local demon-slaying department to fawn over those of us who come from Fengtian City? Then have you ever seen any third-grade divine warrior who is willing to be a small Xijing in a small town? Which third-level master would talk down to someone whose strength is lower than his own?" Qin Feng said in a deep voice. "What? That person named Lu is a third-grade martial artist?" Everyone looked surprised. Who would have thought that a humble and flattering local Xijing would have such terrifying strength? Qin Feng nodded. If he hadn't had the power of double pupils, he might have been deceived by the other party's appearance. Yin analyzed. Suiyang City is not a celestial city. If Demon Slayer Xijing's strength can reach the 5th level, he is considered to be at the top. Qin Feng responded. Yes, even if there is a rift in the immortal world here, which can greatly increase the speed of martial arts practice, it is still a fool's dream to cross 2 great realms in a row within half a year. It's really weird that he has such strength. John Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's impossible that he also begged for this from that ancestral hall. Right? Who knows? Qin Feng frowned. Let's find a place to settle down now, and then take advantage of the silence of the night to see what the ancestral hall is like. By the way, the Demon Slayer division cannot be trusted for the time being. Send someone to contact the people from the Sword Alliance and ask them to help us. Okay. John Qin Feng agreed immediately. On the other side, in the gymnasium of the Suiyang City Kendo League, an old man said in pain, "I really can't eat anymore. This is our 3-day ration." The graceful woman in black said dissatisfiedly, "That's it. Let's eat 6 cents full today." 6 points. The old man looked at the mess on the table and didn't know what to say. Why did the Kendo Alliance send such an ant over? Chapter 699 Weird. Qin Feng and his party found the restaurant, and after booking a room, they went in to rest in accordance with the previous agreement, thinking only of waiting until the dead of night before taking action. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Qin Feng induced his spiritual consciousness to enter the Divine Sea, and then began to absorb the aura of the heaven and earth in this area to consolidate his cultivation and perfect the yin and yang principles of the Candle Dragon. Wait until the night gets darker and the bustling streets quiet down. Above the sky, the golden light at the crack suddenly trembled. At the same time, the black and white energy in Qin Feng's Divine Sea also changed. They seemed to be attracted by something and began to flow. Even the 2 little guys, Chi Chi and Bai Su, widened their eyes and looked around anxiously. Qin Feng couldn't wait to figure out the reason. Boom! 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 There was a light knock on the door. Qin Feng withdrew from the state of cultivation and opened the door, only to see Zhang Qin Feng and other members of the Demon Slayer division looking solemn. What's wrong? Zhang Qin Feng made a silent gesture, then waved to follow. Arriving at the corridor of the restaurant, Zhang Qin Feng opened a crack in the window. Qin Feng looked around and saw a long queue of people on the street, marching somewhere. It's already midnight. Who else, other than the watchman, would go out and wander around at this hour? What's more, there are so many of them. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Qin Feng said without hesitation. Let's follow him and have a look. Would you like to call Mr. N? He seems to be fast asleep. Zhang Qin Feng asked in a low voice. Qin Feng pondered for a moment after hearing this, then shook his head. No need. We can just go by ourselves. Zhang Qin Feng thought for a while, and then said clearly. Brother Qin is very thoughtful. This situation is strange. We don't know what kind of dangers there will be ahead. Mr. N has a noble status, and it is really difficult for him to get involved in dangerous places. I'm mainly afraid that she will hold us back, and we will be distracted from taking care of her later. Zhang Qin Feng and others' expressions froze. Qin Feng and his party left the restaurant and followed the long queue through the shadows. Every common person looked extremely strange, with their eyes closed and mumbling words, as if they were sleepwalking. Qin Feng concentrated his attention, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully, wanting to hear what these people were talking about. But after listening, he showed a strange expression. Some people keep talking about getting promoted and getting rich. Some people keep talking about marrying a beautiful girl. Some people talk about earning countless glory and wealth. while others talk about having world-leading strength. These people seem to be praying for blessings? Zhang Qifeng frowned. Qin Feng nodded. Do you still remember what the groom in Fengtian City said? The night after Master Jiao worshipped at the Ancestral Hall, he also behaved strangely in the room. Isn't it the same as what he sees these people now? I suspect that the place where these people went is probably the Ancestral Hall. When he said this, a colleague from the Demon Slayer division was so absorbed in listening that he didn't notice the empty earthen jar used to store swill in the corner, and ended up bumping into it. Just a few banging sounds were heard, which seemed extremely harsh in this silent night. You? Zhang Qifeng was shocked, and the rest of his colleagues tensed up their muscles and hurriedly looked at the wandering people on the street. I didn't mean it, the man said tremblingly. Everyone was holding their breath, their hearts jumping into their throats. They were deeply afraid that this movement would attract the attention of the people and something terrible would happen. But no one expected that none of the people parading in the street would react. They were still talking to themselves and walking forward. Didn't they hear that? Zhang Qifeng looked surprised. Qin Feng's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. In this case, we don't need to hide our figures like this. We can directly follow him to see what the Ancestral Hall is all about. After many twists and turns, the group finally saw their destination. Outside the huge courtyard gate, there were two big red lanterns hanging, which looked extremely strange with the red light. And the people filed in one by one, with happy smiles on their faces, looking inexplicably oozing under the red light. Qin Feng and others followed the flow of people to the gate, and then looked inside. I saw that the courtyard of the Ancestral Hall was already full of people kneeling, and everyone was kowtowing non-stop, with a look of obsession in their eyes. Moving forward, people kept stepping into the dark Ancestral Hall with white walls and red tiles, as if they were actively throwing food into the maw of a beast. Zhang Qifeng stood on tiptoes, trying to see clearly what the Ancestral Hall looked like and what beings were enshrined. But all he could see was pitch black. He tilted his head and swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, What do you mean? Do we want to go in? Qin Feng frowned slightly and was unsure about paying attention. However, the two little guys in the Divine Sea did not react, indicating that there should be no danger here. After some hesitation, Qin Feng said, You just stay here and I will go in and check. Zhang Qifeng shook his head and said, How can this be done? If anything happens, no one can take care of you. Then will you go in with me? Qin Feng turned around and asked. Qin Feng was naturally just talking. His strength was the highest among everyone present. If he acted alone, even if danger appeared, he would have a high probability of escaping safely. And he believed that with Zhang Qifeng's greedy and fearful character, he would definitely find a reason to refuse. However, the reality was completely opposite to what he thought. Just listen to Zhang Qifeng's righteous and awe-inspiring words. This is natural. Brother Qin, just leave your back to me. As long as I don't die, no one will be allowed to harm Brother Qin. When Qin Feng heard this, he retracted his raised feet. He looked at Zhang Qifeng carefully, with a surprised look on his face. Why haven't you noticed before that this guy's consciousness is so high? What's wrong? Brother Qin? Why don't you go in? Zhang Qifeng asked curiously. The other colleagues around him also urged at this time. Without further delay, it is best to find out the situation in this Ancestral Hall as soon as possible. Yes, you two can just go in. We will guard this place. For some reason, Qin Feng suddenly felt that these people had become strange. He opened his eyes and observed everyone, but found nothing unusual. But the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Qin Feng thought for a moment and then asked, By the way, Brother Qin Feng, when will you pay me back the 300 taels of silver I lent you? Zhang Qifeng was stunned for a moment, and then said apologetically, I thought Brother Qin had forgotten this incident a long time ago. I have been a little tight recently. When things happen here in Suiyang City, I will definitely give Qin a lot of money when I go back. Come back, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a white thunderbolt with unparalleled power shot directly through Zhang Qifeng's abdominal cavity. This is the skill of Bai Lei. After Qin Feng took action, he immediately distanced himself from the others without any hesitation. After some testing just now, he was convinced that this Zhang Qifeng was definitely not true. The identities of the other colleagues in the Demon Slayer division are naturally questionable. Brother Qin, you are so harsh. Zhang Qifeng touched his abdominal cavity that was pierced by white thunder, and his tone was resentful. But what surprised Qin Feng was that there was no trace of blood on the wound, and it even became intact in just a moment. Who are you? Qin Feng said in a deep voice. What answered him was a burst of cold laughter. Chapter 700, Red-Haired Ghost. Ghost Mirage. The faces of Zhang Qifeng and others became blurred, and even their bodies looked like shadows. Not only that, all the people who had no reaction at first stood up together and turned to look at Qifeng. With a faint green light in their eyes, they murmured in their mouths, all saying the same thing. Innate energy. The crowd was like irrational beasts, rushing towards Qifeng, as if they were going to bite off a piece of meat from him. Qifeng hasn't figured out the current situation yet, so naturally he can't kill all the people. He immediately mobilized the qi in his body, and the Halcyon mirror evolved from the Thunder's righteousness stood in front of him. With his current strength, if someone wants to break his Halcyon mirror, they must at least reach the level of 2nd level or 8th level tribulation power. But the strange Zhang Qifeng and others, as well as the common people, obviously do not have such strength. But the reality was completely different from what Qifeng expected. As a sound broke through the air, the invincible Halcyon mirror collapsed in an instant. How is this possible? Qifeng's eyes widened, looking at the claws getting closer and closer to his throat, and he retreated violently again. But Zhang Qifeng and others' offensive is like a gangrene attached to the bones, and they can't get rid of it at all. Are they humans or ghosts? Qifeng gritted his teeth and tossed around. There was a stinging pain on his shoulder. His clothes were torn open. His flesh and blood were blurred, and blood splattered everywhere. At this point, Qifeng no longer has the energy to look forward or backward. He must use his ultimate move. Shiki. Divine Mind called out. He was going to use the life-destroying thunder to wipe out all these weird existences. However, after the call ended, Chi-Chi and the Divine Sea showed no response. Not only that, he even lost contact with Bai Su. Could it be the realm? Qifeng was extremely shocked. In his impression, only realm methods can have the power of ban, making him passive everywhere. Thinking of this, Qifeng evaded the attack while frantically mobilizing the energy in his body. He wanted to use the realm to break the opponent's imprisonment, but his realm cannot be used at all at this moment. Boom! The fierce offensive caused the earth to tremble, and the hurricane formed by powerful fluctuations actually blew Qifeng's entire body away. Boom! The wall of the house was smashed. Qifeng's mouth was bleeding, and he felt that all the internal organs in his body seemed to be out of place. If he continues like this, he will be in trouble. But until now, he still doesn't know what kind of moves the other party used. Oh, it's really embarrassing. At this moment, a vicissitudes of voice sounded. Surprised, Qifeng got up with difficulty and looked for a voice. Outside a dilapidated temple, he saw an old man wearing patched clothes sitting cross-legged there, drinking a small drink and eating scattered peanuts on the plate. There are actually beggars in Suiyang City. Who is this old gentleman and why is he here? Qifeng had many questions in his mind, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Old sir, run away. It's dangerous here. Qifeng shouted. You have a pretty good heart. You can't protect yourself, but you still have time to care about others. The old man took a sip, glanced at the few drinks left in the glass, and was reluctant to drink any more. High in the sky, the shrill laughter made people shudder. Qifeng looked up and saw that the darkness around him was squirming like a living thing, turning into a hateful-looking red-haired ghost. Scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, and a pair of sharp fangs with a cold light. The powerful aura around him was like the power of heaven, making people breathless. Qifeng's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley, just because this red-haired ghost was in a state of transcendence. His eyes widened. He took a sharp breath, and the wind wrinkled. In just one moment, the house collapsed, the ground cracked, and dust flew. Qifeng gritted his teeth and tried his best to prevent himself from being sucked directly into the opponent's belly. Innate energy. It really tastes like innate energy. The red-haired ghost laughed wildly, and the laughter shook the heavens and the earth. It's mine. It's all mine. He stretched out his giant palm and slapped it downwards. Before the giant palm could reach it, the pressure of his palm overturned most of Suiyang City. Qifeng unfolded the Halcyon mirror again, but after just one look, the Halcyon mirror was smashed into powder by the giant palm. Seeing the huge palm print getting closer and closer to his head, Qifeng knew that there was nothing he could do to save himself. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. If I had known that the enemy was so powerful, I would not have ventured into this muddy water. It's just a pity that I don't know whether the two ladies are pregnant with a boy or a girl. In this situation, death seems to be the only outcome. However, after a few breaths of time, the expected heavy pressure did not come. Qin Feng raised his head again, and then looked shocked. A golden light barrier actually blocked the red-haired ghost's giant palm, and it was not moved at all. The red-haired ghost said angrily, "Old man, we promised that the water from the well will not interfere with the water from the river." When Qin Feng heard this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the old man. The latter put down his wine glass and pointed at the plaque on the ruined temple behind him. The plaque has been blurred by the wind and rain, but you can still vaguely see the 3 characters City God Temple. "This is my territory. You have crossed the line," the old man said leisurely. "Leave this kid to me, and I will retreat immediately." The red-haired ghost roared, "If you have the ability, you can do it yourself." The old man refused and wanted to take another sip. However, the glass was about to reach the bottom. He hesitated for a moment, but still refused. "Okay, since you want to die, I will demolish your ruined temple." Boom! Bang bang! The giant palms were waved one after another, and above the golden light barrier, the sound of golden roar could be heard endlessly. Qin Feng looked at the old man with great surprise. Could it be that this old gentleman is the city god in the city god's temple? That is the immortal god who has been guarding the city since ancient times. The old man spoke again. "Boy, don't look. This is his domain, called Ghost Mirage. You are in a dream at the moment. Old thing." The red-haired ghost roared hysterically again, waving his giant palm more and more fiercely. Click! That was the sound of the barrier breaking. Dream? Qin Feng was shocked. This terrifying pressure, the smoke in the air, and the burning and painful injuries on his body were all fake. Wait a minute. When did I get involved in the dream? Could it be that I never left the restaurant from beginning to end? Qin Feng suddenly thought of the strange changes in the 2 little guys in the Divine Sea when he was practicing in the restaurant. Is it that time when I was led into the mirage of ghosts by him? My barrier cannot last for long. If you want to return to the living world alive, you have to save yourself, the old man said calmly. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Old senior thinks too highly of me. The opponent is in a state of transcendence. How can I be his opponent? What's more, my strength has been banned by him, and I can't use many methods, the old man said disdainfully. If his strength at this moment is truly transcendent, how could he have allowed you to live till now? He is just exerting his power to the maximum within the domain. Boy, listen carefully. Although this ghost mirage was built by him, it is still your dream. Even though he can limit your strength, he cannot limit your imagination. Of course, you are the real master of your dreams. Give up your original cultivation. Give up your original moves. Imagine, create stronger moves, and then defeat him. I know this is difficult, but only in this way can you get rid of the ghost mirage and return to the real world. Qin Feng was stunned and instantly understood what the old man meant. This is his dream. And in the dream, he is God. As for imagination and creativity, sorry, he was an otaku in his previous life. But his imagination and creativity are endless. Qin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly felt extremely proud. His Chuyuni soul seemed to be burning brightly. He pretended, made a few fingerprints, and then shouted, Shui done! Who will build the dam? The water vapor surges, and the rapids kill the sky. Chapter 701 in this dream. He is God. Boom! The endless water vapor rushed towards the huge red-haired ghost like it rushed into the sea, or like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The latter obviously did not expect that in just a moment. Qin Feng understood the characteristics of Ghost Mirage, and used his imagination to perform such a powerful trick. As soon as they met, the red-haired ghost was repelled by the endless water vapor. Even though he resisted with all his strength, his huge figure still staggered back, dragging a long ravine on the ground. When the old man saw this scene, he was also surprised. This boy has a very high level of understanding. But why didn't I understand what he meant by that sentence just now? Drink. On the other side, the red-haired ghost roared and pulled his arms hard to the left and right sides. And the ferocious water vapor attack was instantly divided into two. Ghost Mirage Luonai was created by him. So naturally it could not be easily defeated by Qin Feng with one move. The red-haired ghost looked at the golden light barrier, strode closer, then raised his feet, and dropped them suddenly. Just hear a bang. The extremely hard barrier finally shattered. Seeing this, the red-haired ghost let out a maniacal laugh. He suddenly squatted down and looked at Qin Feng with his huge eyes, full of greed. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Obediently enter my belly. Being able to merge with God is a supreme honor for you mortals. The old man sneered at the words and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. If you throw away your divinity and offer it to such weirdos, do you still have the right to call yourself a god? Old guy. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. Now that the fairy world is falling into pieces. What's wrong with me? Could it be that, like you fought against the Emperor of Heaven, only to end up with a miserable end without your divine body? After I swallow his innate energy, I will naturally deal with you. An old guy. Noisy. Huh?
The red-haired ghost looked for his voice, and saw Qin Feng walking up to the old man.
What did you say?
Qin Feng did not respond, but said confidently,
Old senior, you can rest assured that as long as I am here, he will never be able to hurt you at all.
The old man was slightly startled when he heard this. Such a crazy young man had just discovered some mirage-like secrets. How could he dare to speak so brazenly?
Boy, in this domain, the same moves will have no effect on him. Can your imagination create more powerful moves?
Qin Feng smiled slightly. There were so many tricks he wanted to try. In this dream, he is God. Qin Feng hooked his fingers at the red-haired ghost, and then shouted,
Just use whatever tricks you have. I will take them all for you. Okay.
The red-haired ghost laughed angrily. His red hair stood up, and it actually lit up a raging fire. He opened his mouth wide and blew in fiercely, and fire burst out. Even the space was melted. When the old man saw this, he frowned.
It's Lord Yan's heavenly flame. Kid, please avoid it. Avoid it? Old man, you must be a fool. Tian Yin is the most powerful power of Lord Yan. It can imprison heaven and earth. How can you avoid it? If you take the initiative to enter my ghost mirage, you will leave your soul here tonight. Don't worry. I will taste it well.
The red-haired ghost has a ferocious face. The golden flames enveloped Qin Feng and the two of them. The earth melted and the space disappeared. The power of this move was far beyond imagination. The old man wanted to pull Qin Feng away, but when Tian Yin was less than 10 feet away from the ladder, Qin Feng moved, held his hands together, and shouted,
Shenluo Tianzheng.
As he finished speaking, a scene that the red-haired ghost had never expected appeared. Lord Yan's strongest rule of fire, the most powerful heavenly flame, was actually blocked by a burst of dazzling white light.
Ah!
Heart-rending screams rang out as the sky's flames burned on the red-haired ghost's divine body. And the white light was like a sharp blade, directly cutting his body in half. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but widen his eyes, and he reminded,
the red-haired ghost is not his true body. In the ghost mirage, he can also imagine the powers of other gods and demons, and then materialize them. The power of the red-haired ghost is the endless body, which can make him immortal. Boy,
if you have any other tricks, use them as soon as possible. Don't give him time to recover. Senior, don't worry.
Qin Feng put one hand behind his back and said lightly,
Here comes the sword.
Zheng! For a time, countless clear sword sounds sounded. The red-haired ghost and the old man looked up and saw endless sword blades hanging in the sky. Whoosh! 10,000 swords fell like a curtain of rain, piercing the red-haired ghost's divine body. The screams are endless. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the earth red. But even so, green light flashed across the red-haired ghost's divine body, quickly repairing his injuries. Seeing this, Qin Feng took a step forward with his right foot, put his fingers together, and the endless sword blades merged into one place in an instant, turning into a huge sword light. The space seemed unable to carry the power of the sword light, and was actually like a mirror, shattering inch by inch.
Open the heaven's gate with one sword.
Qin Feng said one word after another, and the sword light struck the huge body. The red-haired ghost felt the murderous intention and looked horrified.
No.
Uh-huh. The sword light passed through the red-haired ghost's divine body. His pupils lost their sparkle, and his divine body was swallowed up by the sword light, and then disappeared. The world began to fall apart. The creator of the ghost mirage had been killed, and naturally this domain could no longer be maintained. Qin Feng turned around quickly and looked at the old man. He still had many questions to ask, but the figure of the old man gradually became blurred. When he was about to disappear, the old man said,
What you destroyed was just the dream he created. He is not dead.
Qin Feng asked,
Who is he? Night-traveling god.
The faint words dissipated into space. Qin Feng seemed to hear someone calling his name continuously, and the world in this area was completely annihilated and fell into endless darkness. Snapped.
Brother Qin.
Bang bang.
Brother Qin. Wake up quickly. You are too gentle. Let me do it.
A clear voice said. What followed was a series of snapping sounds. Qin Feng and others looked at it and felt their hearts pounding. as if those slaps had hit their faces. Could it be that Brother Qin owed this girl money? Or that he gave up after the beginning of chaos? Otherwise, why would he be so cruel? Everyone can't help but have such speculation in their mind. Yin on the side couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly stopped him. You're going too hard. How about you come? Bai Wuxiang paused with his hand in the air. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. Hiss. Qin Feng only felt his cheeks burning with pain. He opened his eyes leisurely and saw Yin sitting on him, with his right hand raised high, his eyes slightly closed, and his long eyelashes trembling. Qin Feng instantly understood what the other party was going to do. Just as he was about to stop him, the other party's right hand fell down. Snapped. Crisp slaps echoed in the room. After burning the incense, Qin Feng rubbed his swollen cheeks and said in a deep voice, "Whoever took action before, please stand up." Bai Wuxiang, who was wearing a black dress, quietly retreated to the back of the crowd after hearing the words, then pretended to be nonchalant and looked out the window. Bai Wuxiang, I knew it was you. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Ah? Bai Wuxiang turned around and took a look. John Qin Feng and others were seen retreating to the door, leaving her alone. Chapter 702, Pretty Good Figure. Qin Feng's current cultivation level is at the 3rd level of the literary Saint Taoist. In addition, his physical body has been baptized by dragon beads and thunder. It is far beyond the comparison of ordinary warriors. It is impossible for ordinary warriors to cause much harm to him, just like the slap Yin gave him. Although the sound was loud, to Qin Feng, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. But look at it now. His cheeks are swollen from being slapped. Among everyone present, only Bai Wuxiang, who is at the peak of the 3rd level, has such strength. Bai Wuxiang hesitated and said, I'm just like them. I just slapped them lightly once or twice. The food in Suiyang City is really unpalatable. God knows how excited Bai Wuxiang was when he saw Qin Feng. So when she learned from everyone that Qin Feng was still awake for some reason, she became a little more anxious and struck a little harder. But now that things have happened, she is afraid that Qin Feng will not cook her delicious food because he is angry. So she dare not admit it. Is that so? Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Zhang Qin Feng and others. This group of people hesitated to speak. Qin Feng saw the clue and looked at Bai Wuxiang again, squinting his eyes. Under pressure, Bai Wuxiang whispered. Actually, it was only a dozen times. I only used 60% of the force. No, it was 50% of the force. 50% power? How terrifying would it be for a divine warrior who is at the peak of the 3rd level and only one step away from the 2nd level to have 50% of his strength? Qin Feng took a breath, and his cheek began to ache again. At this time, Yin said worriedly, we also saw that you were still awake. So we found the Wuxuan girl from the Sword Alliance to discuss countermeasures together. Zhang Qin Feng responded. That's true. Late last night, we came to find you and go to the Ancestral Hall to find out. But no matter how we call you, you won't wake up. It was okay not to wake up. But he looked extremely painful and was sweating non-stop. We had no choice. So we came up with this last resort. I understand. Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows and looked out the window. Unknowingly, the sun had already risen. What's going on with you? Yin noticed something was wrong with Qin Feng and asked with concern. Qin Feng let out a breath and then told him what happened when he fell into a dream. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Such a thing could happen. But why weren't we involved in the ghost mirage? Yin asked curiously. Qin Feng did not answer this question, but he knew it in his heart, because the night-traveling god came for him. Or more precisely, for the innate energy in his eyes. Just like the original candle dragon, Zhang Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forced a smile and said, It's just a dream at best. Even if you die, it won't affect reality. Brother Qin, don't you think so? He pressed his palm on Qin Feng's shoulder. The latter suddenly felt a sharp pain and hurriedly shook off the palm on his shoulder. Huh? I didn't use any strength, Zhang Qin Feng said in surprise. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. Yin glanced at it and exclaimed, Qin Feng, your shoulder. Everyone looked around and saw blood staining their clothes, and the severe pain all over his body was like a fierce wave, rushing towards Qin Feng, causing him to curl up together. What's going on? Yin was anxious. Bai Wuxiang frowned slightly. Then without saying a word, he suddenly tore Qin Feng's shirt open. A body with clear muscle lines caught everyone's attention, and wounds were constantly appearing on the smooth skin surface.
These are the injuries Qin Feng left when fighting the enemy in the Ghost Mirage. He never expected that they would explode in the real world.
What a serious injury.
Bai Wuxiang frowned.
Why is this happening? I just touched him lightly.
Qin Feng was so frightened that his face turned pale. Qin Feng replied with difficulty.
It has nothing to do with you. It's because of the weird dream.
Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Qin Feng comforted himself before. But it was just a dream. But looking at Qin Feng's injury at the moment, could it be as simple as a dream?
I have white plum ointment here, which should be able to relieve your injury.
Bai Wuxiang immediately took out a medicine bottle from the sumer ring. Seeing this, Yin on the side also took out many healing holy medicines.
No, I have a way.
Qin Feng waved his hand, and then activated his spiritual thoughts. This time, Bai Su from the Divine Sea was successfully summoned.
Carrot?
Bai Wuxiang said in surprise. Bai Su glared at Bai Wuxiang, looking unhappy. But when it saw Qin Feng's injuries, its little eyes blinked. Its expression was sad. And then it let out a cry. The buds on its head turned emerald green, and lightning arc surged through Qin Feng's body. The latter only felt numb all over. An unbelievable scene appeared. Qin Feng's serious injuries began to be repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long for him to be intact as before. This, everyone was shocked.
Thank you.
Qin Feng rubbed the little guy's head, and the latter showed an expression of enjoyment.
Qin Feng, what is this?
Bai Wuxiang was quite curious. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gave a brief introduction. After everyone heard this, they were all surprised by Bai Su's magic. When Bai Su heard the praises from everyone, he straightened his head and felt very proud. At this moment, it felt a burning gaze, and then it looked at the woman in black dress, who initially said it was a carrot. Bai Wuxiang stared at the little white ball quietly, and suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The little guy trembled, feeling inexplicably scared, and hid in Qin Feng's arms.
Qin Feng, let me hug it.
Bai Wuxiang asked tentatively. Yi? Bai Su was so frightened that he immediately returned to Qin Feng's Divine Sea, and never came out again.
Did you have any rude thoughts towards Bai Su just now?
Qin Feng's mouth twitched.
No.
Bai Wuxiang looked away guiltily. Qin Feng lowered his head and glanced at his torn shirt, showing a look of pain. This material was from Yuxiafang in the imperial capital, and it was expensive.
Girl Wuxiang, next time you encounter the same situation, you can take a gentler approach. There is no need to tear my clothes to pieces directly. What's more, as a girl, is it rude to tear off a man's clothes like this?
Bai Wuxiang didn't take it seriously. Instead, he looked up and down and chuckled.
The figure is not bad.
The female hooligan Qin Feng immediately took out another piece of clothing from the sumer ring and put it on herself. On the other side, Yin tilted her head, her face slightly red, but she would glance at him secretly from the corner of her eye from time to time. After Qin Feng put on his clothes, he took a deep breath, and then solemnly said to everyone,
although the Ghost Mirage is a dream, you have also seen the result. If you die in a dream, I suspect that it will be the same in the real world. So we must be extremely careful not to get involved.
Qin Feng said worriedly.
But even you have been attacked. How can we warriors defend ourselves?
The others nodded after hearing this. As we all know, the Wensheng Taoists and the 100 Ghost Taoists are good at divine souls, and have natural resistance to illusions and divine soul tricks. However, Qin Feng, as a third-grade literary sage, was also dragged into the dream by the enemy unknowingly. How could they resist? When Qin Feng heard this, he frowned. What he said was indeed true. At this moment, he thought of the old man who saved his life in the dream, and thought,
maybe we can find an old man to deal with the strange existence in the ancestral hall.
Chapter 703 Looking for the City God.
Are you talking about the old man who saved your life in the dream? But do you know where he is? And it's not necessarily a dream. And it's not certain whether he actually exists.
Yin expressed her concerns aloud. Qin Feng looked confident.
He must exist. And he is in the city god's temple in Suiyang City.
The group of people left the restaurant and followed the waiter's guidance to find the city god's temple here. If we say that the new ancestral hall is a Jia Fangxi with many beauties, it is always full of customers every day, then this Chengwang temple is a Gulan where ants gather. Not to mention people. Even a dog is hard to see. Qin Feng looked at the desolate streets, the dilapidated stone walls, and ancestral halls, with a surprised look on his face.
Brother Qin, are you sure that person is staying here? Is this a place where people live? I didn't say he was a human being.
Qin Feng replied.
What do you mean?
Yin looked confused.
If I'm not wrong, then the old man may be the city god in the city god's temple. And both the night god and the weird ancestral hall come from the fairy world.
Qin Feng said in a surprising way. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. Although there are demons and ghosts in this world, the understanding of gods and demons among everyone present still remains in the legend. Even though city gods' temples exist in many cities in Dakian, people worship the city god mostly in the hope of finding peace of mind in troubled times. Who would believe that there really is a city god in the world? As for the so-called night-wandering god, Qin Feng said, no one witnessed it with their own eyes. Even though they trusted Qin Feng, they still had a trace of doubt deep in their hearts. Yin even directly raised his doubts.
According to various geographical records, there are at least 10 Chungwang temples in Dakian.
If the city god really exists, why has no one ever mentioned it since the founding of Dakian?
After hearing this, Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the crack in the fairy world high in the sky, and the others followed suit.
Perhaps the immortal gods enshrined in the major ancestral halls in Dakian originally existed. But because the connection between the immortal world and the human world was blocked, they could not come to the world. But now the rift between the fairy world and the human world has been opened again, and they have returned to this world again through some means.
At this moment, Bai Wuxiang sniffed the air.
Hey, it seems to smell of wine and peanuts.
Is your nose made of a dog? Why can't I smell anything? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said,
in the dream, the old man was drinking wine and eating peanuts. It seems that he is right inside.
The group of people came to the entrance of the ancestral hall, and at first glance, they saw that the huge courtyard was full of desolation. The weeds have not been taken care of for a long time, and they have grown up to about everyone's knees. The walls and the ancestral hall are full of traces left by the ravages of time. Half of the wooden door outside the ancestral hall collapsed, making a creaking sound when the breeze blew. Everyone looked around and saw no one. There was only a 2-foot-tall statue in the dilapidated ancestral hall. The surface was covered with dust, and the paint had peeled off in many places.
Brother Qin, are you sure he is inside?
Qin Feng leaned forward, but still did not dare to step in. Now! He has an inexplicable fear of the ancestral hall, especially after Qin Feng experienced the strange dream last night. This fear has penetrated deep into his bones.
Yes or no? We'll find out once we go in.
Qin Feng was the first to walk and raised his feet first. But before he could fall down, Bai Wuxiang behind him let out a scream. Qin Feng and everyone immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and were on full alert.
What's wrong? Where is the danger?
Yin subconsciously hid behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng also hurriedly retracted the soles of his feet and quickly mobilized the righteousness in his body to deal with the crisis that might arise at any time. But after a few breaths of time, nothing happened. In the huge courtyard, only the breeze blew, and there were waves of sand and dust. Everyone looked at Bai Wuxiang, as if waiting for an explanation.
Bai Wuxiang scratched his head and said sheepishly, I just smelled peanuts and suddenly remembered that I haven't eaten yet today.
This small episode also relaxed everyone's nervous mood. Qin Feng and his party finally entered the ancestral hall. After careful inspection, they found that no one was seen.
Did I guess wrong? That old man is not the city god of this temple?
Qin Feng couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. But at this moment, he noticed that in front of the statue of the city god, on the long table where tributes were placed, there were several empty plates and a small wine glass. The wine in the wine glass has almost reached the bottom, and among the empty dishes, only one has a few peanuts left on it. Come to think of it, this city god's temple is already in such a dilapidated state. How can anyone come to offer tribute? Qin Feng also took a closer look at the wine glass and dipping saucer. They were exactly the same as those used by the old man in his dream last night. An idea instantly formed in his mind.
Does it mean that if you want your senior to appear, you have to pay tribute first?
Once this idea came into being, it lingered on. Qin Feng was a man of action. Without too much hesitation, he took out the drinks and food from Zumaji and placed them one by one on the long table. Then he clasped his hands together and said silently in his heart,
Junior Qin Feng, thank you senior for saving your life last night. I am here today to inquire about something, and I sincerely ask senior to show up.
Bai Wuxiang moved her index finger when she saw a table of delicacies. These were delicacies that were rare to see in Suiyang City. She wanted to reach out and grab a piece of soy beef and put it into her mouth, but was slapped away by a hand, and of vicissitudes a voice sounded.
Today's dolls are so out of control that they even dare to eat the tributes. Could it be that after thousands of years, People in this world no longer respect ghosts and gods? Who? Who's talking?
Everyone was surprised and looked for attention. And then everyone turned pale with shock. I saw that the statue of the city god actually bent down, like a living person. As a burst of golden light lit up, a shadow walked out from the statue of the city god, and then transformed into an old man. It was the one Qin Feng saw in the mirage last night. This old man is indeed the city god. The old man picked up the jug, filled a glass for himself, drank it all in one gulp, and couldn't help but make a happy sound.
Good wine, Senior. If you like it, there are many more here, Junior.
Qin Feng said respectfully. The old man put down the wine glass, grabbed a handful of beef, and put it into his mouth. After chewing it, he asked lightly,
You are a young man who knows etiquette. Tell me, why are you here looking for me?
Qin Feng told the truth about Mr. Jia in Fengtian City without exchanging too much greetings, and then stated the purpose of his trip.
According to what Senior said last night, the being enshrined in another temple is the night-wandering god. I don't know if the death of Mr. Jia and others is related to this god. You should have the answer in your mind. Why bother asking me?
The old man said leisurely.
This Junior is just still doubtful, because the temple has been there for half a year. But the city of Suiyang is peaceful. Moreover, we have inquired in many ways, and found out that the night-wandering god in the temple is almost always responsive to requests. And the people in the city seem to be full of praise for him.
Hearing this, the old man sneered.
Even the Emperor of Heaven cannot respond to requests. How can a mere night-wandering god have such ability? What you see and hear is nothing more than the dreams of ignorant people.
Qin Feng and others were stunned.
What do you mean by this, Senior?
Could it be that everything they saw and heard in the city was fake? The old man raised his head and said calmly.
One of the principles controlled by the night travel god is called Huanmeng. True or false? It can only be a matter of a thought.
Chapter 704, The Realm of Illusion. Concealing the real in the real.
When you come to Suiyang City and see the people living and working in peace and contentment, it's just an illusion.
When John Qin Feng and others heard this, they were all surprised.
Old sir, don't be joking. We arrived in Suiyang City yesterday. Could it be that the flow of people and laughter in the street are all just an illusion?
Qin Feng also frowned. He had clearly used his pupils to observe the people in the city and found nothing strange. The old man saw Qin Feng's doubts and explained calmly.
The Tao is the supreme law for your world. Even if someone can master it, they only have a superficial understanding of it. For the gods and demons in the fairy world, if you exert the Tao to the extreme, you can realize the power. Just like the ghosts and mirages you experienced last night. Although it is a dream, it can affect the real world and make people unable to guard against it. And that ghost mirage is just one of the powers evolved from the night-wandering divine dream.
Qin Feng seemed to understand something and said in disbelief.
Senior, does it mean that the moment we step into Suiyang City, we will already be in an illusion? Quite smart.
Everyone gasped when they heard the old man's words. If it is an illusion, it is too real. How can they deal with beings who can use such methods? The old man filled a glass of wine for himself, and then spoke again.
This power is called the realm of illusion, where reality and reality are concealed, and it is difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. From the moment you step into Suiyang City, you have entered his domain, and you cannot help yourself.
I am a swordsman and a fish. Qin Feng thought of how when he met the Lord of the Swamp. His father entered the opponent's realm, and had no strength but nowhere to use it.
Boy, your eyes are different from ordinary people. You might as well use all your strength and look at this city again,
the old man said. By exerting all his strength, Senior is signaling me to use my innate energy and my double pupil power to observe Suiyang City again?
Okay.
Qin Feng understood. And then the righteous energy gathered in the soles of his feet, floating in the air.
The innate energy deep in his pupils was aroused. Qin Feng lowered his head and looked down at the entire city. Then his eyes widened. The bustling scene we saw yesterday was gone. There was a mess everywhere, as if no one had cleaned it up for a long time. Although people were coming and going on the streets, most of them were sallow and thin, like zombies. The strangest thing is that these people all have smiles on their faces, which is incompatible with their abject images, and is extremely eye-catching. Where can I live and work in peace and contentment? Where can I have everything I need? Everyone is just immersed in fantasies and dreams, living in confusion. At this moment, everyone in the city froze, and then began to look around. Their expressions became crazy, and they kept shouting,
Innate energy! Innate energy! Where is it? Where is Xietian Ichi?
When Qin Feng saw this, he didn't dare to look any further and immediately restrained himself. The faces of the common people froze, and they began to wander around like zombies again. At the same time, the entire Suiyang city was rippled like a lake, and the bustling scene of yesterday appeared again. Qin Feng fell back to the ground, his expression serious, and then he truthfully told what he had just seen and heard. After hearing this, everyone had a look of fear on their faces. If they had stepped into the ancestral hall yesterday, would they have been like those people? Yin looked worried and said,
falling into other people's realm is equivalent to not being able to control life and death. If we stay in his realm now, don't we have no chance of winning? After all, he is the lord here. Right.
At this time, Bai Wuxiang said,
since the entire Suiyang city is his territory, we might as well withdraw from this city first and then make long-term plans. If it doesn't work, you can go and bring reinforcements. Lord Nantian Longyanzhou has already entered the realm of transcendence, and he should have a chance of winning against the guy in the ancestral hall.
As she spoke, she quietly stretched out her hand, trying to steal some food while the old man was not prepared. Snapped. A clear voice sounded, and Bai Wuxiang hurriedly retracted his hand and stared at the old man, looking a little aggrieved. Zhang Qifeng responded hurriedly.
Miss Wuxiang is right. There is no need for us to fight with him on his territory. We should leave Suiyang City first and then make plans.
The other colleagues from the demon-slaying department also responded one after another. Their strength is mostly between the 6th and 5th grades, which can be considered a good combat power in normal times. However, in this current situation, they are nothing more than cannon fodder. Naturally, Qin Feng didn't want the lives of those present to be sacrificed in vain. After thinking about it, he nodded and said,
that's fine. For the sake of safety, we can even split our troops into 2 groups. While asking for help from the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division, we can send people back to Fontian. The city will report this matter.
Zhang Qifeng immediately raised his hands and said,
I am willing to suffer a little and rush back to Fontian City to report.
All his colleagues cast disdainful glances at him. At this moment, the old man suddenly said,
this place has already become that guy's territory. How can he come and leave whenever he wants?
Zhang Qifeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Old sir, don't scare me. If you can enter this city but can't get out, how can someone named Jia return to Fontian City? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be here.
The old man looked at Qin Feng and said,
originally, I didn't understand why he let him go. It wasn't until now that I figured out his intention.
When Qin Feng saw this, he instantly understood and was shocked.
Yi Yushin deliberately put Mr. Jia back in Fontian City, and he wanted to use this to lure me to Suiyang City for the sake of the innate energy in my eyes? Could it be that the deaths of those people back then were also bait to attract me? But how could the night travel god know that my medical skills are the best in the world? And how could he predict that Master Deng would send someone to find me to find out the truth about Mr. Jia's death?
And the most terrifying thing is that Master Deng actually sent him to Suiyang City to solve the root cause of the problem. If all this is arranged by the night travel god, wouldn't his divination skills be even more powerful than those of the heavenly supervisor? Thinking of this, cold sweat could not help but fall from Qin Feng's forehead. He swallowed a sip of saliva and asked,
Old senior, you said Huanming is one of the principles mastered by the Night Walker god. What are the other principles he masters?
The others also pricked up their ears when they heard this.
Every being in the immortal world, gods and demons, will master many principles, but these principles are the basis for their livelihood. How can they easily reveal them to others? As far as I know, in addition to the dream principle, the night god also possesses a principle that can exponentially increase his strength at night. In addition, those who enter the immortal world and leave their names on the destiny monument will understand a principle called creating an incarnation. And the incarnation is immortal. And the gods and demons are immortal. The stronger the immortal god, the more incarnations he has. According to legend, the most powerful Buddha in the Western paradise of the immortal world has tens of thousands of incarnations. And he can be said to be immortal.
Several people looked at each other with wide eyes. To the people of this world, Taoism itself is like a magical skill. The dream principles of the night-traveling god have made them despair. And now they know that there are other principles, especially the terrifying incarnation of creation. This battle is absolutely certain to be lost. Everyone who figured this out felt like they were in an ice cellar. Chapter 705. Why didn't you say important things earlier? Zhang Qifeng said dryly.
Old sir, the first time I saw you, I knew you had great powers. Since you said that you can enter this city but cannot get out, I wonder if you can use your means to send us people away from Suiyang City. When we go to find reinforcements, we will definitely kill that night-wandering god. By then, won't the people in the city all come to worship you? And your ruined temple will definitely be renovated.
Yan Mei glared at Zhang Qifeng. His expression clearly said, "Don't speak if you don't know how to speak. How can you say that someone else's home is a ruined temple? This ancestral hall is nothing more than mediocre at best." Yan glanced around, thought about the words, and then silently withdrew his gaze.
If it had been half a year ago, I would have been able to send people away from his illusory world. However, now, I cannot protect myself. How can I have such spare power?
Half a year ago, wasn't it when the rift in the fairy world opened? Even though the teacher's ban prevented the gods and demons from coming to the world, they still had a way to appear in this world in another way. Qin Feng frowned slightly. To be honest, although the city god saved him from the ghost mirage last night, Qin Feng did not fully trust the old man. This is an instinctive rejection of the fairy world, at least based on current experience. Most of the guys who come down from above are not good birds. When Zhang Qifeng felt regretful, he heard the old man say again,
"What's more, why should I help you? This kid should know that both Yushin and I are from the fairy world. In terms of emotions and reasons, I should be on the same side as him."
Right. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Qifeng and others quickly distanced themselves and looked at the old man in confusion. They almost forgot that this old man was not a human being, but a god. Only two people were still standing there, motionless. One is Bai Wuxuang, who wants to steal the tribute, and the other is Qin Feng, who is standing in front of the city god. The latter breathed a sigh of relief, and his wariness towards the old man faded away a lot because of these words.
"Miss Wuxuang, Brother Qin, step back quickly. Be careful of him attacking,"
Zhang Qifeng reminded in a low voice.
"It doesn't matter."
Qin Feng shook his head.
"Aren't you afraid of me?"
The old man raised his head with interest in his eyes, and swatted Bai Wuxuang's hand away again. Qin Feng said with a smile,
"If you don't trust the senior, the junior will not come here specially. That's nice to say. He was clearly wary of me before."
The old man didn't take it seriously and snorted. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression froze, and he couldn't help but think,
"It turns out that senior's words were told to me on purpose,
just to dispel my vigilance. But wouldn't it be too disrespectful for you to expose it in person like this? It's not humane to tell the truth when you see through it. What if I'm still worried about you and want to secretly plot against you? Oh, I'm no match for him. That's okay."
Qin Feng coughed dryly.
"When you go out, you must not have the intention of harming others, and you must have the intention of guarding against others. It will make the seniors laugh."
The old man has lived for who knows how many years. How can he not understand these principles? And naturally, he will not pay too much attention to them. Qin Feng looked at the old man, and after hesitating again and again, he finally asked the doubts in his heart.
"I wonder how the senior and the night-wandering god came to this world. Of course, if it is not convenient for seniors to say it, there is no need to answer. Just treat it as if I have offended you."
As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was attracted, especially Yin. As a princess of the current dynasty, she is naturally very wary of the existence of the fairy world. But everyone present, including Qin Feng himself, did not have high expectations for the old man to answer this question. After all, the other person also came to the human world from the fairy world. How could he tell others his lifeline? But the truth was beyond everyone's expectation. The city god actually had no intention of hiding it at all. Instead, he told the whole story in a leisurely manner. As Qin Feng had learned before, the fairy world was experiencing some kind of change. This change had already occurred a long time ago, even earlier than the fall of the netherworld. For thousands of years, the gods and demons in the immortal world have been fighting against the strange and powerful enemy. During the long battle, they have fallen into a disadvantage and are on the verge of danger. 5,000 years ago, gods and demons came to the world, hoping to find a breakthrough from the human world and make a comeback. However, their methods are too radical, and their existence will cause great damage to the laws of heaven and earth in the world. Because of this, the ancient saints would gather the power of the human world to repel all the gods and demons, and then reforge the seal between the human world and the fairy world to protect this world. The reason why the city god and the night god can come to this world is because of the opening of the rift in the fairy world. And the method they used was actually the incense offered by the human race. Everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the night-wandering god wanted to build an ancestral hall. It turned out to be for this reason.
Offering incense can provide us with the power of wish. And somehow, this power of wish can be connected with the destiny monument to create another incarnation for us in the human world. That's why the night-traveling god and I were able to come to this world.
Qin Feng and others frowned when they heard this. If this is true, doesn't it mean that the gods and demons in the immortal world can use this method to come to the world? The city god saw everyone's worries and said calmly,
"Don't worry. It seems simple to come to the world in this way. But in fact it is not easy. First of all, many of the gods in the fairy world are unknown to the human race, and it is simply unrealistic to obtain the will to worship them. Secondly, even if there is a god like the night god who somehow confuses the human race to build an ancestral temple, he must have something to rely on in order to obtain the incarnation in this world."
Things of recognition and reliance. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from anything else, he had never heard of the red-haired ghost, Yanjun, and the Emperor of Heaven that the city god mentioned yesterday. Since no one knows about it, it is impossible for anyone to build an ancestral hall for them. As for the object of support, this is beyond Qin Feng's knowledge.
Taking a step back, even if they come to this world through the power of incense and wish, their strength will be greatly reduced and subject to many restrictions. Just like me, there are 4 kinds of Tao that I control. But there is only one Tao that this incarnation can use. And because I haven't absorbed the incense and wish power of the human race for a long time, my current cultivation level is at most the same as that of a second-level human race.
Qin Feng was slightly startled. Senior, could it be that the night-wandering god is like this too?
The city god nodded and replied,
"Yes. He has already cast the dream principle in front of you. If nothing else, his incarnation in this world can only cast this principle, and only in the realm of Ghost Mirage. His strength can rival the realm of Transcendence."
Upon hearing this, the original uneasiness and worry in Qin Feng's heart disappeared instantly. Why didn't Senior tell me about such an important thing earlier? He has figured out the rules of the Ghost Mirage, and he happens to still have many moves that he hasn't had time to use yet. So he might as well take this opportunity to practice with that Xiao Yi. Qin Feng waved his hand and said with great pride,
"Come with me."
When the others saw this, they were all stunned.
"Where are you going? It goes without saying that the night-wandering god disrupted the order of the world and caused the people of Suiyang City to spend their days immersed in dreams. How can you tolerate this behavior? Today I will trample his temple and destroy his creation."
When Zhang Qifeng and others heard this, they all cast admiring glances. Yan also had beautiful eyes wandering around, and she felt that Qin Feng was shining in her eyes. But at this moment, the city god said calmly,
"Yesterday, he entered your dream and created ghosts and mirages, so you were able to create a spell to destroy him. But if you take the initiative to come to the door, then you are stepping into his dream, and the tricks last night will not work."
Qin Feng's expression froze, and he turned his head to look at the city god. The pride in his heart was instantly extinguished.
"Senior, next time such an important matter, please put it up front. Well, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. We'd better discuss the countermeasures first."
Chapter 706. The younger generation will never have muddy desires. In fact, is there any countermeasure? In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, numbers are useless. Among the people present, only he and Bai Wuxuang can be regarded as combatants. It would be good if the rest of them could not hold back. If you take the initiative to look for the night-wandering god, you will step into his dream realm. In the Ghost Mirage, the strength of the night gods is in the realm of transcendence. With their combat power, how can they be qualified to fight against them? After thinking for a while, Qin Feng asked the question at the beginning.
"Senior, is there really no way to leave this city?"
When the city god heard this, he no longer explained too much, but waved his right hand, and a golden light shot into the sky. Then a shocking scene appeared, and the original daytime scene turned into night in an instant. No, this is not a dark night. The surroundings of the huge Suiyang city are dim, as if it is shrouded in a dark curtain, and above the curtain, everyone seemed to be able to see a pair of huge green eyes, overlooking the entire Suiyang city. At this point, Qin Feng and others understood the true appearance of the illusory world. This Suiyang city has long been under the control of Yushin. How can it be so easy to leave? When Zhang Qifeng and others saw this strange scene, their calves were so frightened that they became weak.
"Brother Qin, what should we do now?"
Qin Feng frowned, and after thinking deeply, he replied,
"If we take the initiative to find the night-wandering god, once we step into his ghostly mirage, we have no chance of winning. The best way is not to act rashly. Master Deng will definitely send people to look for us when he sees that we haven't returned yet.
And Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Yin, but did not say the rest. The dignified princess of a country is trapped in Suiyang City, and His Majesty the Ming Emperor will naturally not sit idly by, as long as the enemy doesn't move and I don't move, until the big troops arrive. The situation will be as stable as an old dog. The plan seemed good, but the city god said,
such actions are tantamount to waiting for death. From the moment you step into Suiyang City, every move you make cannot be hidden from his eyes. Do you think he will let you stay in Suiyang City and do nothing?
When he said this, the city god looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng came to his senses immediately. He had almost forgotten how attractive his innate energy was to the night-traveling god. On the first night last night, the old Yinbi entered his dream in some way, unfolded the mirage, and almost killed him. If the other party is so impatient, how could he not take the initiative to look for opportunities? Everyone in the demon-slaying department looked ugly when they heard this. They couldn't escape. They couldn't hide. Wouldn't they definitely die? Zhang Qifeng even started to cry when he spoke.
If I had known this, even if I had offended Lord Deng and lost my job in the Demon Slayer department, I would not have come. It's a pity that I didn't even marry a wife. So I will die from this. I also had a monthly subscription with Miss Ing Chun. So I had a whole tail of silver that I didn't have time to spend.
The shopkeeper of Pyongyang has something. He actually has a monthly marketing plan. He is a talented person. Although the current situation is very serious, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask.
If you hire the Orin there, how much does it cost per month? Zhang Qifeng was stunned for a moment, then blurted out.
The monthly subscription is only for those ordinary girls. If the Orin can also get the monthly subscription, Pyongyang Garden will not be in trouble. I see.
Qin Feng nodded slightly, and then felt like a light on his back. Turning around and looking around, he saw Yin smiling but not smiling.
Brother Qin is quite leisurely and elegant. At such a critical moment, he doesn't think about the strategy to deal with the enemy. He still has the time to discuss the land of fireworks and willows with others. I don't know how the two ladies in your family would react if they knew about this.
Qin Feng coughed dryly and explained.
I just saw that you were too nervous and wanted to lighten the atmosphere.
After the words fell, Qin Feng's expression straightened, and he said respectfully to the old man,
I hope Senior can show us a clear path. If we can successfully survive this disaster, Senior will not hesitate to ask for anything. Even if I go through fire and water, I will not hesitate.
The city god looked at Qin Feng quietly and said calmly,
It is not impossible to deal with the Nightwalker god. I have said before that gods and demons in the immortal world come to the world with the power of incense and wish. And they need something to rely on. Only you can find the opportunity to smash the thing you rely on, and his creation will disappear in this world. And if what I expected is correct, the objects he relies on are the objects worshipped by everyone in the ancestral hall.
After hearing this method, everyone looked happy. But Yin said,
if this is true, his ancestral hall must be like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. If we take the initiative to break into it, wouldn't it be a narrow escape from death?
The city god spoke again.
The night god is not good at fighting in the fairy world, which is why he appears in the form of other gods and demons in the ghost world. Although Ghost Mirage's power is powerful, it also has limitations. In order to involve people, he can only use two methods. One is to arouse the desire in people's hearts and lure them in. This is also the reason why the people in the city fall into dreams and cannot extricate themselves. Everyone in the world has turbid desires in their hearts. But there are very few people in the world who have a clear heart.
When Yin heard this, he didn't take it seriously.
I have been reading the books of sages since I was a child. I have a great and upright mind and have no desires or pursuits. If it is true as my predecessor said, this ghost and mirage is not something to be afraid of.
Qin Feng glanced at her plain breasts and just thought about where there was room for Howren's righteousness. However, he also said,
this junior has been studying for more than 10 years. Although he cannot achieve a clear heart, he is still like glass and has no turbid desires.
The city god glanced at the two of them lightly, sneered, and said again to himself,
second, use the hair of the Nightwalker god to create a lower boundary formation. Boy, it must be because of the ladder that you stepped into the ghost mirage last night.
When Qin Feng heard this, he was shocked. Someone had tampered with the restaurant. He immediately thought of Lu Qing Xijin of the Demon Slaying Division. Only the latter could know Suiyang City well, and he could help the night travel god lay down the boundary formation without anyone noticing. This junior has quite a lot of research on formations. Since I know this in advance, I can destroy his boundary formation by carefully checking the surroundings before entering the ancestral hall. However, Senior, without the help of Ghost Mirage Saluo, how powerful would the night travel god's incarnation be in this world? The peak of the second grade.
When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes.
How can we fight like this? Brother Qin and Miss Wuxuang are the highest combat power here, but they are only at the 3rd level.
Zhang Qifeng said in shock.
Don't panic. Yushin and I are on the same level. I will help you in this battle.
The city god said this. Hearing this, the group looked at each other in confusion, thinking that it was the night travel god who had robbed the old man of his incense and wish power. So the two were equally powerful? Only Qin Feng probably knew some secrets. The night traveling god rebelled against the Emperor of Heaven for some reasons. And the city god and the Emperor of Heaven were in the same camp. Of course, no matter what the reason is, it will always make people feel at ease if the city god can help them. Looking up at the sky, the city god has restrained his magical powers, and Suiyang City has returned to its daytime glory. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and then began to discuss the battle plan with everyone. Only Bai Wuxuang stayed at the long table, quietly waiting for the moment when the old man relaxed. Chapter 707 Learn to restrain your desires.
Have you eaten enough?
In the city god's temple, Qin Feng looked at the mess on the ground with a slight twitch in his mouth. The rest of the people also looked shocked. They couldn't understand how the Wuxuang girl with such an exquisite figure could hold so much stuff in her belly. Yin's eyes were a little less wary of Bai Wuxuang. She just felt that this person should be quite easy to handle, and would not pose much of a threat to her.
Yeah.
Bai Wuxuang's mouth was still full of food, so he could only respond vaguely. But judging from her slightly bulging belly and the grease in her mouth, she must have been quite satisfied with the meal. This was naturally not the last meal before the war. But Qin Feng did it intentionally. The city god said that those who have desires in their hearts will be involved in ghosts and mirages by the night god. Bai Wuxuang is good at everything except this mouth. If her mouth is not stuffed and fed before the war begins, she will definitely fall into the trap once she enters the realm of the Night Walker god. Bai Wuxuang seemed to have eaten too fast and choked. He patted his chest several times in succession, causing a stir. Seeing this, Qin Feng handed her a cup of tea, and then solemnly asked again,
Are you full? I'm full. I'm full.
Bai Wuxuang smiled happily.
You can't eat anything now. Can you?
Bai Wuxuang touched her abdomen, thought for a moment, and then replied,
I probably can't eat anymore.
Qin Feng took a deep breath after hearing this.
Okay. Let's start taking action according to the previous plan.
The colleagues from the Demon Slaying Division, who came from Fontian City, were divided into two groups. One group and Qin Feng set off towards the ancestral hall of Yushin, while the other group took Bai Wuxuang's identity token and went to seek help from the Sword Alliance. After all, according to Qin Feng's guess, the Demon Slayer Division and others in Suiyang City have rebelled, and they can't be counted on at all. Not only was there no hope, they even had to be wary of Lu Qing and others stabbing them in the back. So the help of the Sword Alliance was indispensable. The sky is getting dark. The lights of thousands of houses are on, and a long queue of people are waiting to go to the ancestral hall to offer offerings and pray for blessings. They are talking and laughing, looking happy and contented. If Qin Feng hadn't used his double pupil power to see the truth, he would have been deceived by this scene. He activated his spiritual consciousness, scanned the surroundings, and then said softly,
No matter what the formation is, it must follow the Bagua directions. Previously in the city god's temple, I have marked with you the places where the formation materials may be placed. Wait for you to search separately. If you see the hair of the Night Wanderer, don't act rashly and go to find me. Do you understand?
The words fell, but no one responded. Qin Feng turned around and looked out curiously, and was shocked to find that Bai Wuxuang and others had disappeared. Not only that, the originally dense crowds of people on the streets also disappeared out of thin air in the blink of an eye. The night wind blew, stirring the lanterns on both sides of the street. The candle swayed, making his shadow grow and shrink, and the shape became very strange. Not long after, those shadows slowly stood up and then transformed into human forms. When Qin Feng saw this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and sweat dripped from his forehead. These shadows turned into beautiful women with beautiful faces and curvy figures. Their red lips were slightly open. Their breath was like orchid. Their bodies were covered with a layer of gauze. Their snow-white and delicate skin was looming, and the mountains on their chests were undulating. At this point, how could Qin Feng not understand that the desire in his heart was aroused, and he was involved in the ghost mirage at some point?
It's only now that I've confirmed one thing. I'm just an old pervert.
Qin Feng originally did not admit this. He always thought that the reason why men like beauties is that everyone has a love for beauty. The orioles and swallows are surrounding me. The fragrance filling my nose, and the soft whispers in my ears make me think of a series of stories. Qin Feng's face was extremely ugly. He quickly closed his eyes, and recalled the 2 pregnant women at home in his mind to strengthen his mind. After a while, the voices in my ears really disappeared.
It really works.
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself.
It doesn't matter if a man has desires in his heart. The key is to learn to restrain himself.
Obviously, he is the kind of man who knows how to exercise restraint. Opening his eyes again, Qin Feng's expression froze. The warblers and swallows had indeed disappeared. But the 2 ladies actually appeared in front of him. And the clothes he was wearing were still police uniforms and nurse uniforms. I really understand this fantasy.
Miss Sir. Husband. Fake. It's all fake.
Qin Feng took several breaths repeatedly. He didn't think it was because he had lost a desire again, but because he loved the 2 ladies so much that he saw the 2 ladies like this in the ghost mirage. If a man likes his wife, how can he call it desire? Suddenly, the shadows on the wall began to move again. Not long after, visions of Bai Wuxiang, Yun, and Su Tianyu came into view, and the clothes they wore were also very bold. What Qin Feng couldn't tolerate the most was that even Fei Lan's Aunt Songmu was transformed wearing a hijab.
This is simply unreasonable.
Qin Feng gritted his teeth angrily. How could he admit that he was a pervert who also had thoughts about his wife and aunt?
It's all an illusion.
Qin Feng shouted loudly. At this moment, the charming smiles on the faces of those beauties faded. And then they revealed their murderous intent. And they all attacked Qin Feng. Naturally, Qin Feng would not sit still and wait for death. Bai Lei was unleashed in an instant, directly piercing Lu Jianli's shoulder blade. The latter covered his wound and said,
Mr. Sir, you are so cruel.
Oh shit. When Qin Feng saw this, he raised his eyebrows in anger. Although it was an illusion, it still made him feel quite uncomfortable to attack his wife. Moreover, the ghost mirage is controlled by the night travel god. He must have been watching here, and he has been reluctant to show up. He just wants to tease him. The beauty's attacks continued one after another, and Qin Feng was tired of dealing with them. While he was trying to parry, he was also wary of the Night Walker god hiding in the dark. As time goes by, the body naturally becomes stained in many places. At this critical moment, Senior Xian Yi's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind.
The heart flows at dawn, and the Tao follows naturally.
As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of pure energy emitted from the divine sea and swept across Qin Feng's body. At this moment, Qin Feng was like a sage who had just smoked a cigarette afterward, looking at the beauties in front of him. He felt bored.
Ah!
A shrill scream sounded, and the illusion of all the beauties disappeared instantly. A white shadow appeared. Qin Feng saw it and said excitedly,
Senior! Yes!
Xian Yi responded lightly, then looked up at the night sky. A pair of green eyes in the deep darkness flashed away with a look of uncertainty.
What kind of magic did the senior cast just now? The purifying mantra can remove distracting thoughts from the mind and calm the mind. Originally, I could have helped you get rid of the illusion a long time ago. But in order to lure out the person behind the scenes, I didn't take action. But that guy may have discovered my existence. But he kept hiding in the dark and didn't show up. I thought that the night god was teasing me. But it turned out that I didn't dare to come out because I was afraid of my seniors. Qin Feng nodded slightly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. His expression froze, and he asked weakly, Senior, when were you here?
Xian Yi pondered for a moment and replied calmly,
From the moment you said.
It doesn't matter if a man has desires in his heart. The key is to learn to restrain himself.
I have been here.
Isn't that what happened almost from the beginning? Qin Feng's face was dull. After recalling the concrete manifestations of his desires just now, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Chapter 708 The Death Scene.
Senior, I understand.
Qin Feng said seriously after feeling embarrassed.
What did you realize?
Xian Yi was curious.
A woman is just a pink skeleton in the end. I should wholeheartedly pursue the path of a sage and do what I can for the world and the people of Li.
Qin Feng vowed.
You can teach me.
Xian Yi nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, the surrounding scene began to regress like a slide. Qin Feng returned to the present world, and the long queue of common people was still there. But the people who were traveling with him were all wiped out. Someone was doing a pile driver over there. making a humming sound from his mouth. Someone was there chanting,
Money! Money! Money!
Qin Feng looked at those warriors with strong waists, and was still a little scared. If Senior Xian Yi hadn't used the heart-clearing mantra to help him get rid of distracting thoughts in his mind, he might have become one of the pile drivers. Among the group of people, they found Zhang Qifeng. He was not as vulgar as the others. He stood upright and looked majestic. Come closer and listen.
My dear concubines, why don't you help me bathe and change my clothes?
Qin Feng's eyes widened. How could he imagine that this guy actually wanted to be the emperor? On the other side, Bai Wuxuang kept making pulling movements with his hands, and said in his mouth,
Sister Qiu, don't grab it. These food are all mine.
Qin Feng's face froze.
I fed you so much earlier, and you still want to eat. By the way, where is Yin?
I glanced around, but the figure in white was nowhere to be seen.
Yin has been reading books about sages since she was a child. And she was a princess. She was well-dressed and well-fed since she was a child. So it is indeed possible that she will not be seduced by desires. Maybe she saw us falling into an illusion. So she went to the Chenghuang temple to ask for help.
Qin Feng thought this way. The city god had previously said that in order to catch the night-traveling god off guard, he would take action at critical moments. But who would have thought that before they even stepped into the ancestral hall, they would be completely wiped out?
At
this moment, Qin Feng heard some whispers. This voice is very familiar to him. Is it Yin? Looking for the sound, I saw a corner beside a stone wall. Yin had his arms folded around his chest, huddled together. His cheeks were flushed, and his red lips were pursed. As soon as Qin Feng approached, he heard the other party say,
Qin Feng, don't be like this. There.
A moan? Sultry. I treat you as a brother, but you actually want to sleep with me. Qin Feng's outstretched palm paused in the air, and he was shocked. Suddenly, the faces of those who were trapped in the mirage changed and became extremely pale. You don't need to think about it to know that they encountered danger in their dreams. In Ghost Mirage, any damage suffered will affect the present world. If they are not woken up in time, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't think much and asked Xian Yi in the Divine Sea,
Senior, can you use the Pure Heart Curse to wake them up? Okay, who to say first?
Qin Feng glanced at Yin in front of him. If others saw her like this, it would be awkward for the two of them to get along in the future.
Save her first.
After about a stick of incense, everyone was reawakened by the Pure Heart Curse. Compared with the possible serious consequences of being involved in a dream, they are more worried about social death caused by the exposure of their inner desires. The pile driver team members were blushing. Those who are greedy for money are in a better situation. As for Zhang Qifeng,
Your Majesty, are you alright with your concubine?
Qin Feng joked.
Please stop talking.
Zhang Qifeng covered his face with his hands, already ashamed. As for Yun, he looked at Qin Feng but hesitated to speak, with timidity and shame in his eyes. After a moment, she plucked up the courage to ask,
I didn't do anything just now. Did I?
Qin Feng pretended to admire him and said,
Brother-in is really amazing. Even if you fall into a dream, you can still remain yourself. Because of this, you are the first to wake up among everyone.
Hearing this, Yin breathed a sigh of relief.
A gentleman should wash himself with awe-inspiring aura. It's a pity that I haven't mastered my practice yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen into an illusion. Compared with that man, you are proud enough.
Everyone looked around and saw that Bai Wuxuang looked dull. Although she had been awakened by the Qingxing curse, she was still lingering in the delicious food in the dream. Qin Feng was furious when he saw this. He originally expected this guy to turn the tide at the critical moment, but he didn't expect him to be the most unreliable one.
Didn't you say you were full?
Qin Feng asked with a frown. Bai Wuxuang scratched his head and said,
I'm hungry again after walking a few steps.
Qin Feng laughed angrily. From the city god's temple to here, it was only a dozen streets at best. At this time, someone said with admiration,
Brother Qin is so awesome. He was not affected at all and woke us up.
No. In fact, I was also tricked. Qin Feng's cheeks were hot. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned. So he said seriously,
A gentleman should be quiet to cultivate his character, and be thrifty to cultivate his virtue. If you were like me, you wouldn't be like this.
The group of people lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, Bai Wuxuang and Qin Feng both frowned.
Careful!
Qin Feng shouted loudly, waved his right hand, and the Halcyon mirror that manifested his righteousness instantly took shape and blocked everyone's heads. Then, There was a deafening sound. The fist with concentrated energy hit the Halcyon mirror violently, causing the earth to tremble. The bone sword in by Wu's hands took shape. A clear sword cry sounded, and a sword light slashed out like a bright moon. Not far away, the leader of the attackers suddenly closed his palms, and used the airwaves to resist Bai Wuxiang's sword energy. The sudden change happened too fast. When everyone came back to their senses and looked ahead, everyone was shocked and angry. The visitors were none other than a group of people from Suiyang City's Demon Slayer division headed by Lu Qing.
As Brother Qin said, "You guys eat everything inside and out. You don't care about the life and death of the people in this city, but you want to be the lackeys of that thing in the Ancestral Hall. Aren't you afraid that when Master Nan Tianlong finds out, you will die without a complete body?"
Zhang Qifeng said angrily. Lu Qing didn't take it seriously and sneered.
"Those who know the current affairs are heroes. I have practiced hard for most of my life, but I have only reached the 5th level. However, after following Master Yi Yushin, in just half a year, he stepped from the 4th level to the 3rd level. In this world, strength is the foundation. Everything else is just part. As for Nan Tianlong, you don't need to worry about it, because no one will know what happened today. From the moment you step into Suiyang City, your life or death is not up to you. Do it!"
Lu Qing shouted loudly, and everyone accompanying him mobilized their energy to attack the Halcyon mirror. However, with their strength, how could they possibly break Qin Feng's defense? The sound of dang 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 is endless, but it is useless. Seeing this, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice,
"As expected of Master Qin Feng, who turned the tide in the Battle of Jinling Pass, it is really a good trick. I just don't know how many people you can protect."
After the words fell, Lu Qing actually waved his fist again. However, this time, his target was not Qin Feng and others, but the people of Suiyang City who were immersed in the illusion. This kind of heartbreaking and crazy behavior was completely beyond the expectations of Qin Feng and others. Chapter 709. The gods in the sky are nothing more than this. Naturally, Qin Feng would not sit idly by and turn his hand with righteousness. The Halcyon mirror instantly enveloped the people in Suiyang City, protecting them within it and blocking Quan Gang's attack. And this played into Lu Qing's plan. He didn't care about the life and death of the people at all. All he had to do was to make Qin Feng ignore Zhang Qifeng and others, and then kill them all.
"Superior!"
Following Lu Qing's loud shout, everyone rushed towards the Demon Slayer division of Fengtian City to kill them. A war between the two sides is about to break out. However, the strength of the people in Suiyang City was completely beyond imagination. If Bai Wuxiang had not been in charge, Zhang Qifeng and others would have been overwhelmed by the attack. As for Lu Qing, while using the people to contain Qin Feng, he continued to launch offensives against Qin Feng. Whenever Qin Feng wanted to use his means to fight back, Lu Qing would use the civilian team as a shield to let Qin Feng throw a rad weapon. Such a fighting method without martial ethics naturally made Qin Feng quite uncomfortable. The most important thing is that these people are completely immersed in desires and dreams, and are completely unaware of everything happening around them. Even though countless gravel splashed and scratched their cheeks, they stood there quietly queuing up, talking and laughing, like crazy people. Fortunately, at this time, reinforcements from Qin Feng and others arrived. The colleagues who had left earlier had already found members of the Sword Alliance in Suiyang City. With the addition of the Sword Alliance, the pressure on Zhang Qifeng and others was greatly reduced. Zhang Qifeng immediately said,
"Miss Wuxiang, it's good to have me waiting here. Go and help Brother Qin."
Bai Wuxiang glanced at Qin Feng and saw that Qin Feng was being restrained everywhere, and immediately replied,
"Okay."
Hearing this, Yan also said,
"I'll go help him too."
Boom! With a loud noise, the ground in Suiyang City shook violently. The entire sky instantly became dark, with no trace of the stars and moon.
"What's going on?"
Zhang Qifeng and others were shocked. Lu Qing looked towards the direction of the Ancestral Hall and laughed wildly.
"The Lord Yushin has appeared. He will use his supreme power to kill you all. You are already doomed."
Qin Feng frowned, then followed Lu Qing's gaze, and saw a black shadow rising like smoke above the Ancestral Hall, transforming into a human shape. With his dark green eyes and his squirming body like a shadow, he seemed to be integrated into the night. After the night travel god manifested, his eyes instantly looked towards Qin Feng, and the longing and desire deep in his eyes were not concealed at all. A sharp neighing sound sounded. The people of Suiyang City, who were still queuing up, suddenly stiffened, and then all turned around. their eyes glowing scarlet. They looked at Qin Feng and pounced on him like hungry wolves. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. The people were just bewitched by the night travel god. Naturally, he couldn't kill him directly, so he could only use the Halcyon mirror to block in front of him and block the people's offensive. Bai Wuxiang flashed to Qin Feng's side. Seeing this scene, she frowned.
What should I say?
When Qin Feng saw this, he thought about it for a moment before he came up with a countermeasure.
Help me deal with Lu Qing. I need some time. Okay.
Bai Wuxiang didn't say anything more. He swung his sword and chopped off the attacking Lu Qing. Although the latter has reached the 3rd level, he is still no match against the extremely talented Bai Wuxiang. After a few rounds, the decision is made. At this moment, Yan also came to Qin Feng and asked anxiously,
Can I help you with anything? I want to perform my immortal magic. During this period, I cannot continue to maintain the Halcyon mirror. Can you help me resist these common people for a while? I can,
Yun said decisively. We originally followed him to Suiyang City because we wanted to do something for Qin Feng. But instead of helping, we fell into such an illusion. It was really embarrassing. If it were Qin Feng's 2 ladies, they would have already killed everyone in the city to turn the tide. Now that she has the opportunity to perform, she will naturally not miss it. Women sometimes get inexplicably competitive, especially in front of the person they like. Yun took a deep breath, and the righteous energy surged in his body. Within a moment, the water vapor spread around him, like a flowing lake. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw this. As expected, being able to become a disciple of Tianjian Imperial Master must be a very talented person.
You can put away the Halcyon mirror,
Yun shouted softly. Qin Feng said nothing, his righteousness restrained, and the lavender barrier instantly disappeared. The frantic people rushed in like wild beasts. But when they touched the water vapor, they seemed to be submerged in a swamp, and their movements were restricted. However, there were too many common people, and it had not been long since Yun entered the 4th level realm of Literary Saint. She was not yet proficient in controlling water vapor, but after just a few breaths, it seemed a bit difficult.
You move faster.
Yun gritted his teeth. Men can't be too fast. Qin Feng complained in his heart, and then began to concentrate on it. After entering the 3rd level realm, his body can already withstand the impact of immortal magic. Even if he does not enter the state of divine power, he can still cast any immortal magic. And what he wants to use now is to see flowers in the smoke. The Hongmeng immortal qi circulated in his body, and the qi around Qin Feng actually caused strong winds. In his eyes, colorful rays of light flashed past. I saw him spreading his palm upwards, and a heavy white fog surged into Suiyang City, making it impossible to see anything beyond 2 feet. After those crazy people touched the white mist, their bodies disappeared out of thin air and were introduced into another dimension. Yin put away the water vapor, and her cheeks turned red. It was obvious that the method just now was very draining on her.
Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me.
Qin Feng looked at the ancestral hall. The shadow of the night-traveling god was able to penetrate the white mist, and he could see it extremely clearly, which showed that it was powerful. The people's problems have been solved, and Lu Qing will be left to Bai Wuxiang and others. Now, he can finally let go and do something big.
Qin Feng,
Yin called.
Be careful.
Yin looked worried. Qin Feng smiled confidently.
Don't worry. I'll be right back. If you have time, you might as well help me warm a glass of wine. Warm wine.
Yin was stunned, not understanding what she meant. She wanted to say something else, but Qin Feng's figure had disappeared into the white mist. Outside the ancestral hall, Qin Feng stepped inside. The terrifying energy rushes towards the face, and the terrifying pressure is like a stormy sea, making people tremble with fear. Qin Feng unfolded his pupil powers, and through the layers of white mist, he finally saw the objects enshrined in the ancestral hall. It was a statue about half the height of a human being, with small cheeks and red shoulders. It looked like a human, but had strange facial features. To put it simply, it is one word: ugly.
Is that the night travel god's possession?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. At this time, an eerie laughter sounded, making people shudder. The shadow of the night-traveling god bent down, and his voice was as deafening as thunder.
Who gave you the courage to face the gods alone?
Facing the threat, Qin Feng didn't take it seriously and instead shouted,
Shiluo Tianzheng.
Hearing this, the god of night travel was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. The damage caused to him by the amazingly powerful moves amidst the mirage of ghosts and mirages last night is still fresh in his memory. But after a while, nothing happened.
Qin Feng couldn't help laughing. This is the god in the sky. Nothing more than that. Yi Yushin reacted and was furious. You are looking for death. Chapter 710 The Strange Arrival. With a roar, the huge phantom of night travel god smacked his hands downwards. Before the move is finished, the momentum has already been released. The pressure was like the sky falling, and it shook the ancestral hall courtyard to pieces. This is your own home after all? So you are really not lenient at all. Qin Feng's face darkened, and he tried his best to steady his body. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and in a blink of an eye, a deep pit was dug out of the huge courtyard, with the bottom of it impossible to see at a glance. The dust was flying and mixed with the white mist. Yushin looked around, but Qin Feng was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, a light shield centered over the courtyard and spread to all directions in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire ancestral hall. This is the realm? Feeling something in his heart, he suddenly looked up and saw a figure glowing with holy light, with amber eyes as clear as glass. It's Qin Feng. Boom! The red thunder tore open the black curtain covering the sky of Suiyang City, revealing its fangs. Chi manifested his form and ran around Qin Feng, baring his teeth and claws towards the night god. The red thunder arcs around his body were like thunder snakes, making bursts of hissing noises. Seeing this, Yi Yushin's green pupils were full of fear. The life-destroying thunder? How are you qualified to control the life-destroying thunder? The life-destroying thunder is an ancient divine thunder with supreme destructive power. Not even the gods and demons in the fairy world dare to challenge it head-on. In addition, the god of night travel came to this world with the power of incense. But his mastery was incomplete, and his strength was greatly restricted. Naturally, he was very frightened by the life-destroying thunder. But how could Qin Feng answer his question? He pressed down with his right hand, and the red life-destroying thunder in the sky struck hard at Yushin with unmatched force. A hole seemed to be opened in the space. The moment the two collided, red thunder exploded on the shadow of the Night Walker. Heart-rending screams resounded in the sky above Suiyang City, and even the black curtain seemed to be 3 points brighter. But this is just the beginning. Following the fine tradition of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, and beating the drowned dog, Qin Feng and Chi thought about it. And in the sky, the red thunder dragon roared. The dark night sky seemed to turn into a sea of red thunder. Fall? Qin Feng roared. One after another, the light-destroying thunder suddenly fell. The screams continued one after another. The shadow of the night traveler god was continuously shrunk by the thunder, and even his voice became weak. Chi swayed in front of Qin Feng as if he was claiming credit, holding his head high and looking like he was showing off his power. This was far beyond Qin Feng's expectation. Although he knew the power of the life-destroying thunder, it was impossible for him to defeat a second-level peak strength being unable to fight back. Something is wrong, Qin Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, a clicking sound seemed extremely abrupt in the night. It sounded like something being broken. Yi Yushin, who was still wailing in pain, suddenly laughed out loud. His voice was extremely crazy. Sure enough, everything is as expected. The existence that Yi Yushin spoke of was actually obscured by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if he read it out, his name was erased by heaven and earth. The endless darkness above Suiyang City faded away like a tide, and the stars and moon once again shed their light. But that light was the color of blood. Qin Feng looked up, then widened his eyes, and saw a black ravine across the night sky. One end is connected to the Thunder Sea, and the other end is connected to the crack in the fairy world. And Qin Feng finally knew where the cracking sound came from. It was the sound of the Tianjian Imperial Master Seal being loosened. At this point, Qin Feng instantly realized that Yi Yushin was not helpless after being hit by his life-destroying thunder. On the contrary, the other party was deliberately tempting him to use the life-destroying thunder technique. The purpose is to use that weird method to use the destruction of life thunder to eliminate the ban. For a moment, Qin Feng broke into cold sweat. He felt like a pawn, being manipulated. It was the same when he came here from Fontian City, and it was the same when he started the battle with the night travel god. The other party seemed to have calculated every step he was going to take, and every step was a trap set for him in advance. The night-traveling god opened his arms and looked up to the sky and roared. The incense and vows have been accumulated, and we welcome our Lord to the world. As the words fell, the bright moon and stars seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-red gauze. The color of the world changes. The wind stopped blowing. The surroundings became silent, and time and space seemed to stop at this moment. The night traveler suddenly let out a painful whimper, and the black shadow that formed his body was like a flame in the wind. swaying wildly, and seemed to be extinguished at any time. Click! There were actually cracks on the statues in the ancestral hall, and the shadow of the night god also began to fall into pieces. At the same time, Lu Qing and others in Suiyang City let out heart-piercing screams. Their bodies shattered, and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was too horrible to see. No! No! My lord! I am still of use to you! The night-traveling god wailed toward the sky, not knowing who he was praying to. However, as the statue in the ancestral hall completely collapsed, the shadow of the night god also slowly dissipated like the candle in the wind. Instead, the world trembled violently. In the dark ravine connecting the crack in the fairy world, a pair of skeletal hands stretched out. It grabbed the edge of the crack in space and yanked to both sides. It was like a huge hole was opened in the dark curtain, and a strange existence that could not be described in words stepped out of the hole and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The huge body seemed to be pieced together from the corpses of countless different species. Countless bone arms, like the centipede's legs, are arranged around the body in extremely irregular arrangements. There are countless faces on it, including humans, gods, beasts, and demons. Those faces were all shedding blood and tears, crying and moaning non-stop. In addition, there is a huge head on top of its patchwork body, but the head is not connected to the body. It seems to be a separate individual, suspended around the body. 3 huge scarlet pupils looked in different directions, and a big mouth outlined an enchanting smile. Such a terrifying and strange existence naturally shocked everyone in Suiyang City. Zhang Qingfeng's body softened, and he collapsed directly on the ground, his face already pale with fear. The rest of the people with lower strength even had their crotches wet. But no one will laugh at them. Faced with unknown horrors, fear is human instinct. Qin Feng's body couldn't help but tremble, and his palms were soaked in cold sweat. While frightened, countless questions also emerged in his mind. The god of night travel is dead, which means there is someone else plotting against him. Could it be this weird guy in front of him? What kind of existence is this? And why does it look like this? It came to this world from the fairy world, and it even has the ability to weaken the teacher's band and open up a channel for itself. Is this also a kind of incarnation? Is its identity the gods and demons of the fairy world? Or is it the culprit that caused the collapse of order in the ghost world and the fairy world? Uneasiness, fear, and nervousness spread in my heart instantly. Qin Feng felt cold all over. He didn't even have the slightest idea or fighting spirit to resist. At this moment, the strange existence suddenly sucked in its mouth from all over its body. There seems to be something between heaven and earth that has been deprived of it. The holy light around Qin Feng dissipated, and even the color of his pupils returned to their usual appearance. He glanced at his hands, and was extremely frightened. He was completely unaware of his own cultivation, and everyone in the city felt the same way about this. Chapter 7:11 Reinforcements. This monster can actually influence the laws of heaven and earth on its own. Qin Feng instantly made a judgment in his mind. Without the help of his cultivation, he could no longer float in the air, and his body fell instantly. At the critical moment, a golden light wrapped around Qin Feng and helped him land safely. I turned around and saw that it was the city god. The old man glanced at the shattered ancestral hall. The incarnation of the night wandering god in this place had long since disappeared. If you commit yourself to the enemy, you can't blame others for ending up like this, the city god said calmly. But a trace of sadness appeared on his face, because he is not the only one as stupid as the night travel god, shrouded in fear all year round. How many gods and demons can still uphold the will of the Emperor of Heaven and continue to fight against such terrifying enemies? The collapse of the battle situation in the fairy world is nothing more than the internal disintegration. Senior, what on earth is this? Qin Feng asked in a trembling voice. The city god did not respond, but looked up at the monster with a solemn expression. The direction of things will eventually develop towards the side that he least expects to see. The night travel god is dead, and the illusory world of Suiyang City has also disappeared. You must flee quickly. The battle here is no longer something you can intervene in, the city god said in a deep voice. Qin Feng naturally knows this very well. They are no different from ordinary people nowadays. If they want to fight against such monsters, wouldn't it be like overestimating their abilities? Taking a step back. Even if their cultivation level is still there, they can't deal with these monsters just by relying on them. What about you, Senior? Qin Feng asked. If no one stops it, this world will fall into catastrophe, and I must stay here. After you leave Suiyang City, seek reinforcements as soon as possible. Remember, for those who have not mastered the Tao, Even coming here will be of no use. Only those who master the principles of Tao can maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness in its strange realm.
Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. No wonder the city god was not affected. It turns out that the key to the problem lies in Taoism. Although there was residual yin-yang Dao Qi from Zhulong in his body, he did not master it. So his cultivation was wiped out by the monster's domain. However, there are very few people in this world who master the Tao. They are basically concentrated among those who have entered the realm of transcendence. How easy is it to find them? As far as Qin Feng knows, the only person in the Southern Territory who masters the Tao is probably the Southern Territory commander Nantian Longyan Zhou. While the two were talking, the monster seemed to sense something. Countless eyes on all the faces on the huge body, including the huge floating head, looked at Qin Feng. A scream that sounded like weeping and wailing sounded.
Ah! I'm so innately strong!
As soon as the roar ended, countless bone arms fell hard towards Qin Feng. That power seems to be able to easily split even space. Fortunately, the city god took action in time, and the golden light barrier blocked his head. Boom! Bang bang! The continuous collisions were deafening, causing the world to tremble. The city god groaned. His face turned pale, and even the statue in the city god's temple had a crack between his eyebrows. The monster's strength is comparable to the realm of transcendence. But the city god's incarnation in this world is subject to many restrictions. If it weren't for the fact that the Tao he brought to this world was the Golden Light spell, which is famous for its strong defense, he would probably be beaten to pieces by monsters just by meeting him.
Senior, you?
Qin Feng saw the cracks on the old man's forehead and became anxious.
What are you doing standing still? Leave quickly!
The city god shouted angrily. Qin Feng naturally could not abandon the city god. He wanted to get in touch with Senior Xian Yi in the Divine Sea. However, in the strange realm of monsters, he could not activate his divine thoughts at all. Even his Divine Sea seemed to be blocked. Close it up. Without the support of his cultivation, and unable to get help from Senior Xian Yi, he would only become a burden if he stayed here. Glancing at the city god who was struggling to resist, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and ran towards the outside of Suiyang City. Nowadays, the only way to get a chance of survival is to leave the realm of monsters as soon as possible and find Lord Nantian Longyan Zhou. But how could the monster let him leave so easily? The huge body made of piled corpses started to squirm, and dark green mist spurted out from the mouths of countless faces. And the sound of melting was heard immediately. The space began to twist and deform like glass burned by fire. The poisonous mist enveloped Qin Feng and everyone in just a few moments. There is simply no way out of this situation. At this moment, the golden light spell of the city god was also eroded by the poisonous mist. His skin was like the cracked earth, chipped and peeled off inch by inch, and turned into dust when exposed to the wind. Qin Feng was forced by the poisonous mist to retreat to the city god. He looked anxious when he saw him.
Senior, is there nothing we can do to deal with such a monster?
The city god replied with difficulty.
Such strange existences are beyond the three realms, and are not among the five elements. To this day, no one knows where they came from. They are as if they are immortal. Even if their bodies and souls are swallowed up by Yin Lord's heavenly flames or shattered by the Heavenly Emperor's supreme power, they can still be reborn. In the end, we can only rely on Kunlun in the palm of the Emperor of Heaven to ban these weird existences.
Qin Feng couldn't help frowning when he heard this. He's powerful. His methods are weird. And he's immortal. So how can he fight? No wonder the ghost world and the fairy world will undergo catastrophic changes under the invasion of this monster.
I came to this world originally to seek ways to kill these weird existences. After all, thousands of years ago, although there were barriers between the three realms, they could still be connected through some means. According to legend, in the ghost world, at the end of the underworld, there is a kind of flower from the other side, which can drag immortal things into the end of the broken void. The turbulent flow of space there can annihilate everything in the world. I originally wanted to step into the ghost world through the crack in the ghost world, but I was incarnated here and could not leave at will.
As soon as he finished speaking, the world trembled again. The monster launched another attack on Qin Feng and the two of them, and countless bone arms were knocked down with a bang. But this time, the golden light spell of the city god finally failed to hold up and collapsed instantly. His body also became blurry at this moment. Looking up, countless bone arms had covered the sky. Qin Feng could even see the lines between the bone arms. There was also the stench and murderous intent that hid his face.
Qin Feng!
Seeing this, Yin and the others in the distance were filled with jealousy. At this moment, above the sky, The seal of the crack in the fairy world was restored to its original state. A stream of clear energy came from the direction of Fengtian City, and actually penetrated the vertical pupil at the top of the monster's huge head. Black blood spurted out, and countless screams sounded instantly, and the sharp neighing seemed to pierce the eardrums. Two figures flew from the sky and landed in the sky on the north and south sides of Suiyang City in an instant. Qin Feng and Yan looked in disbelief, because these two people turned out to be senior brothers Shinli and Sun Qi. I saw that their whole bodies were wrapped in pure air. Their palms were spread out, and the righteousness was activated, and four white lights quickly swept to all directions in the city. After a quick look, the four white lights were four small jade-like objects. They are Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, Xuanwu, the guardian gods of the four directions. In Fengtian City, the Tianjian Imperial Master on the roof of Haowen Academy's climbing tower waved his sleeves, and white light connected between four objects, forming a large array. The large array emitted a dazzling white light, and within a moment, the poisonous fog in the city was cleared away. At the same time, Qin Feng was surprised to find that his cultivation had returned to its original state. Qi and Bai Su suddenly appeared in the Divine Sea. They looked at the huge creature with fear and anger in their eyes, as if they had seen a natural enemy. Chapter 712 The Ghost World. The strange realm of the monster was wiped out by the Tianjian Imperial Master's formation, and everyone's strength was restored. But against such monsters, how can we fight against them without a transcendent realm? At this moment, a black shadow struck from the night sky and pounced hard on the behemoth. The weird and terrifying monster was thrown to the ground by the black shadow. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a huge ravine divided the huge Suiyang City into two, extending outward for an unknown distance. When Qin Feng was shocked, Ding Qin took a look and saw clearly the appearance of the black shadow. It looked like a tiger, was as big as an ox, and had two wings on its back. It's Qiongqi! The fact that this monster is here can only mean that Master Nantian Long Yinzhou has arrived. As expected, several figures came through the air, and they were the supreme combat power of the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division. Si Ming took the lead, followed closely by Master Gun Immortal and Sword Maniac. There was another person who was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. He turned out to be the Sword Ghost who turned against him during the battle at Jinling Pass. Everyone looked solemn when they saw the fallen monster. That is an existence beyond their previous knowledge. Boom! Countless skeletal arms rose up from the ground. A huge head was suspended in the air, and it opened its bloody mouth towards Yinzhou and his party. And a black death light flashed out instantly. Everyone could feel the power of the death light, and they all frowned and tried their best to avoid it. The death light shot towards the top of the sky, and a black light that was deeper than the night exploded. Everything was silent. Qin Feng looked up, with a look of shock on his face. Above the dark night, at the end of the sky, it was as if a piece had been torn off by someone. It was extremely weird. If you are hit by this move, the consequences will be unimaginable. Master, what do you say? Dao Quangjintian asked. The Sword Ghost wrapped in a black cloak replied calmly. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? At this moment, you should strike first. You are optimistic about this move. How much you can understand depends entirely on your own creation. After the words fell, the Sword Ghost held his right hand out of thin air, and the energy of heaven and earth condensed, turning it into a giant sword that was 100 feet long. The golden ancient divine aura lingered around the Sword Ghost, and then he saw his right hand slash from top to bottom. A black line divided the space into two, crossing the monster's huge body. The monster fell apart in Qin Feng's shocked eyes. This is a sword technique that has understood the principles of Tao. The city god narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only that, Qin Feng could feel that the strength of the Sword Ghost was far stronger than what he felt half a year ago. The opponent seemed to have entered a realm of transcendence in the past 6 months. This sword is called One Sword Shura. The Sword Ghost held it in his right hand, and the long sword formed by the condensed energy of heaven and earth collapsed. The monster is dead? John Qin Feng and others looked at each other in disbelief. Wrong! At this time, Nanyu Siming seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes were fixed on the disintegrated monster. The others also sensed that something was wrong and looked around. I saw that strange monster that was supposed to die and could no longer die. On the body of the corpse, every face had a permeating smile. Creepy laughter rang out, and the shattered corpses were reunited in front of everyone's eyes. Is this monster invincible? The Gun Immortal frowned. No one can answer this question. The city god said in a deep voice. It's useless.
The Emperor of Heaven has tried his best to kill this monster thousands of times, but it can still recover as before. It seems to have the magical power of immortality. How can there be an immortal thing in the world? Will it have the same means as you to create an incarnation?
Qin Feng asked aloud.
We also thought so. After all, the creation of the incarnation in the fairy world and the star-picking life in the ghost world can protect the fire of life. But there is a limit to the number of times. However, the Buddha of the immortal world in the western region once trapped them and continued to smelt them with the mighty light of the Buddha for thousands of years. But the result is unexpected. Their resurrection seems to be endless. During thousands of years of competition, we have been trying to figure out the reason for their immortality, but we have no clue. Because of this, the Emperor of Heaven and the Buddha used bands to trap them, but they were never able to kill them.
While the two were talking, the monster stood up again, with countless bony arms all around its body dancing wildly, and the air formed turbulence, as fierce as a sharp blade. Seeing this, Simon and others made eye contact with each other, and then attacked the monster. The aftermath of the battle was like a turbulent wave one after another. Although the monster was incredibly powerful, due to its huge size and clumsy movements, it was clearly at a disadvantage after several rounds. Spear Immortal Sima Kong seized the opportunity and shot through the air, directly piercing the monster's huge head. But within a few moments, the hideous wound on the head completely healed. It's just like what the city god said. Immortal. Qin Feng looked ugly and said,
Is it possible that only by going to the ghost world to find the flower of the other side? As the senior said, can we have a chance to kill this monster?
The city god shook his head.
That's just a legend. It's hard to verify whether it's true or not. Why?
Qin Feng asked, puzzled.
The flower of the other shore grows on the other side of the yellow spring. The dead cannot touch it, and only the living can pick it. However, the ghost world is a place of the dead. If a stranger enters it, his soul will inevitably be scattered. How is there any chance to bring him back?
Qin Feng couldn't help but look stunned when he heard this. In this way, using the other shore flower to deal with monsters is an impossible thing in itself. At this moment, two figures fell next to Qin Feng. They were two senior brothers, Shenli and Sun Qi. Before Qin Feng could say a greeting, Shenli and Shenli looked at each other, and then put their hands on Qin Feng's left and right shoulders respectively.
Brother, what are you doing?
Qin Feng asked in surprise.
As ordered by the master, I will send you down for a walk.
Shenli sighed.
Teacher wants to kill me.
Qin Feng screamed. Sun Qi squinted his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth.
Junior brother, don't talk nonsense. The master just wants you to go to the underworld and look for the flowers on the other side.
As soon as these words came out, the city god immediately looked at him. When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened.
The living cannot enter the ghost world. Otherwise their souls will fly away. Master, what is the difference between doing this and killing me?
While Shenli was transfiguring there with one hand, he explained.
Master said that other people may be distraught when entering the ghost world. But you are different. Little junior brother. If there are still people in this world who can enter the ghost world and remain immortal, my junior brother is definitely one of them. Could it be that the teacher has some means to protect me?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
No. You have to rely on yourself for this.
Sun Qi responded with a smile. Just when Qin Feng wanted to ask specifically what to do, bursts of clear white light emitted from Shenli's right hand. And then, he suddenly slapped Qin Feng's Tianling cap. With just this one blow, Qin Feng's soul was knocked out of his body. He looked around blankly. Everything was like fluorescent objects, emitting a faint green light. Shenli said softly.
Everyone has a light fire on his shoulders and on his head. And the one on his head is called flowing fire. Taking the flowing fire and fixing the live fire on the shoulders can help the younger brother's soul enter the ghost world. Of course, the junior brother must be extremely careful after entering the ghost world. After all, it is not a kind place. If a lonely ghost takes your life, and the two flames of life on your shoulders are extinguished, you will also die.
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng felt a strong suction force coming from underneath his body. Looking down, I don't know when a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the green earth. Qin Feng had no time to struggle before he was swept into the earth by the whirlpool and disappeared. Shenli turned his head and asked,
What did I hear my junior brother say just now?
Sun Qi rubbed his chin and recalled.
It seems to be saying, I'm scorning you. Well, it's okay not to mention it. It's insulting to politeness.
Chapter 713 The Gate of Hell. In Fontian City. On the top of the climbing tower of Howin Academy, The Imperial Master of Tianjin stood beside the railing and looked to the south, with his hands behind his back. Suddenly he felt something in his heart and murmured to himself, "Go down." At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the white-haired and black-bearded Jinshin Siyu. That thing was hidden in the people's bodies and entered Fontian City. You didn't let me take action. It turned out to be just for today. Unknown enemies are the most terrifying. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you find hope. Tianjin Imperial Master said calmly. So, even though you had predicted everything, you didn't stop it. You deliberately let that monster come into the world just to find a way to deal with it. But would it be too childish for you to let the kid step into the ghost world to search for the legendary flower of the other side? Jinshin Siyu's tone was a bit serious. During the battle at Zenlingwen, even though he gave Qin Jianan a blessing in advance, he still could not protect the latter's life. Because of this, he did not want his apprentice's children to suffer any more life or death crisis. After a pause, he said again, "The ghost world is filled with ghost energy and dead souls, and living souls will instantly lose their way if they step into it. But the legendary flower of the other shore is on the other side of the underworld. How can he find it if he can't tell the direction? I really can't understand when an old guy like you would make such a stupid move. Because of this, even if I could protect Shenli or Sun Qi from entering the ghost world, I still didn't do it. Looking for the flower of the other side requires someone to guide them. But Shenli and Sun Qi do not have such conditions. You mean Qin Feng can have Li Yang?" Jinshin Siyu guessed. Master Tianjin shook his head. "The ghost world is too big. How could Qin Feng just meet him? I was talking about someone else." The god-suppressing Siyu pondered these words in his mind. And then his expression changed slightly. "Old guy, could it be that the death of my disciple was also part of your plan?" His voice suddenly dropped, and the entire sky tower began to shake. Master Tianjin sighed. "Destiny is never determined. Just like every road has a fork. All I can do is confirm the starting point, and then move towards the end." Hearing the words, Jinshin Siyu calmed down his momentum, and he finally understood what the other party said. Qin Jianan's death was not part of the old guy's calculations. The latter was just reconfirming the direction based on the established facts. If Qin Jianan hadn't died, maybe the old guy would have other countermeasures. "But there is one thing I don't know. Since Li Yang may not be able to meet Qin Feng, how can my disciple meet him? Blood and family ties cannot be erased even if the yin and yang are separated." Tian Jiangwisher gave this answer. In the dark sky on earth, a crescent moon hangs in the sky. The sky was gray, as if obscured by sand. At first glance, the land is barren and desolate. Various strange-shaped stone pillars stand in clusters. In the cracks and ravines, the ghostly fire is like a fountain, which will erupt from time to time, enough to reach the sky. At the huge door made of black stones, 2 unknown skulls were hung on the door beam. Corpse oil accumulated inside the skulls, and the red flames were particularly eye-catching in this world. Under the light of the red flames, I could see clearly that there were 3 big characters engraved on the gate of hell. Bones paved the road, and at the door of the ghost gate, a huge figure half as tall as the gate stood. It has a strange appearance, with the head of a tiger and the body of an ox, with 3 eyes and a pair of sharp horns. The blood-stained giant hand opened, and the sinister wind gusted. On the road of bones, countless ghosts were blown to death, crying and marching towards the gate of H.L. The ghost official Nutuma, who was responsible for maintaining the team, met him and whispered, "Master Tubo seems to be in a bad mood today. Isn't it bad? It's not easy for ghosts to come to the ghost world. Master Tubo originally liked this one. He likes to fry the ghosts in corpse oil and then put them in his mouth to crunch. As a result, the newly appointed Ghost Emperor of the Southern Territory killed the original Ghost Emperor and did not allow us to eat these wandering souls indiscriminately." Mentioning the new Ghost Emperor, the burly body of the ox head couldn't help but tremble. It hurriedly made a gesture of silence, and then carefully looked around. "Ghost Emperor, you dare to gossip? Don't you want to live? Have you forgotten how the last Ghost Emperor died?" When Mom Mian heard this, his eyes widened, and he was frightened for a while. The scene from half a year ago was still vivid in his mind. Above the sky, golden light descended and cracks opened. The Corpse King and the powerful Ghost General smelled the breath of living souls, and tried desperately to go to another space through the crack. But at that moment, someone was killed, stopping in front of the crack and facing the terrifying Corpse King and Ghost General. It's really a punch. Until the last Ghost Emperor appeared and had a battle with that guy. That battle was truly earth-shaking, wiping out hundreds of miles of Southern Ghost Realm. In the end, The guy who didn't have the magical power to pick up stars actually beat the previous Ghost Emperor to death and replaced him. Then the new Ghost Emperor set up many rules. One of which was that you can't be greedy for ghosts. However, precisely because of this, the scale of the Southern Territory's combat power continues to increase, and the number of ghost soldiers far exceeds that of other places. And it is almost catching up with the reborn Ghost Lord. Just as Ma Mian was remembering, a whirlpool appeared in the sky above his head.
Mom!
A long final voice came, and a figure came into the eyes of a bull-headed horse. Boom! Bone Road trembled. Qin Feng stood up and hurriedly checked his body. To his surprise, he fell from such a high place and nothing happened to him. Looking around, the world seemed to be shrouded in yellow fog. It was difficult to see clearly beyond a foot away, and the yellow mist started to surge crazily the moment he landed, and then gathered towards him. Qin Feng was surprised to find that the surface of his body seemed to have become blurry, as if he was about to be swallowed by the yellow mist. It is difficult for a living soul to enter the ghost world. This is not just talk. Just when he was extremely anxious and scolding his master, and the two senior brothers bloody in his heart, the shadow of Senior Xian Yi appeared. The divine sea of the Taoist literary saint is linked to the divine soul. When Qin Feng's divine soul descends into the ghost world, the divine sea will naturally follow him. Xian Yi took a look at the world and said with great interest,
"It turns out that this is the ghost world."
Qin Feng was about to cry. He didn't want to die in such an unknown way.
"Senior, my body seems to be wiped out by the laws of this world. Please save me."
Xian looked over and saw that Qin Feng's body was constantly disintegrating. He glanced at the erratic flowing fire above Qin Feng's head, and then at the surging yellow mist, and said thoughtfully,
"The flowing fire protects your soul and cannot be allowed to extinguish. The reason why these yellow mists will rush towards you is most likely because there is no death energy around you. In this case, the method is simple. You use the yin and yang principles of Zhulong. Use the power of life to protect the flowing fire above your head, and then use the power of death to wrap your soul. You should be able to resolve the crisis."
Chapter 714 Bull Head and Horse Face. Although the reason is simple, Qin Feng looked ugly.
"Senior, I have not mastered the principles of yin and yang. Do you still remember the method I taught you before to enter the second level?"
Xian Yi suddenly asked. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The senior said at the beginning that in order to cultivate the realm and the original righteousness to the highest level, Qi Qi and Bai Su could be allowed to swallow the yin and yang energy left by Zhulong, increase their power, and then feed it back to themselves.
Could it be that Senior hopes that after Qi Qi and Bai Su swallow the yin and yang energy, they will protect me, Liuhua, and wrap my whole body with death energy?
Qin Feng asked tentatively.
Good. But Senior, you said before that the principles of yin and yang are not perfect yet and are in ruins. How can those two little guys integrate it into themselves? You might as well activate your spiritual consciousness to take a look inside the divine sea.
Although Qin Feng had doubts, he still did as he was told. When he saw the black and white energy in the divine sea, his eyes widened. At some point, the black and white aura actually grew more than 3 times in size, and the black and white aura at the top was wrapped in a faint black gold light, making it look magical. Seeing Qin Feng's surprise, Xian Yi explained,
"Before, there was an extra touch of divinity in your divine sea, which was absorbed by the yin and yang energy,
which is why such changes occurred." Divinity?
Qin Feng couldn't think for a moment before he realized that it was the dream code of the dead night god. I didn't expect that guy would give me such a big gift after his death. If he wanted to rely on absorbing Hongling's immortal energy and netherworld ghost energy to strengthen yin and yang Dao to this level, I don't know how much effort it would take.
Although the yin and yang energy is not fully formed, the top part can be swallowed and absorbed by the two little guys before being fed back to you. Just when you come to the ghost world, you can rely on your soul body to use the endless death energy in the world to try to understand a hint of the principles of yin and yang, and solve the urgent needs of the moment.
Xian Yi said leisurely. At this moment, the souls were being eliminated by the laws of the ghost world. Qin Feng naturally did not dare to neglect. After learning the method, he immediately communicated with Qi Qi and Bai Su. These two little guys had been coveting the changing yin and yang qi for a long time. After getting orders from Qin Feng, they rushed to the top of the yin and yang qi without saying a word and swallowed the part wrapped in black gold light in one gulp. On the other side, the bull-headed horse looked at each other. After the rift between the human world and the ghost world opened, many ghosts would come every day, and they were already used to it. But this ghost appears in a completely different way from the previous ones. And the most important thing is that this ghost is so fragrant. It tastes like a living soul. Nyoto swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in surprise,
Can a living soul step into the ghost world?
Ma Mian was also confused, shook his head and replied,
Since you are not sure, you might as well take a closer look. If it is really a living soul, there must be no death energy surrounding it. That's fine.
The ox-headed and horse-faced horses kept approaching, and the scent filled their nostrils, making them salivate. If they weren't afraid of the new ghost emperor's orders, they would have pounced on Qin Feng and feasted on him. But just as it approached 10 feet, the fragrance suddenly diminished greatly. Qin Feng opened his eyes again. The flowing fire above his head no longer shook, and the light green thunder formed a protective shield to wrap it up. And around him, there was death energy mixed with red lightning arcs. Surrounding him, Qin Feng had a vague feeling that he seemed to have some grasp of the principles of yin and yang. The yellow mist between heaven and earth lost its target, and no longer swept towards Qin Feng. But the surrounding vision was still blurry. At this moment, Qin Feng heard several calls and looked for them. In the yellow mist ahead, 2 black figures kept approaching. After reaching a range of 10 feet, Qin Feng saw the other party's face clearly, and he cried out in his heart, Hack! The looks of these 2 guys are really strange. They are very similar to the bull-headed and horse-faced beasts in the underworld in the previous life. Could they be big figures in the ghost world? At this moment, Qin Feng was only in the state of his soul, and his strength was only about 60% of that in this world. He really didn't dare to act rashly, so he stayed in place quietly and adapted to changes. Nyoto said in a deep voice,
Boy, why didn't you respond to my calls several times?
Qin Feng immediately replied,
It's my first time to die. I was a little nervous and overwhelmed when I first came here, so I didn't hear it. I hope this Nyoto brother won't blame me. It makes some sense.
Nyoto was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and asked doubtfully,
He is surrounded by the aura of death, so he must not be a living soul. So what happened to the fragrance just now?
Life soul. Fragrance. They can smell the smell of life on me. Could my identity be exposed? Qin Feng was extremely nervous. He wanted to use his double pupil power to see the opponent's strength. If he was a little guy, he would kill him and hide his secret, so as not to cause death. However, he only has a soul and does not have this ability. At this moment, Ma Mian replied,
Maybe it's related to the cause of his death. Hey, boy, how did you die?
Qin Feng was stunned and thought,
Report to Brother Nyoto and Brother Ma Mian. The little one ate too much and stuffed himself to death. The fragrance you smell may not necessarily be the delicacies I ate during my lifetime.
Will such a thing happen? Nyoto asked.
Who knows? Maybe it is. Anyway, the fragrance can't be smelled. Take this guy to the gate of H.L. quickly to avoid making Master Tubo unhappy.
The gate of H.L. is closed.
Tubo.
Qin Feng raised his head and looked forward. In the hazy yellow mist, there were 2 red lights that were extremely eye-catching. If what is expected is true, that is the location of the gate of H.L. As for that Tubo, who can be called an adult by a bull-headed horse-faced man, he is definitely not a small character. With his current strength, he may not be able to deal with him. What if the opponent is extremely powerful, sees his identity as a living soul, and beats him to pieces? Thinking of the purpose of the 2 senior brothers sitting him down, Qin Feng felt itchy with hatred and couldn't help but want to say something about the quintessence of the Chinese nation.
I was asked to come to the ghost world to find the flower of the other shore. But the flower of the other shore is at the end of the underworld. Now I can't even tell the way. So where can I go to find it?
Huh?
Wait. What is this?
Qin Feng suddenly discovered that a thin red line had appeared on his chest. This thin line extended into the yellow mist, giving him a sense of intimacy and familiarity.
Could it be that the end of this red line is where the flower of the other shore is?
Qin Feng couldn't help but have such an idea. But if you want to follow the red line to find the flower of the other side, you must get rid of these 2 bull-headed horses around you. However, at this moment, he did not understand the strength gap between the 2 sides and did not dare to take action rashly. At this time, Ma Mian saw that Qin Feng was not moving, so he cursed and said,
You kid, you are deaf. I asked you to go forward, but you don't understand?
After saying this, it raised its right leg and kicked Qin Feng's butt hard, then let out a cry of pain. Nyoto asked curiously,
What's wrong with you? This kid is weird. He has thorns on his butt.
Qin Feng was stunned when he saw this, and instantly understood that the horse face was injured by the red lightning arc in the death energy around him. But the power of that thunder arc is clearly better than nothing. It can be seen from this that the bull-headed horse-faced men in front of them are just two little minions. After thinking about this, Qin Feng restrained his respectful attitude. And while gearing up, he slowly approached the bull-headed horse with a sneer. The bull-headed horse-faced man saw something was wrong and exclaimed, "Boy, what are you going to do?" They were answered with violent beatings and screams. Chapter 715 Underworld. After about a stick of incense, the bull-headed horse-faced man knelt down on his knees, as if he had been defeated by Qin Feng, especially No 2, whose nose and face were bruised and swollen after being beaten. Was horrific, far beyond what a horse's face could match. This is actually mixed with some of Qin Feng's personal emotions. He purely loves the party, so he hates the Tauren. Qin Feng raised his right hand again, and thunder arc surged above his fist. When the bull-headed horse saw him, he hurriedly cried, "Stop fighting. Brother, stop fighting. It's okay if you don't let me continue to take action. Whatever I ask next, you will answer whatever you want. Do you understand?" Qin Feng said lightly. "Okay." The two nodded quickly. "Where is the underworld? Is it nearby?" Ma Mian asked curiously. "Why do you want to ask about such a dangerous place?" Qin Feng raised his right hand, slapped Nyo 2's face hard, and said coldly, "Now I am asking you to answer. Don't you understand?" Nyo 2 covered his cheek and said aggrievedly, "Brother, it was Ma Mian who asked. Why did you hit me?" Qin Feng glanced at it and replied calmly, "Who told you to stand on the right side and block its position?" Nyoto glanced at his current position and silently moved to Qin Feng's left side. Ma Mian hurriedly replied, "Brother is joking. If there is a netherworld nearby, how can we stay here with our cultivation level?" Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. "You still dare to lie to me?" As he spoke, he made a show of taking action again. The horse covered his face and said, "Brother, we are not lying to you. With our 2 cultivation levels, if we touch the underworld water, our bodies will be wiped out. Even the aura emitted by the underworld can cause serious harm to the 2 of us. We are afraid of avoiding the land of H.L. Is Huang Quan so scary? Why didn't those 2 senior brothers mention it to me before they set me down? In this case, how can I cross the underworld and find the flowers on the other side?" Qin Feng looked ugly, then pointed to the place with red light floating in front of him and asked, "Is that the gate of H.L. there?" "It's the gate of H.L. Before I came down, I once encountered a ghost general who invaded the land of the human world. He said that if you want to cross the rift and enter the human world, you must swim through the road of H.L. and step through the gate of H.L. Since the gate of H.L. is right in front of us, why is there no underworld nearby?" In fact, these words were not said by the ghost general, but relayed by Senior Li Yang. However, Qin Feng was unable to determine the status of Senior Li Yang in the ghost world, so it was not easy to mention it casually. Ma Mian suddenly realized, "Brother, you don't know something. The gate of H.L. that the ghost general mentioned is not the gate of H.L. here. The ghost world is divided into 4 frontiers, southeast, northwest and southeast, as well as Fengdu, where the ghost master is located. These 5 places all have a ghost gate, and if you want to take advantage of the crack that appeared half a year ago and step into the human world, as far as I know, you can only go through the ghost gate under the jurisdiction of Lord Dongjiang Shintu, because only when the underworld appears there can the ghost generals cross it safely." "What do you mean? Could it be that Huang Quan can keep changing positions?" Qin Feng asked curiously. Ma Mian nodded. "The Yellow Spring originally crossed Fengdu, and it was the only way for the dead to return to their souls and to die. But thousands of years ago, a strange and terrifying existence came to the ghost world, disrupting the order of the world here. Since then, the underworld is no longer fixed in one place, but will appear everywhere in the ghost world with the turbulence of time and space. It was also from that time on that the ghost world no longer attracted dead souls, nor could ghost souls be reincarnated. As the only way to reincarnate, Huangquan Land has also become a dangerous place that ghosts can't avoid. Even if you are as powerful as a ghost general, if you touch the water of the underworld, you may be destroyed physically and mentally." Qin Feng's face darkened. "In that case, why are they able to cross the underworld when it appears at the ghost gate in northern Xinjiang, and can even use the star-picking magic power through the underworld?" Ma Mian looked surprised. "How do you know how to pick up the stars?" Qin Feng raised his left hand and slapped Nyo too hard on the face. "Have you forgotten what I just said? Now it's my question and your answer." Nyo too was about to cry, but had no tears. "Brother,
It was Ma Mian who asked, "Why did you hit me again? Who told you to stand on the left and block its position?"
When Yodo heard this, he looked confused. He felt that the big brother was targeting him, but he had no evidence. Seeing this, Ma Mian hurriedly explained,
"I don't know the specifics. Only one thing is certain. When the underworld is connected to the Ghost Gate in northern Xinjiang, the terrifying power of the underworld will be suppressed. Only then can the ghosts safely cross the underworld and enter the human world through the crack in the sky."
Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. In other words, if he wanted to safely cross the underworld and find the flower on the other side, he could only wait until the underworld appeared at the Gate of H.L. in northern Xinjiang. But the problem is that the current world is being invaded by that monster. As the opponent is immortal, Nan Tianlong and others will inevitably fall into a disadvantage after a long battle. So he must find the underworld as soon as possible and get the flower of the other side. Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked,
"Then do you two know where Huang Quan is now?"
Hearing this, Ma Mian looked surprised.
"Brother, are you looking for that Huang?"
Before he finished speaking, there was a bang, and the horse's face was kicked away by the bull's head. The latter cursed and said,
"You answer whatever big brother asks you. Where the H.I. do you get so many questions?" After scolding him, Nyoto felt relieved. And then he rubbed his hands and flattered Qin Feng.
"Brother, am I right?"
"You guys have learned to be clever." Qin Feng put down his left hand regretfully, and then asked,
"Then you answer the question just now." "Oh?"
Nyoto was stunned, and then laughed dryly.
"The underworld is so erratic. How do I know where it is?"
Seeing Qin Feng's face gradually darkening, Nyoto quickly added,
"But there is someone who definitely knows." "Who is it?" "Lord Tubo, who guards the Gate of H.L.
When Qin Feng heard this, he fell into deep thought. Those who can guard the Gate of H.L. are naturally not ordinary people. Although he could keep the ox-headed and horse-faced people in check, he didn't have the confidence to deal with the so-called Tubo. At this time, he lowered his head and glanced at the red line on his chest. The direction it extended was the Gate of H.L. in front of him.
"It seems that no matter what, we have to go through this H.L. gate."
Just in case, Qin Feng activated his spiritual thoughts to communicate with Qi. Used the life-destroying thunder to turn into a chain, wrapped it under the collar of the bull-headed horse-faced man, and threatened,
"Wait, you two will go and fight with that uncle."
As a cliché, asked about the location of Huang Quan. "If you dare to act rashly, I will ask you two to move your heads. Do you understand?" "I understand."
The two responded immediately, their voices trembling. Along the bone road, through layers of yellow mist, under the leadership of the bull-headed horse-faced man, Qin Feng got closer and closer to the red light. He saw many lonely ghosts, including soldiers in armor and skinny civilians. These are people who died in troubled times, and now they have become the souls of the ghost world.
Phew.
Suddenly there was a howling wind, like a bone scraper, sweeping away the souls of the dead. The dead souls instantly let out pitiful screams. Qin Feng frowned when he saw it, and then heard a thick sound above his head.
"If you don't want to die, walk faster."
Chapter 716 Tubo. Qin Feng looked up and saw a huge black shadow looming in the yellow mist. A pair of giant blood-stained hands poked out of the yellow mist, and with a fierce wave, the dark wind howled. Screams came and went. The souls of the dead were in pain. Their pace quickened, and they floated towards the Gate of H.L. Of course, there are also dead souls with weak souls. After being ravaged by the evil wind, their whole bodies softened and collapsed. Among them was a pair of dead souls of a mother and daughter who were suffering from misfortune. Seeing this, the souls of the dead soldiers around him stepped forward to help him, which resulted in the long queue being stranded. Tubo saw this and said angrily,
"Who told you to stop? Are you seeking death?"
The roar carried its own cultivation, and to the wandering souls, it was like the power of heaven. Except for Qin Feng and the bull-headed horse face, everyone was so short that they were almost prostrate on the ground. And the mother and daughter, under the pressure of the roar, their souls swayed slightly and became a little weaker. They were afraid that if they hit them a few more times, their souls would fly away. Qin Feng originally just wanted to trick him out of Huang Quan's position, but he never expected that he would encounter such a situation. People in the world are already suffering enough, so why do they have to suffer so much after death? He frowned and sent a message to the two men with the bull's head and the horse's face, asking them to stop Tubo's behavior. After hearing this, the two of them looked bitter and felt a numbness on their necks. The bull-headed horse-faced man's heart trembled, and for the sake of his own life, He immediately said respectfully, Lord Tubo, you are so powerful that these dogs are ignorant and dare to neglect you in front of you. They deserve to die. But the new Ghost Emperor said that we cannot kill these dead souls at will. If he finds out, I am afraid that you will be punished. As soon as these words came out, Tubo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the dark wind suddenly stopped. Qin Feng felt the change and was surprised. It seemed that the big guy in front of him was afraid of the Ghost Emperor mentioned by the bull-headed horse face. I don't know who the Ghost Emperor is, but he actually takes good care of the dead souls in the world. He thought silently in his heart. Uh-huh. At this moment, Qin Feng saw a huge black shadow suddenly sinking above the yellow mist. A tiger head poked out, with 3 eyes and a pair of sharp horns. Looking fierce, it glanced at Qin Feng and didn't pay too much attention. Instead, it said coldly to the bull-headed horse, You two bastards! How dare you interfere in my affairs? Ma Mian trembled all over and hurriedly said with a smile, How dare I wait? I'm just afraid that the Ghost Emperor will blame me. Nyoto also said loudly, Yes, yes. It is completely unworthy to make the Ghost Emperor unhappy because of these dead souls. Ghost Emperor. Tubo gritted his teeth. Then his eyes turned red, and he roared angrily. He keeps saying the Ghost Emperor. What qualifications does a guy from the human world have to rule the southern border of the ghost world? You also set up those ridiculous rules to prevent me from eating the souls of the dead. What a joke. The sound was like thunder, causing all the dead souls to tremble. I've had enough. He won't let me eat. But I want to eat today. After the words fell, Tubo opened his big blood-stained hand and took the little girl's soul into his hand. He opened his huge mouth and was about to swallow it when he suddenly felt movement at his feet. He looked down and saw the mother holding her tightly. Ankles burst into tears. My lord, if you insist on eating souls, then eat mine. Please let my daughter go. She was a miserable child when she was alive. She was swallowed by monsters because of ghost trouble. How could she still have the same fate after death? When Tubo heard this, he actually grabbed his mother into his hands and said with a sneer, Since you two have such a deep love for each other, I will make your souls wander together. Lord Tubo, you must not do this. As soon as the bull-headed horse-faced voice came out, he was directly pressed to the ground by the pressure, even though the souls of the other dead soldiers wanted to stop him. All their efforts were in vain in front of Tubo. On the road of bones, countless souls prostrate themselves on the ground. Faced with Tubo's pressure, they had nothing to do. At the moment when the souls of the mother and daughter were about to be swallowed, a red thunderbolt shot up into the sky and pierced Tubo's wrist. The latter was in pain. His blood-stained hands opened his mouth, and the souls of the mother and daughter fell. A figure moved as fast as a ghost and caught the two of them firmly. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. Tubo held the black gas wound on his wrist and roared, Who is it? Looking down, I saw a young man whose whole body was glowing with white light and whose eyes were like amber. This is Qin Feng's unique state of covering himself with the realm. And in this state, he can already see through the yellow mist around him. Tubo looked shocked. He never thought that the soul of the dead, which he had not cared about before, could actually have such abilities. He turned his head and glanced at the place where his wrist was pierced. Red lightning arcs surged, and the stinging pain was like a heart-piercing pain. Logically speaking, with its strength, such wounds can be healed in minutes through the ghostly ghost energy in the ghost world. However, this lightning arc carried a terrifying power that hindered the repair of the injury. Red thunder. Unparalleled destructive power. When the two were combined, Tubo obviously thought of something and his eyes widened. This is clearly the rumored life-destroying thunder that has been sealed for a long time. And this life-destroying thunder is the nemesis of ghosts. Who is this kid who can actually control the rumored life-destroying thunder? Fortunately, this blow had pierced my wrist. If it had pierced my head, I am afraid that not even the Star Reacher could save my life. Damn it. Half a year ago, the rift between the ghost world and the human world opened. I thought my good days were coming. Unexpectedly, a human ghost emperor appeared in front of us, not allowing us to pass through the cracks, and also set many rules. Nowadays, there is another kid like him, whose strength is unpredictable. Could it be that the current human world is filled with monsters like this? Then again, they are so powerful. Who has the ability to kill them? Could it be that the land of the human world has also been poisoned by those monsters? The more Tubo thought about it, the more frightened he became. But having lived for thousands of years, he understood that he must not show any fear at such a time. The ghost world has encountered many changes, and countless ghosts stronger than it are about to die, but it can survive until now. Just because it is bold, cautious, and cautious to the extreme. Just like when the new Ghost Emperor took office and established the rules. Many people naturally disobeyed them. But it hid in the dark and said nothing. It waited until those stubborn ghosts were almost dead and injured before they stood up and showed their loyalty. Otherwise, the job of guarding the gates of H.L. would never have fallen on its head. Tu Bo narrowed his 3 eyes slightly, and then unfolded his magical power. The horns on his head glowed red, and black flames ignited all over his body. Its body more than doubled in size in the blink of an eye. The head is even higher than the gate of H.L. Seeing this, the bull-headed horse trembled. Oh no! Lord Tu Bo is angry. Qin Feng also had a solemn look on his face, and he could feel how amazing the aura around him was. Now that he is only in the form of a soul, it is naturally impossible for him to fully display his strength. The next battle will most likely be a near-death situation. But he has no regrets. His father told him, before he was alive, that all he wants in life is a clear conscience. Even if he is given another chance to choose, he will take action to save the souls of the mother and daughter. Qin Feng took a deep breath and slowly floated up. In the gray sky, there was sudden lightning and thunder, and the red thunder dragon roared, giving the dim world a dark red color. At the same time, somewhere in the ghost world, a strange beast suddenly opened its eyes, and its canine ears shook. There was a kind voice next to the strange beast, and he said happily, "To save the common people, I use my soul to enter the ghost world and look for the flowers on the other side. It is a great kindness." Chapter 717 The End of the Red Line. The light-destroying thunder was so powerful that Tu Bo's huge body couldn't help but tremble. It manifested its power naturally not to fight Qin Feng to the death, but to frighten the opponent, who knew that this stupid young man would actually want to confront him head-on. Roar! Tu Bo looked ferocious and roared. "Boy, are you really not afraid?" Its idea is simple. Gamingwen is an important place in the ghost world, and the other party has made such a big noise, which must have attracted the attention of the big shots in southern Xinjiang. As long as it chats with the other party for a few more words and delays for a while, it may be able to wait until the big shot comes to the rescue, and then it will not be needed to face the murderous intention of the Miesheng Lei. Over the course of thousands of years, it has used this technique countless times, and it has long been known that practice makes perfect. Unfortunately, the opponent it faces now is different from before. Qin Feng, who has lived for 2 lives, has always believed in one thing. That is, when fighting against others, if you can do it, never force him. Facing Tu Bo's provocation, Qin Feng said nothing, and pressed down with his right palm. From the sky, a thick life-destroying thunder suddenly fell, and the heaven and earth suddenly lit up. "Has this kid seen through my plan?" Tu Bo was horrified, seeing the life-destroying thunder so close at hand. It roared angrily, and slammed its blood-stained hands together. The black flames all over his body turned into a ferocious ghost, attacking towards the life-destroying thunder. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided, and a terrifying wave of air swept around. But how can the black flame condensed by the ghost energy of the netherworld resist the thunder of destruction? In just a few moments, the evil ghost manifested by the black flame was shattered, and the life-destroying thunder fell down. Tu Bo's 3 eyes were full of horror, and his huge body suddenly took a step back, narrowly avoiding the murderous intention of the Miesheng Lei. Looking down, I saw a shocking black hole on the hard bone road. Seeing this scene, the bull-headed horse looked at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could they have imagined that the strength of the eldest brother they had just recognized could reach such a terrifying level? Even Lord Tu Bo did not take advantage of him in a head-on confrontation. No, it's a prickly idea. Tu Bo narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted loudly, "Noodlehead horse noodles! Young one is here!" The 2 responded immediately. "This kid is weird, so I have to use a trick. However, this move is too powerful, and most of the dead souls present will inevitably fly away. If the Ghost Emperor is blamed, you 2 will bear witness for me." Tu Bo vowed. "Oh?" The bull-headed horse was frightened when he heard this. Naturally, they were also afraid of being affected. Tu Bo's huge body shook suddenly, and the black flames all over his body were absorbed into the body, and his body instantly became a quarter of its original size. Although his body size has become smaller, Qin Feng can clearly feel that the opponent's energy is stronger. He looked back at the densely packed dead souls on the bone road, and without thinking, he flew over the heads of the dead souls, then mobilized his energy and deployed the Halcyon Mirror. He wanted to block the opponent's attack and never let these dead souls suffer the disaster of annihilation. The moment the Haotian mirror took shape, Tu Bo seemed to have finished brewing his energy. Its 3 eyes were red. Black lines appeared all over its body. And then it roared. Coming soon! Qin Feng's expression was solemn, and he was fully alert. The bull-headed and horse-faced horses also hugged each other, shivering. However, the unexpected trick did not appear. Tu Bo twisted his body and escaped into the gate of H.L. Nu Tu Mamian! You two hold that kid while I go find the Ghost Emperor. Tu Bo's voice rang out in the huge ghost gate. On the road of bones. There was silence for a moment. Qin Feng landed next to the bull-headed horse face and said with a strange expression, Is it bullying the weak and afraid of the strong like this before? Nyoto's expression froze. The ghost world has encountered many changes, and the ghost generals in ancient times have either died or have become stronger. Only Mr. Tu Bo, although his strength has not improved, has survived until now. It seems that it is not without reason. It's not a shame to save his life. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Now that Uncle Tu is gone, who else can know the location of Wang Quan? Ma Mian said in shock. Brother, why don't you run away? Mr. Tu Bo went to look for the Ghost Emperor. The new Ghost Emperor is a murderer, and the previous Ghost Emperor was beaten to death by him. Even if it is your Red Thunder, it is impossible to cause harm to Lord Ghost Emperor. Qin Feng naturally understands this truth. To be able to become a Ghost Emperor in the Ghost world, his strength must have reached a state of transcendence. But if the flower of the other side is not found, how can he go back? Wait. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he suddenly thought of a key question. Although he was sent to the Ghost world by 2 senior brothers, Shenli and Sun Qi, it seemed that the 2 senior brothers didn't tell him how to return. At this moment, Qin Feng felt something in his heart. He looked at his chest and saw the red thread trembling suddenly, and a familiar and kind feeling emerged spontaneously. Not only that, Tu Bo's voice came out from inside the ghost gate again. Boy, the Ghost Emperor has arrived, and your death will be next. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from the gate of H.L. and appeared in front of everyone. The visitor was seen wearing a black robe and an evil ghost mask on his face. Qin Feng suddenly discovered that the end of the red line on his chest was not the place of H.L., but connected to this person's chest. The two looked at each other across the distance, familiar emotions brewing silently. Qin Feng's heart trembled. His eyes turned red, and tears fell from his soul. The moment the other party appeared, he knew his identity. It is a kind of blood-blooded feeling that is melted into the bones. It is a kind of yearning, a kind of reunion that even in dreams I dare not expect. But now, it has all come true. Qin Feng choked up a little. He was about to call out that word, but was interrupted by Tu Bo. The latter rushed to the side of the ghost-faced man, pointed at Qin Feng with his bloody big finger and said, Master Ghost Emperor, it is this kid who wants to force his way into the Ghost Gate. Although my subordinates tried their best to stop it, their strength was limited, so they had no choice but to look for you immediately. Fortunately, sir, you are nearby. Otherwise these dead souls and this H.L. gate would be completely destroyed by this kid today. Seeing that the Ghost Emperor did not respond, Tu Bo added more jealously and said, Master Ghost Emperor, this person broke into the Ghost Gate in southern Xinjiang just because he doesn't take you seriously. Nowadays, the ghost world is in turmoil, with 5 ghost emperors dominating one side, and a ghost master controlling Fengdu. If you want to gain a foothold in the ghost world, you need to intimidate others with killing methods. Today, this kid has taken the initiative to come to your door to die. He is the target of your authority. Tu Bo was about to say something, but the ghost emperor turned his head and looked up at this moment. Although the latter's expression was obscured by the ghost face, Tu Bo felt his scalp numb for some unknown reason. Then the Ghost Emperor waved his hand, and an inexplicable force instantly imprisoned Tu Bo in midair. The Ghost Emperor slowly floated down in front of Qin Feng. The bull-headed horse beside him was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the ground. The other dead souls also looked at Qin Feng worriedly. After all, the latter had saved them not long ago. But what happened next was far beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 7:18 Reunion. The ghost-faced man known as the Ghost Emperor did not take action, but spoke softly. How is your second mother? On weekdays, there is no difference from before. But every night when everyone is quiet, I will sob alone in my room and cannot fall asleep for a long time. The ghost-faced man sighed. Your second mother is a good woman. If you can, don't worry about the 3 years of mourning or the rules of being a royal wife. Let her find another one. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't dare to tell my second mother about this.
She is afraid she will beat me to death. That makes sense. Did Jianli and Phylin have a baby? Is it a boy or a girl? It's still a few days away, but it's probably coming soon. After we go back this time, we have to be ready at all times.
The calm conversation between the two shocked everyone present. The bull-headed horse-faced man also reacted, his expression dull. Looking at the current scene, it is obvious that this eldest brother and Lord Ghost Emperor know each other, and their friendship is not shallow. But at this moment, a crisp slap sounded. Not only was Qin Feng stunned, but everyone was also stunned.
Could it be that I guessed wrong?
Minotaur Horse Mian thought to himself. Tu Bo, who was originally frightened, saw the scene and his heart dropped slightly. The ghost-faced man hated iron and said,
I am no longer alive, and you are the backbone of the family. How can you still be the same as before? Taking care of everything? Even if you don't consider your own safety, you still have to think about whether your second wife can bear the blow of losing you again. What's more, Jianli and Phylin are about to give birth to a child. If you don't stay at home, why would you want to wade into this muddy water?
Qin Feng touched his face. His eyes were red, but with a smile.
Originally, I didn't want to come down, but now I want to thank the two senior brothers for allowing me to see you again. I still like to wear a mask as before. Is it possible that I can't change this habit?
The ghost-faced man shook his head helplessly, and then with a touch of his right hand, the ghost face on his face slowly dissipated, revealing the face of Father Qin. Qin Feng immediately stepped forward and hugged him, choking with sobs and saying,
Dad, I miss you so much.
Father Qin rubbed Qin Feng's head and said softly,
Why don't I miss you?
The bull-headed horse's face opened wide with a look of disbelief. It's no wonder that the eldest brother has amazing strength. He turned out to be the son of the Ghost Emperor. And Tu Bo, who was imprisoned in midair, was completely frightened. It actually wanted the Ghost Emperor to kill the opponent before. Who gave it the courage? Father Qin made a move with his right hand, and the huge uncle instantly fell to the ground. He glanced coldly, and then asked,
Tell me, what's going on?
After about a stick of incense, Father Qin understood the whole story and said coldly to the uncle,
Are you dissatisfied with the rules I set?
Tu Bo was lying on the ground, not even daring to breathe.
How dare you? Little one? I was just confused before, so I did such ridiculous things. If I had known that this handsome young man was your son, I would not have dared to attack him even if I had the courage to do so. I beg you, Lord Ghost Emperor, for the sake of my hard work without any merit, please let me go. I don't want to die.
At the end, I burst into tears.
What do you say?
Father Qin turned his head and looked at Qin Feng. The latter pondered for a moment and replied,
It didn't attack me, and it didn't eat the souls of the dead. It's not a death penalty, but there must be punishment. From now on, let him be a subordinate with a bull's head and a horse's face, guarding this H.L. gate together.
Ah! When the ox-headed horseface heard this, he was surprised and happy. He thought, what kind of virtue and ability can they take care of Tu Bo and Gamingwen? When Tu Bo heard this, he burst into tears and said,
Thank you so much, young master, for not killing me.
Father Qin communicated with Qin Feng and said,
Is this really the case?
Qin Feng replied,
Dad, you have not long since become the Ghost Emperor of the Ghost World, and your foundation is still shallow. Although this uncle is greedy for life and afraid of death, he has lived for many years and is still useful to you. There is no need to kill them all. I made him Minotaur Horseface subordinate because I wanted to see if it would secretly resent it and settle the score later. But this guy's backbone dot well. Let's not talk about it. However, with the strength of the bull-headed horse-faced man, he may not be able to control Tu Bo. You don't need to worry about that.
After Father Qin finished transmitting the message, he said,
Since my son has said so, it will be like this from now on. With a bull's head and a horse's face. Young one is here.
The two of them raised their heads and raised their chests, saying in unison,
From today on, you two can come and go in Luofu Mountain at will. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Don't let my son take away your eyes.
When the two heard this, their excitement was beyond words. Each of the 5 directions in the ghost world has an ancient mountain, where the ghostly aura is extremely rich and has the magical effect of helping ghosts quickly improve their cultivation. In the past, with their status, they would not have been able to get even closer to Luofu Mountain, let alone enter Luofu Mountain. But today they met a noble person, and they are afraid that they will soar into the sky from now on.
Thank you, Lord Ghost Emperor, and thank you,
Young master. Father Qin turned around and glanced at the dead souls on the bone road, and ordered,
Take them into the gate of H.L. and settle down well. Young man. I obey.
The bull-headed horse-faced man responded immediately. At this time, Tu Bo quickly stood up and said flatteringly,
Why do you need 2 adults to arrange this trivial matter in person? Leave it to me.
With that said, he went to lead a group of dead souls. That nodding and hunched look is really out of place with its body shape. But these have nothing to do with Father Qin and Qin Feng. Qin Feng sensed the energy around Qin's body and found that he had reached a state of transcendence. Unexpectedly, after his death, his father would be a blessing in disguise.
Dad, what happened in the battle at Jinling Pass?
Qin Feng asked curiously. After hearing this, Father Qin briefly told the whole story of what happened. It turned out that after his death, his soul did not dissipate, but was brought to the ghost world by a burst of white light. At that time, the cracks in the ghost world were opening, and countless ghosts wanted to break into the human world. But he stopped them. Then he discovered that there was a black gold light in his body, which continuously nourished his soul, making him become more and more powerful in the ghost world. When things were done, he reached the state of transcendence. Then, there is a fierce battle with the previous ghost emperor, killing the opponent and replacing him, setting rules and attracting the souls of the dead in the world.
Could it be that Bai Guang is the heavenly supervisor?
Qin Feng guessed.
I guess no one else has such means except him. As for the black gold light, perhaps it was a gift given to me by my teacher in Fengtian City.
Dad Qin said with emotion. Dad's teacher is the God-suppressing division Yu Qin Feng.
Thinking thoughtfully.
I see that your soul has not been infected by the death energy and is still alive. How did you enter the ghost world?
After Qin Feng heard this, he told the whole story of the incident. And when Father Qin learned that such monsters also appeared in the human world, his brows instantly knitted together. As the ghost emperor of a territory, he has naturally dealt with such ghosts. Not only are they powerful, but they are also immortal. Only by using confinement methods can they be trapped.
The city god who fell into the human world from the fairy world said that the flower of the other shore in the underworld can destroy immortal things. Master Tianjin must also know this rumor. So he sent 2 senior brothers to send me here. After all, only the living can pick the flowers of the other side.
Father Qin said solemnly.
I know the location of Huangquan. But do you know how dangerous the land of Huangquan is? If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Someone has to do this.
Qin Feng said righteously. Father Qin was about to say something, but at this moment, a charming voice sounded.
I was also curious who the southern Xinjiang ghost emperor was leaving in a hurry to see. I didn't expect it to be such a handsome young man.
Chapter 719 Little Loli? Ghost Lord. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he looked for fame and saw that the person who came was actually a voluptuous and beautiful woman. Her chest is full, her waist is slender, and she wears a lavender dress that outlines her figure just right. Her black hair hangs straight down to her waist, and there are strands of purple hair among her black hair, which further highlights her beauty. Her face is as fair as jade. Her nose is upright, and the purple eyeshadow under her eyes complements the red lips. Qin Feng never thought that there would be such an iconic beauty in this ghost world. And from what this beauty said, it seemed like she knew her father.
Dad, who is this person?
Qin Feng asked with a strange expression. Before Father Qin could respond, another pretty and dewy girl walked out from behind the beauty. Although she is not very old, she wears her hair in a bun like that of a beautiful woman. The black and white skirt is surrounded by white jade-like decorations. If you look carefully, you will find that where is the white jade? It is clearly white bones. The pretty girl glanced at Qin Feng, then looked at Father Qin and said crisply,
Dad?
When Qin Feng heard this, he was stunned on the spot. A beautiful woman, a girl, and the latter keeps calling her daddy?
No wonder Dad wants Aaron Yang to find a good family. It turns out that he has already found a good family in the past 6 months. It's okay to find the next one, but they still buy one and get one free.
The yin and yang of the two are only half a year apart. Even if the ghost world is different from the human world, it is impossible for their child to grow up so big in half a year. Therefore, it is reasonable for Qin Feng to suspect that the other party is buying one, getting one free. He looked at Father Qin and took 2 or 3 steps back because he was too shocked.
Dad, I didn't expect you to be such a person.
Father Qin frowned slightly.
What do you mean? Her child is so old, and you can do it to her. Are you worthy of my second mother?
How is this behavior different from Cao Cao's behavior? Father Qin understood instantly. His face turned black and red.
This is nonsense. How could I do such a thing? Then why did she call you daddy? And why did they come looking for you?
As soon as these words came out, the woman in the purple skirt burst into laughter and said,
Master Qin, what your son is talking about is interesting. It just so happens that I have been single in this ghost world for nearly 10,000 years. I think you look good and are strong. So you are not as good as us.
How about living together as a couple?
Qin Feng's expression froze when he heard this. Could it be that he had misunderstood? But since it was a misunderstanding, why did this little girl want to compete with her for her father? After thinking about the scene just now, Qin Feng suddenly realized that this little girl might just be repeating her own words. She was curious about her relationship with her father. After thinking about it, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to the little girl,
pinched her smooth and delicate face, and said with a smile,
Little sister, don't shout the word,
Dad,
randomly in the future. It will cause misunderstanding. Do you know?
At this moment, the sky in the netherworld suddenly became dark. Although Qin Feng had doubts, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, he turned to the woman in the purple skirt and said,
Sister, your daughter is so beautiful. She will definitely be a beauty in the future. She is not my daughter.
The woman in the purple skirt dropped her smile, with an unbelievable look on her face.
Not your daughter?
Qin Feng looked at his father curiously, wanting to ask for an answer, but saw a nervous look on his face. At this moment, Father Qin was on full alert, seeming to be preparing for any danger that might arise at any time. The atmosphere around him was inexplicably quiet, even a little strange. At this moment, the uncles and ox-headed horses, who had led a group of dead souls, left and returned. When they saw the face of the little girl clearly, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground and shouted,
Greetings to the Ghost Lord. Little one. Ghost. Ghost Lord. Gudong. It was the sound of swallowing saliva. Qin Feng looked at the cute little girl again, and saw her bright eyes slightly tilted up, with some teasing and a hint of cold smile. The message that Senior Li Yang had delivered back then reverberated in my mind. There is a ghost master in the ghost world, who will be resurrected for thousands of years, reborn for thousands of years, enlightened for thousands of years, and come to the world for thousands of years. I didn't expect it to be the person in front of me.
F***CK? Is this little girl the ghost lord that Senior Li Yang mentioned? Who gave me the courage to pinch the cheek of the lord of a realm? I don't know if Dad, with his status and strength, can protect my life.
Qin Feng was about to cry, but had no tears. He suddenly remembered a sentence from his previous life. Only when you are infinitely close to death can you realize the true meaning of life.
Have you squeezed enough?
The Ghost Master asked calmly, his voice as clear as the collision of jade.
It's almost the same.
Qin Feng let go of his hand angrily, and then carefully retreated until he was beside Father Qin. Only then did he feel a little more at ease.
Queasy didn't know your identity, and did some overstepping things. I hope the Ghost Master won't blame you.
Qin Dad said with Qin Feng behind him, and cupped his fists. The woman in purple skirt stood aside and remained silent. Qin Feng was nervous, and seemed to be able to hear the beating of his own heart. He seemed to be in the center of a storm at the moment, and if he was not careful, he would be in catastrophe. After a moment, the ghost owner raised the corners of his mouth and smiled suddenly.
Why are you so nervous? I am not one of those ignorant people.
Qin Feng felt relieved when he heard this. He thought that the Lord of the Ghost Realm would be hard to talk to, but he didn't expect to be so approachable. Sure enough, Loli is the YYDS. Unexpectedly, the ghost owner changed the subject and smiled again.
Just chop off both hands as an apology.
As soon as he finished speaking, the gray sky suddenly became as dark as night, and the strong pressure seemed like the sky was falling. The Ghost Master's figure disappeared out of thin air, and Father Qin was shocked. He just wanted to respond, but found that his body could not move. As the Ghost Master of the Ghost World, even if he has been silent for thousands of years, his control over the laws of the Ghost World is not comparable to that of Father Qin, the new Ghost Emperor. The strength of the two will be judged. Qin Feng was stiff all over and sweating profusely. He could only watch the Ghost Master slowly approach. The little Loli asked softly,
Should I chop off your 2 palms or your 2 arms? Forget it. For the sake of your father, the Ghost Emperor of Southern Xinjiang, I will give you a chance to make your own choice.
I still want to use my hands to achieve my dreams. I don't want to choose anyone. Qin Feng smiled dryly and said,
How about just cutting off the fingernails?
The little Loli sneered, and with a wave of her right hand, the ghostly aura instantly manifested itself, turning into a black and sharp sickle, glowing with a cold light. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly came to his senses. He suddenly remembered the sound he heard when the cracks in the ghost world first appeared after Zhang Yun's death. At that time, there was a little girl who acted like a foodie. Isn't that voice exactly the same as this ghost master? And when it comes to dealing with foodies, Qin Feng always has a trick up his sleeve. Wait a minute. Lord Ghost, I am willing to offer you a delicious tribute to make up for my previous disrespect to you. Please be noble and let me go. Uh-huh. The sickle landed firmly next to Qin Feng's shoulder blade. Take it out and let me see. Chapter 720, by Su's ability to connect the land of yin and yang. Qin Feng glanced at his unable-to-move body and said with a dry smile, Can you remove the restraint on me first? Otherwise, I won't be able to take it out even if I want to. The little lowly waved her hand and heard a clicking sound in the air. Qin Feng instantly regained control of himself and glanced at his father, who was still unable to move. He was still frightened. Even though she looks like a little girl on the outside, her strength is truly incredible. Dad has already entered the realm of transcendence, and he doesn't even have the ability to fight back against this ghost master. What are you still standing there for? Little Loli asked crisply, her voice cold. Qin Feng did not dare to neglect, and immediately put his hand into his arms. In the Shumi ring, he stored many fine wines, delicacies, melons, fruits and desserts, just in case of emergency. But after touching it for a while, his face suddenly stiffened and his body trembled. It was over. Qin Feng realized at this time that he had entered the ghost world. But he was in the form of a soul, and the Sumer ring was still in the living world with his physical body. Looking up at the little Lolita not far away, he swallowed and asked, If I didn't bring those tributes with me, can I bring them to you next time? Okay. Little Loli replied calmly. Seriously? Qin Feng looked happy. Keep your tongue, too, Little Loli added coldly. The sickle manifested by the ghostly energy of the netherworld danced in the air again, and the gloomy wind blew around it, making Qin Feng's heart beat with fear. He hurriedly covered his mouth and replied, Wait a minute. I'll get it for you right away. Give me some time. At this time, Father Qin sent a message to him. The ghost world is separated from the human world by yin and yang. It is difficult for things from the ghost world to be brought into the human world, and it is also difficult for things from the human world to be brought into the ghost world. What tribute can you give to the ghost master? Dad, there's nothing I can do about it. I've already caused trouble, so I can't really let her cut off my arm. Right? Hey, wait a minute. I'm in the form of a soul now, so even if she cuts off my arms, it shouldn't matter. Right? Fart. If your soul melts, your physical body will be nothing more than a walking corpse. If your soul and arms are chopped off, even if your physical body and arms are still there, they will be useless. Ah? Dad, what should I do? Qin Feng looked ugly. I have just lifted the ban she set. I will take you to escape when she is not prepared. The ghost world is in turmoil, and she doesn't have that much time to think about it. The word stopped abruptly in the middle of the conversation, and Qin Feng asked curiously, Dad, why don't you speak? Because I won't let him say it anymore. Little Loli replied calmly. The woman in the purple skirt explained, in front of the ghost master, you still want to transmit the message privately, which is a bit fanciful. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. This ghost master was too uneducated. Even if he eavesdropped, he actually cut off the communication. My patience is limited. The little Loli glanced coldly, and the sickle flew into the air with a swishing sound. Qin Feng immediately covered his mouth again, but felt it was inappropriate and hid his arms behind his back. For the dream of his hands and his eloquent tongue, Qin Feng induced his spiritual consciousness to merge into the divine sea and communicated with Xian Yi. Senior, please lend me your strength again to get through the current difficulties. Xian Yi shook his head and refused. You only have a soul now and no physical body. You can't bear my power at all. If you are not careful, your soul will fly away. Moreover, even if I forcibly lend you my power, I still cannot be a match for this little girl. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. Senior Xian Yi had said such words. The ghost master's strength was probably still beyond his expectations. Then, Senior, what should I do? Xian Yi pondered for a moment. You want to offer her a tribute, but the ghost world and the human world cannot interact. But I do have a way, which may allow you to obtain the Sumer ring above the physical body and bring things from this world to the ghost world. There is such a thing. Qin Feng immediately asked. Senior, what do you need me to do? The key to this matter is not you, but it.
Xian Yi turned his head and looked at Bai Su in the Sea of Gods. The fat little guy was looking up at the yin and yang energy in the air, with his little hand on in the mouth, swallowing saliva. Sensing the sight, it turned around and saw Qin Feng, and moved away with a guilty conscience. In the present world, monsters are still wreaking havoc, even though nearly all of the high-quality combat power of the Southern Territory Demon Slayer Division is present. They have nothing to do against the immortal enemy, and can only try their best to resist and delay. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that in a long battle, the human race will definitely lose. Yun, Bai Wuxiang and others have already arrived beside Qin Feng. The latter is lying on the ground with his eyes closed tightly, as if he has no breath. Only 2 places on his shoulders are lit by red and yellow flames. Qin Feng frowned and asked,
Brother Qin, what's going on? Going down.
Sun Qi replied. What? Everyone was shocked, and then looked at Qin Feng with sad expressions on their faces. Not long ago, we were discussing together how to deal with the Nightwalker god. Unexpectedly, in an inadvertent moment, we were separated forever. When Yin heard this, her delicate body trembled, and her eyes turned red instantly.
How could this happen?
She crouched down tremblingly, and wanted to touch the other person's cheek with her right hand, but she couldn't reach it halfway. It was as if a piece of her heart had been hollowed out, and she only felt heart-wrenching pain. I obviously still have a lot of things I want to say to you. Snap. Snap. Tears were like threads, sliding down from her fair cheeks. Bai Wuxiang looked at Qin Feng quietly, feeling quite uncomfortable. Even if delicacies from the mountains and seas were placed in front of her now, she would not be in the mood to eat them. Seeing this scene, Sun Qi carefully took a step back and said softly,
Brother, have they misunderstood?
Shinli nodded slightly.
It seems so. Should I explain?
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng's chest suddenly lit up with a burst of emerald green light. Everyone was shocked when they saw this.
What's the situation?
At this moment, a palm came out of the light. After groping in his arms for a while, he took out a Sumeru ring and then disappeared.
It's a scam!
Qin Feng screamed. In the land of the ghost world, Qin Feng took out his hand from the emerald green light array manifested by Bai Su, and looked at the Shumi ring in his palm with a look of joy. It actually works, Senior Xian Yi said in the Divine Sea.
After swallowing the white energy of Yin Yang Dao principle, this little guy's ability has been obviously improved. Using the Thunder of Life to create a passage connecting Yin and Yang is not an impossible thing for it. But from the current point of view, it cannot fully control this ability.
In the Divine Sea, Bai Su lay on the ground, his little tongue sticking out, looking exhausted. Obviously, the establishment of this kind of channel consumes a lot of money. Qin Feng couldn't wait to take out a bunch of exquisite desserts from the Shimi ring and place them in front of the little loli.
This is my tribute to you.
Chapter 721 as the saying goes. If I don't go to HL, who will? Although Qin Feng's Sumeru ring includes many fine wines and delicacies, from his point of view, desserts are the most suitable tribute to the other party. After all, women are always irresistible to sweets, especially the younger they are. Of course, Bai Wuxiang does not fall into this category. After all, she is the type who would say whether tutu is so cute or whether it should be braised or steamed. Little Loli picked up the exquisite pastries and looked them up and down with curiosity in her eyes. This pastry was made by the chef of Zixinglu. It can be said that it is full of color, flavor and flavor. Its surface is also wrapped with a light green light. That is the protection that Bai Su's power of life attaches to human objects. Without this light, human objects will be corrupted by the rich ghost energy and death energy the moment they enter the ghost world. Finally, driven by curiosity, the ghost owner put the pastry into his mouth. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. Although the other party looked like a Lolita, in a strict sense, would an old woman who had lived for an unknown amount of time really be interested in desserts? Just when he was feeling uneasy, he saw little Loli's eyes shining brightly, and she said, "Oh, although the little Lolita is the lord of the ghost world and has everything to do with the wind and rain in the ghost world, the ghost world is too barren. Apart from ghosts and undead, how can there be any decent food? What she usually eats the most is the corpses of ghosts. How can such things be compared with the desserts in the world? In addition, these sweets are also wrapped in Bai Su's power of life, and the power of life has unparalleled attraction for beings in the ghost world. After going back and forth, the little Loli naturally can't stop eating these things. In just 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2, the pile of desserts was wiped clean by her.
Any more?
she asked crisply. Qin Feng rubbed his hands, with a flattering look on his face.
Yes. Yes. But Lord Ghost Lord, can you let my father go first?
The Ghost Master glanced at it, and found that because Father Qin had broken free of the previous restriction, she specially increased the strength of the second level of restriction. At this moment, Father Qin could not even speak or communicate, let alone move his body. Without too much hesitation, after the little lowly waved her sleeves gently, Father Qin regained control of himself and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Qin Feng also took out more desserts from the Sumeru ring and piled them in front of him. The woman in the purple skirt had never seen her master look like this before, and she was also quite curious about the things Qin Feng brought from the human world. She approached quietly and asked in a charming voice,
Besides those, do you have anything else?
Qin Feng looked for fame, and the woman in the purple skirt smiled slightly.
I forgot to introduce you. My surname is Ming, and my name is Ming Xuang. I have been the Lord's right-hand man since the dawn of Hongming and the birth of the ghost world, and I have been doing things for her.
Ming Qin Feng looked surprised and blurted out,
Could it be Mrs. Ming?
When Ming Xuang heard this, he smiled softly and said,
You can call me Sister Ming Xuang, or you can call me Sister Ming.
Qin Feng's expression froze. When Aunt Imo was several hundred years old, his conscience felt uneasy when he called her sister. This was even more shameless. Although he didn't know how long it had been since Hongming first opened. It must have been at least several thousand years. Wouldn't this guy be too shameless if he asked himself to call him sister? A man must have backbone and would rather break than bend, even if the other party was very strong. Qin Feng would not be able to say such unintentional words. A moment later,
Sister Ming,
Qin Feng called with a smile.
Yes.
Ming Xuang was very satisfied and took back the ghostly blade placed on Qin Feng's neck.
I'm new here, so I have nothing to honor you. Here is the immortal drunk-eyed brood. You might as well try it,
Qin Feng said as he took out several jars of wine. Ming Xuang, like a ghost master, had never seen such novel things before. After opening the wine jar, a charming aroma hit his nostrils. Not to mention her. Even Tu Bo and Yo Tu Mamian not far away could not help but be attracted by the aroma. Ming Xuang raised a wine jar and raised her head to drink. The wine wrapped in the power of life splashed onto her clothes, highlighting her graceful figure, and she herself also let out a joyful cry.
Sister Ming, slow down. There's not enough,
Qin Feng said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Father Qin frowned slightly.
Feng, I don't remember ever teaching you to be such a person who tends to people and people.
Yes. Yes. You are noble. Qin Feng turned his head and looked with a little disgust. When he was in the human world, my father didn't know the importance of connections. As a result, when he arrived in the ghost world, he still didn't understand. The two men in front of him, an old man and a young man, are obviously the big guys in the ghost world. Isn't it because he is so fawning so that his father can stay more stable in the ghost world? Qin Feng shook his head slightly and sighed. He didn't expect that he would still have to worry about his father after he died. He didn't know when his father would be able to understand his good intentions. Seeing that little Lolita and Ming Xuang were satisfied with their meal, Qin Feng spoke up and said,
To be honest with you too, I came to the netherworld to pick flowers from the other side of the underworld to deal with the immortals who invaded the human world. Monster, if it's convenient for you too, I hope you can help me.
Father Qin was shocked when he heard this, but he didn't expect Fenger to still be thinking about it. The Ghost Lord and Ming Xuang also looked sideways. The latter said in a deep voice,
Do you know the dangers of the land of underworld? Even I have to be extremely careful when I go there. If you go there, if you are not careful, you will be in catastrophe. What's more, although the flower of the other shore is born in the underworld of the ghost world, its nature is special, and only the living can pick it. You are already dead. So how can you do it?
The words ended abruptly here. Ming Xuang's beautiful eyes widened, and with her strength, she could naturally see something strange about Qin Feng.
You are not dead. Someone sent your soul here?
Qin Feng did not choose to hide it, but nodded and admitted.
My lord.
Ming Xuang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the little lowly reaching out her hand.
If the laws of heaven and earth in the netherworld and the ghost realm were not in ruins now, your soul would be gone the moment you came down. Is it worth taking such a risk for the safety of others?
In fact, I didn't come down voluntarily at the beginning, but was forced. Qin Feng once again greeted the women in the families of two senior brothers, Shenli and Sun Qi. But he said with great righteousness and Ling Ran,
Who has been here since ancient times? No death? Someone has to do this. So why can't it be me?
He took a deep breath, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said with a compassionate look,
As the saying goes, if I don't go to HL, who will?
As soon as these words came out, the Ghost Master and Meng Shuang couldn't help but be moved. Is there really such a person in the world who would sacrifice his life for justice?
Fonger.
Father Qin opened his mouth, but did not say any more words of dissuasion, but showed a happy smile. On the other side, in a dimly lit cave, a person sat cross-legged on a lotus stone, caressing the beast's head with his right hand, and said with a smile,
Great kindness.
Chapter 722 Where did the bald donkey come from to spoil my Taoist heart?
I can take you to the Yellow Spring, and I can also protect your soul from being eroded by the water of the Yellow River.
Little Loli said softly.
Thank you, Ghost Lord, for your help.
Qin Feng clasped his fists and said respectfully,
Don't rush to say thank you. I have one. No. 2 conditions. Master Ghost Lord, please tell me. As long as it is something that this junior can do, I will do it even if I have to go through fire and water.
Qin Feng promised, patting his chest.
First, the previous tributes. Well, those amounts are far from enough.
I have already been captured by deserts, so I am not afraid of tooth decay. Qin Feng smiled and said,
I understand what you mean. Of course, there is no problem with this. Secondly, if you can help the other side of the flower at the end of the underworld, I hope you will pick one and give it to me.
The little Loli said in a serious tone. When it comes to which place in the 3 realms is most poisoned by those monsters, the Netherworld and Ghost Realm is the undisputed number 1. Not to mention the destruction of the laws of heaven and earth. Even the Ghost Master was reborn. And if the city god knows the magical uses of the flower of the other side, then the Ghost Lord, who has lived for countless years, must also have heard about it. It is reasonable for her to ask for the flower of the other side. Qin Feng nodded.
Junior understands. I have wasted a lot of time, and I would like to ask the Ghost Lord to send me to the land of the underworld as soon as possible.
The little Loli didn't say anything more. She just waved her right hand, and the dark ghost energy emerged like the dark night, swallowing up Qin Feng and others like a tsunami. When the surrounding darkness faded away like the tide, Qin Feng realized that he had arrived in a strange place, and the sound of stormy waves rang in his ears. Looking for the sound, 100 feet away in front of me, the raging khaki lake was rolling, and it could not be seen to the end. The screams and screams were endless, and every time the waves hit, Qin Feng felt his soul tremble, a tremor coming from the depths of his soul. Father Qin noticed something strange and asked concernedly,
Feng, are you okay?
Qin Feng waved his hand, but his expression was extremely solemn. Just listening to the sound made him feel that his soul was unstable. If he was contaminated by the yellow spring water, he might really lose his soul. Meng Shuang sighed.
Before those people came to the ghost world, Huang Quan was the only way to guide the souls of the dead and send them to reincarnation. The lake water at that time was extremely clear and could wash away the dead energy and resentment of the dead souls. However, since the laws of heaven and earth in the ghost world were overturned, Huang Quan began to accumulate the hatred and resentment of the dead souls. Over time, it became like this. Even ghosts and dead souls do not dare to approach at will.
The name taboo has been blocked by the laws of heaven and earth again, and it should be the same existence as the monsters that invaded the human world. Qin Feng frowned, thinking this way. At this moment, little Loli's body floated up and hung beside Qin Feng. Her small hands pressed on his shoulders. As a burst of energy poured into the latter's body, the influence of the underworld was actually disappeared in an instant.
With my protection, even if your soul is contaminated by the water of the underworld, it will not be shattered. But there is one thing I want to make clear to you. My protection for you can only last as long as a stick of incense. The death energy in Huang Quan today is so strong that it has become a kind of poison. If you have not obtained the flower of the other shore after more than 1 stick of incense, I will drag you back. Otherwise, the deathly poison of Huang Quan will invade your soul, and no one can save you by then.
The Ghost Lord said solemnly. Qin Feng took a deep breath.
Okay. Please, Lord Ghost, please send me to H.L.
Before she finished speaking, the little Loli opened her lips slightly, and as she breathed out, Qin Feng's body flew towards the other side of the underworld like a kite with its string broken. The wind howled in my ears, mixed with endless screams. The yellow spring water surged and splashed onto Qin Feng, but fortunately, it was blocked by the Ghost Master's protection. He looked down at the underworld, and saw many faint green dead souls struggling and weeping there. and then being sucked into the depths by the underworld. From time to time, you can still see the bottom of Huangquan, and there seem to be stars emitting green light.
If the prediction is correct, those rays of light should be the ghost stars that the ghost generals used to gather their life and condense their life fire.
The area covered by Huangquan was far beyond Qin Feng's imagination. Even after flying at extremely fast speed for a while, there was still no end in sight. Suddenly, a strange aroma came to my face, and I looked around and saw that the water from the underworld had reached the border. There seems to be another space outside the boundary, like the vast universe. And at the junction of the underworld and the space, several bright red flowers exuded a charming halo, and their green slender stems and leaves still stood tenaciously even under the attack of the underworld water.
That's the flower of the other side.
Qin Feng looked happy, then stabilized his figure and leaned towards the flower on the other side. He carefully reached out his hand and wanted to pick off the other shore flower. But at this moment something happened. A burst of fragrant fragrance suddenly emitted from the petals of the other shore flower. Qin Feng accidentally inhaled it into his body, and then his consciousness began to blur. The surrounding scene began to twist like a whirlpool. But in a moment, it was completely different from before. The land was in dilapidated condition, and at a glance, there were corpses everywhere in ruins. He didn't know where it was, but he had a vague impression of the remains of some houses. Click! Looking down, he could still see the vague word City God on a broken plaque. He finally understood that this was Suiyang City, where the ruins were piled up. White rags blew out in the wind. Qin Feng took a closer look and was shocked. The bodies of Yin and Bai Wuchuang were there. They tried to protect their remaining bodies with their bodies, but they both died. While my heart was twisting, the scenery began to distort again. He came to an ancestral hall, and as far as he could see it was decorated with white cloth. In front of the table, where the spiritual tablets were placed, Jianli and Fei Lan held two pink babies. Looking grief-stricken, he kept calling, but no one responded. Until he saw clearly the name on the spirit tablet, it was himself. It's okay. At least the two ladies are still alive, and the child is born healthy. Qin Feng comforted himself like this. But then he heard a huge roar. Countless skeletal arms fell suddenly, shattering the ancestral hall in an instant. The ruins submerged the two ladies and the baby, and the monster actually appeared in Fengtian City. Its huge and terrifying body was wreaking havoc in the city like a demon king had descended. The Qin mansion collapsed, and the second brother was killed. Naturally, Ernyang and others could not avoid this murderous intention. But there was no movement at the collapsed ancestral hall. No! Qin Feng screamed at the top of his lungs, feeling like his heart was pierced by a knife. And life was worse than death. The surrounding scene suddenly darkened, and Qin Feng seemed to be submerged in the depths of the sea, and his body continued to fall. Losing important people again and again has killed his heart. He just wants to sink into the abyss like this, not caring about anything. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears.
Mandala blooms for 1,000 years and falls for 1,000 years. The flowers and leaves never see each other. So I hate lovers in the world. The benefactor has too many concerns in his heart, so it will take advantage of him. Only by letting go of everything can we get rid of the illusion.
The moment the words fell, Sanskrit sounds immediately sounded. Qin Feng suddenly came back to his senses. Even though his body was still falling in the illusion, he already understood that everything here was false.
What a powerful illusion. Probably even more powerful than the Nightwalker's ghost mirage. Why has no one mentioned this to me about the fact that hibiscus flower can cause hallucinations?
He wanted to find a way to solve it, but the Sanskrit sounds in his ears made him upset. From time to time, he could hear the words of forgetting the world of mortals and escaping into Buddhism. Unable to bear it anymore, Qin Feng shouted,
"Where did you come from? Bald donkey? You are spoiling my Taoist heart by talking nonsense here."
Forget the mortal world? Escape into Buddhism? Are you kidding? Without women, what is the difference between living and dying today? Chapter 723 Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. As soon as these words came out, there was a pause in the Sanskrit sound. In the cave, the strange beast next to the lotus stone base said angrily,
"Bodhisattva, this kid has no good intentions. Why bother to save him?"
On the lotus stone platform, the kind-hearted monk smiled and replied,
"This son has great aspirations and has Buddha roots. It will be a great blessing if he can escape into Buddhism. How can a guy who can't let go of women have Buddha roots?"
The strange beast sneered,
"It's just that you are blinded by the world of mortals. With a little guidance, you can achieve enlightenment. If not, he wouldn't have been able to say things like, 'If I don't go to H.L., Who will go to H.L.?
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw golden light shining behind the monk. As a swastika appeared, the distance between the monk and Qin Feng seemed to disappear. Qin Feng came back to his senses. The darkness around him disappeared, and he saw a clear and empty world. At this moment, he seemed to be suspended in the cloudless sky, and not far in front of him, there was a monk sitting cross-legged, wearing a golden red cassock, holding a Zen staff in his hand, with half of his chest exposed. Qin Feng was extremely surprised. He didn't need to guess to know that those fragmentary thoughts and Sanskrit sounds just now came from this monk. And being able to freely use such magical powers that ignore space shows how terrifying the opponent's strength is.
Just now I called this guy a bald ass. Could it be that he came to settle a score with me?
Qin Feng swallowed secretly. The monk nodded slightly and said with a smile,
As a beggar, I was moved when I saw the benefactor sacrificing himself for others to save the common people. So I used this technique to enlighten the benefactor and help the benefactor see through the world of mortals and get rid of the illusion.
Qin Feng was slightly startled when he heard the name.
This transliteration sounds a bit familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere in my previous life.
Qin Feng looked the monk up and down and asked aloud,
Master, are you from the western region of the immortal realm? I know a god who came down from the sky. He told me that the western region of the immortal realm is the territory of the Buddha.
The monk smiled back.
I originally lived there, but now this is where I should stay. Could it be that the master committed something and was punished by the Buddha? So he fell into the ghost world? No. Everything is caused by my vision. I will transform sentient beings in the dirty land and evil world until the water of the yellow spring becomes clear again. Through this, I will realize the Tao and achieve Buddhahood.
As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng's heart trembled, and he subconsciously muttered,
If H.L. is not empty, will I never become a Buddha and save all sentient beings? How can I achieve Bodhi?
The monk's eyes lit up when he heard this.
Good. The donor really has wisdom.
Sure enough, it was him. Qin Feng finally remembered where he had heard of Granny Chi Cha Di. The reason why I feel that the name is a bit convoluted is because it is originally a Sanskrit sentence. If it were translated into vernacular, it would be Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, one of the 4 legendary bodhisattvas. An awesome figure. A real boss. Well, this is awesome in every aspect.
I know that the donor entered the ghost world to pick the flowers from the other shore and bring them back to the human world to save all living beings. This is great love. But the donor was trapped by the little love between men and women. So he fell into the illusion of the flower of the other side and couldn't extricate himself. Although I have dragged your consciousness into this world, your soul is still above the underworld. If you cannot let go of the love between man and woman and get rid of the illusion, you may be in danger.
Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said.
It turns out that all I was brought here was my consciousness, and my soul was still above the underworld. If you can't get rid of the illusion, you can't pick the flowers of the other side and send them back to the world. And the monster can't be killed.
Qin Feng looked ugly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Senior Xian Yi's calming mantra. When he faced the ghostly mirage of Nightwalker, it was also Senior Xian Yi's pure heart mantra that helped him get rid of the illusion. I don't know if facing the illusion of hibiscus flower is also useful. Inspired by his spiritual consciousness, he got in touch with the seniors and received a positive reply.
Illusions are mostly caused by greed, anger, and obsession in the heart. The pure heart mantra can calm the mind and concentrate. As long as the heart is clear, you will not be bound by the illusion. That's good.
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He didn't want to be saved by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. When Ksitigarbha saw Qin Feng's delay in responding, he thought that the other party was still hesitating, and continued,
Breaking love, meaning resentment, and returning to the West are nothing like it. It's just empty flowers and illusion. From love comes sorrow. From love comes fear. If you are separated from the one you love, there will be no worries and no fear. How can it be a mere illusion?
The words seemed to carry inexplicable power, making Qin Feng's state of mind seem to have entered the sage time afterward. He suddenly had an illusion what a woman is. Just for me to crawl on. The moment the thought arose, Qin Feng hurriedly recalled Jianli's appearance, Filan's long legs, and Ningxuang's breasts to return his orientation to normal. Although he knew that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was trying to save him, he was unwilling to accept this method of rescuing him. So he asked instead,
Master, have you ever experienced love between a man and a woman?
The Bodhisattva shook his head.
Since you have never experienced it, why does Master think that the love between men and women is wrong? You save all sentient beings in the ghost realm for great love. But the love between men and women is also included in great love. And the love for all living beings is love. As the saying goes, only when you have experienced pain can you understand the pain of all living beings. Only when you have been attached can you let go of attachment. Only when you have had worries can you be free from worries. Just like the Master descending the Buddha's body here in order to save all living beings in the ghost world. But the Master has never experienced anything between a man and a woman. So how can he persuade people to let it go? When Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva heard these words, he fell into deep thought for a moment. After a while, he replied, "But it is an indisputable fact that you fell into the illusion of Bana flower because of your obsession in your heart. If you let go of this obsession, it will be natural." Qin Feng shook his head and interrupted. "Promises are hard to keep. But only when you have concerns in your heart can you move forward bravely. Even if I am bound by my obsession, I am still willing to persevere with one thought in exchange for 3 lives of confusing fireworks. And I will not regret it even if I die." As soon as the words fell, Qin Feng's consciousness left the realm of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. What Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva couldn't believe was that the illusion of Bianhua that originally trapped Qin Feng was easily broken by him in an instant. The love of all living beings is love. Only when you have had attachments can you let go of attachments. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva repeatedly recited silently, and his thoughts suddenly became clear in an instant. Good. Fortunately, Senior's heart-cleaning mantra worked. Qin Feng breathed out lightly, and then extended his palm towards the flower of the other shore. The stems and leaves at the beginning are as biting as ice, and it seems that even the soul can be frozen. Qin Feng picked 2 flowers in a row. He originally wanted to collect all the nearby Bianhua flowers in case of emergency, but just holding 2 flowers in his hands caused him to tremble with the cold and make it difficult to move. Fortunately, a golden light shrouded him, and the warmth like spring sunshine swept through his body, making him feel better. Seeing that the time required to burn a stick of incense was almost up, from the other end of the underworld, a giant hand made of ghost energy came over, grabbed Qin Feng in his hand, and took it back. Obviously the ghost master took action. Qin Feng looked at the flower of the other shore in his hand, and without wasting time, he directly communicated with Baisu in the Divine Sea. Within a moment, a channel formed by the condensed life force appeared on his chest again. Without thinking, he sent one of the other shore flowers into it. Chapter 724 Killing. The battle in Suiyang City has become intense, and the ground is devastated. The sword ghost retreated with one blow, looked at the monster that was rapidly recovering from its wounds, and said in a deep voice, "If we continue to fight like this, the energy we are waiting for will eventually run out. By then, no one can stop it from leaving Suiyang City and bringing disaster to the southern region." Yin Zhou also frowned. "I have never encountered such monsters before. Could it be that they really have magical powers of immortality?" At first, everyone thought that this monster could not be killed, just because like all the ghost generals in the ghost world, it had magical powers similar to picking up stars. As long as it was killed a few times, it could be eradicated. However, Yin Zhou and others worked together to kill the monster more than 10 times. But they still did not see any weakening of the opponent's energy. On the contrary, they seemed a little stretched after a long period of high-intensity fighting. Logically speaking, once you enter the realm of transcendence, your energy will be endless. However, although the monster's domain has been cracked by the heavenly supervisor, its strange ability to eliminate cultivation is still affecting everyone subtly. This effect becomes more and more obvious as the fighting time increases. Shinli looked at the battle in the sky and frowned. The situation is not good. Based on his and Sun Qi's cultivation, it can be seen that the offensive of Siming and others is constantly weakening. But the monster's strength is still at its peak. The apathetic city god said, "If this thing is really that easy to deal with, it won't be able to turn the ghost world and the fairy world upside down." You know, the number of such monsters in the fairy world has already reached a terrifying number, even though part of it has been sealed in the Kunlun Mountains left behind by the Emperor of Heaven. The fairy world is still in dire straits under the offensive of the monster army. If not for this, he would not have been ordered to come to the mortal world in the face of danger to look for an opportunity to obtain the flower of the other side. The only hope now is to see if this kid can bring back the flowers from the other side. The city god muttered as he turned his head and looked at Qin Feng, who was still unconscious. At this moment, the latter was being protected in by Wushuang's arms. The noise of the battle in Suiyang City was too great, and in order to protect the 2 life flames on Qin Feng's shoulders, Shinli and Sun Qi needed to maintain their formations and not move them at will. Therefore, the task of protecting Qin Feng's physical body fell on the strongest by Wushuang. After Shenli and Sun Qi's previous explanations, everyone present also understood that Qin Feng was not dead, but his soul entered the ghost world through the formation to find the Bianhua who could solve the monster. Yin glanced at the unconscious Qin Feng, pursed her lips and said, "Miss Wu Shuang, why don't you let me hold him instead?" When Shenli and Sun Qi heard this, they immediately cast strange looks. Yin sensed the sight. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly explained, "Miss Wu Shuang wants to protect us. If she is holding Qin Feng and there is danger, how can she take action? I just want to avoid that kind of situation." How could he hide the shy and timid appearance from Shenli and the others? They looked at each other and looked away tacitly. But Zhang Qin Feng, who didn't know Yin's true identity, felt a chill in his heart. It is said that young masters from wealthy families have different hobbies than ordinary people. Does this Mr. N have thoughts about Brother Qin? No. Brother Qin is in a coma right now because of me. I must protect his chastity. Thinking of this, Zhang Qin Feng coughed dryly and said, "I think it's good to hold Miss Wu Shuang. She is a third-level martial artist. If there is any accident, it is best to take Brother Qin to move the position as soon as possible." Yin looked sideways and remembered Zhang Qingfeng's appearance in her heart. At this moment, Qin Feng's chest lit up with emerald green light again, and lightning arcs surged. When several people saw this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. This was the case when a hand reached out and took away the Sumer ring. "Is Brother Qin about to wake up?" Zhang Qifeng said excitedly. "No, that's not right." The city god stared at the emerald green light, and then his eyes widened, because in that light, a dark red magical flower was handed out, and the strange fragrance made everyone present tremble. "This is the flower of the other shore," the city god exclaimed in shock. When Shenli and Sun Qi saw this, they both looked overjoyed. "Junior brother has really never let us down." Sun Qi didn't waste any time, and immediately took out a small paper figure from his arms, then held it between his fingers and shook it slightly. Flames ignited out of thin air and burned the little paper figures. As a line of white smoke lit up, the paper man rose up in the wind and transformed into a human form. The Tianjian Imperial Master, who was supposed to be in the Sky Tower, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is the papermaker's technique of turning paper into a human being. The Imperial Master Tianjian could not leave Fengtian City, so he used this technique to attract a spiritual consciousness to this place. The city god looked at the Imperial Master Tianjian with a surprised look on his face. The energy in him actually gave him an unpredictable feeling. Even in the immortal world, not many gods and demons could make him feel this feeling. "Teacher," Shen Enli said respectfully. "Yes," Master Tianjian responded softly, glanced at the unconscious Qin Feng with relief, then stretched out his right hand and took off the other side flower. He turned around and looked up at the monster raging in Suiyang City with a solemn expression. Even though Tianjin Guisher has lived for an unknown amount of time and knows many unknown secrets, this is the first time he has seen with his own eyes the culprit who turned the ghost world and the fairy world upside down. She circulated around the body, and a stream of fresh air submerged into the other side flower, and the bright red long petals immediately emitted a dazzling halo. The monster, which was still fighting Yin Zhou and others, seemed to sense something. Countless faces on its huge body and a huge head floating in the air all looked at it. Among the countless pupils, the appearance of Bana Flower was reflected. A sharp and piercing roar sounded instantly. The huge monster twisted its bloated body and ran towards the horizon. But how could the heavenly supervisor allow such monsters to leave? "Go!" With a flick of his right hand, the Biangdan flower in his hand turned into a red light, swept towards the sky, and landed hard on the monster. The monster that was still running suddenly stopped moving, as if frozen. The petals of the flower on the other side drifted in the wind and turned into dust, and the monster's huge body and head seemed to be crushed by some force, shattering inch by inch. Finally, as the flower of the other shore disappeared, a burst of red light shone, and the monster regretted that it was swept away by the red light, and it went to nowhere. The sudden scene stunned Yin Zhou and others in midair. They turned around and saw the white-haired Tianjian Imperial Master standing there, and the monster that left people helpless finally disappeared under the power of Bana Flower. The city god murmured, "Bianhua can really obliterate such existences, and the fairy world may be saved." At this time, Master Tianjian said calmly, "It takes 1,000 years for the flowers on the other side to bloom and fall for 1,000 years. So the number is already rare, coupled with the original changes in the netherworld and the ghost realm. How can the remaining Bianhua in Huangquan save the immortal realm from water and fire?" When the city god heard this, his face darkened. He also realized that the number of monsters in the fairy world cannot be saved by just a few Bienhua flowers. Teacher, why is it that Qin Feng hasn't woken up yet after bringing back all the flowers from the other shore? Yin asked anxiously. He still has some unfinished business. Just wait patiently. Tianjian Imperial Master stroked his beard and said meaningfully. Chapter 725. Ways to make money. Through Bai Su's ability, Qin Feng successfully sent the Bianhuawa back to the world. But he was not sure whether the Bianhuawa could really deal with the immortal monster. Under the invitation of the Ghost Master, Qin Feng's figure quickly swept towards the way he came. The underworld was still overflowing. And when I looked back, I saw that on the other side, the few remaining flowers on the other side were still emitting a strange halo. The rich aura of death rolled on the surface of the underworld, and the cries and moans of the dead souls never stopped. Qin Feng thought of what Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva had said. How easy would it be to save all the dead souls in this underworld and restore the Qinming dynasty? When Qin Feng fell back to the shore again, everyone's attention was attracted by the flower in his hand. The little loli looked at the golden light that was faintly dissipating around Qin Feng, with a thoughtful expression in her eyes. Meng Shuang glanced at it and asked curiously, "Only one?" The Biangan flower was too cold to hold in my hands. I wanted to pick more, but I picked just two, and that was the limit. I have sent one of them back to the human world, and this one is what I promised the Lord Ghost. With that said, Qin Feng handed over the Bianhua flower in his hand. Meng Shuang subconsciously reached out to pick it up, but her palm went straight through the flower, unable to touch it at all. Qin Feng also reacted when he saw this. The city god had said before that only the living could touch the flower of the other shore. Now that he saw it, it was indeed true. He pondered for a moment, and then communicated with Bai Su in the Divine Sea. After a while, emerald green lightning arcs emerged from his palms, wrapping the flower of the other shore in layers. Try again, and see if you can hold it? Meng Shuang did as she was told. And then she discovered to her surprise that her palm would no longer penetrate the other side of the flower, but instead held it firmly in her hand. My lord! Meng Shuang raised her head and said excitedly. The little loli slowly approached and took the flower from the other side. She looked up at Qin Feng and said seriously, I owe you a favor. If you have any requests, just say it. After hearing this, Qin Feng looked at his father, who was not far away. Knowing a son is better than a father, Father Qin guessed Qin Feng's thoughts with just one look, and said with disdain, Go! Go! Your father and I are the most powerful existence in the ghost world, so you don't need to worry. Qin Feng ignored him at all. He had already lost his father once. How could he accept losing him again? I hope the Lord Ghost will take care of my father and save him when he is in danger, Qin Feng said sincerely. Little Loli glanced at Father Qin and nodded slightly. Okay. After a pause, she seemed to have thought of something. She reached into the void with her right hand and took out a leaf as black as ink, with a texture like jade. This is for you. Could it be a life-saving thing given by the boss? Qin Feng looked happy, held it in his hand, and asked curiously, What is this? Although I don't know how you connect the yin and yang worlds, it is a fact that you can bring things from the human world to the ghost world. This object has my divinity attached to it. When you connect to the ghost world and the human world, as long as you hold this object in your hand, the space channel will appear near me. So that's it. Qin Feng touched the leaves and thought for a moment, then said blankly, It's gone. The little loli replied calmly, Yes. The amount of tribute you brought this time is far from enough. When you return to the human world, remember to send the tribute on time. Do you understand? Transmission on time? But this Junior has many things to deal with in the human world. I'm afraid Junior understands. Qin Feng changed the subject. Yes. Little Loli nodded with satisfaction, and then put back the sickle that manifested the ghostly spirit. Qin Feng gritted his teeth angrily. Are all the big guys in the ghost world bandits? They use coercion at every turn. Meng Shuang is like this. And so is the Ghost Lord. Qin Feng wanted to say, mighty and unyielding, but he compared the combat prowess of both sides and silently hid these words in his heart. I still have things to deal with, so I'll take the first step. Before you leave, I would like to remind you that if you enter the ghost world as a living soul, you must not exist for too long. Otherwise, even if you return to the human world, your body and soul will not be able to fuse together again. If you have done everything you need to do, go back early. After leaving these words, the Ghost Master disappeared out of thin air. Qin Feng was stunned on the spot when he heard this, because he had no idea how to go back. At this moment,
A pure white light fell from the gray sky and shone on the top of Qin Feng's head. Suddenly a voice resounded in his mind.
Junior brother, the teacher has used Bianhua to kill that strange existence. Now, as long as you submerge your soul into the light, you can return to the human world.
It was senior brother Beiji's voice. Qin Feng's face lit up. In order to prevent the light from disappearing and being stranded in the ghost world, he naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. But at this time, Meng Shuang came closer and touched his chin charmingly.
Brother Qin Feng, do you still have the immortal drum from before?
When Qin Feng saw this, his expression froze, and he knew without guessing that this old aunt must be intoxicated with the taste of the wine and couldn't extricate herself. However, now he has to race against time, and there is no spare time to get the other party a drink. Just when he was about to refuse, he heard the other party say again,
This time, my sister won't take advantage of you. She is willing to exchange one thing for another.
As Meng Shuang spoke, he took out a dark green crystal stone, which showed that the rich ghostly aura had almost turned into substance. The bull-headed horse not far away saw it and immediately swallowed.
It's Ming Jing. What is a dark crystal?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
The nether crystal is the concentrated essence of ghost energy in the netherworld. Beings like us in the ghost world rely on this thing if they want to speed up their cultivation. Brother, please don't look at the small size of this thing. The underworld crystal is an extremely rare and precious thing. Even if a ghost sees it, he will fight to snatch it.
Meng Shuang explained with a smile. Qin Feng stretched out his hand to take Ming Jing, and his hand was cold. Although this thing is useless to him and Shimu Wufu, it is a priceless treasure to the 100 demons. You must know that even if the cracks in the ghost world open, and the ghost energy of the netherworld enters the human world, the ghost energy that Baigui Taoists can use to practice is still very scarce. But if he could bring back the Ming crystal, wouldn't it allow the 100 ghost Taoists' strength to be rapidly improved? Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't think much and directly agreed to the exchange. Then he took out several jars of immortal drum from the Sumer ring and placed them in front of Meng Shuang. When the latter saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then opened the wine jar and drank it all in one gulp. Along with the wine, the power of life entered Meng Shuang's body. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and the strong qi flowed out of control and instantly circulated throughout her body. Her strength, which had been stagnant for many years, actually improved by 1 point at this moment.
How could this be?
In the cave, Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, who had been paying attention to Qin Feng, chuckled and said,
If the sun does not grow and the shade does not grow, it is not certain that the little benefactor may bring unexpected changes to the ghost world.
On the other side, Tu Bo and Yo Tu Ma met Meng Shuang and drank wine, and their strength was improved. But they both had different thoughts. The aroma of wine and life force already made them yearn for it. Now that this thing has the magical effect of improving strength, they naturally want to get it. Tu Bo took the lead and came to Qin Feng and said with a flattering smile,
I wonder if I can exchange for some of that stuff. And me!
A bull-headed horse-faced man hurried over. When Qin Feng saw this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to have seen a way to make money. At this time, the second senior brother's voice sounded again, urging Qin Feng to leave as soon as possible. Qin Feng asked,
Senior brother Beiji, how long can this light of guidance last?
The present sun, she said solemnly.
With the ability of senior brother Shen and I, we can maintain the energy of 2 sticks of incense at most. Why do you ask this? Could it be that we are blocked? That's not true. I just have to trouble the 2 senior brothers to work harder. I still have some things to deal with. What's going on?
Sun Qi asked curiously.
Do some business.
Sun Qi